Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Was Konoha's Forgotten Ghost? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. He was loath to admit that every moment spent in Naruto's apartment was always a trial. The dreary silence, the cleanser-like atmosphere. But worse, the despair and misery that clogged the lungs and coated the tongue. He was always grateful to leave, but the despair always seemed to ruin the rest of the day and kept him from sleeping. Sarutobi grunted and berated himself for hesitating. Lifting a wrinkled hand, he knocked on the door, grimacing at how it echoed throughout the empty hall. No one lived on this floor, not since the attack of the nine-tailed fox demon. Only one person lived here, and yet all signs pointed to vacancy. When no one answered the door, which he never did, for more valid reasons, Sarutobi sighed and let himself in with his copy of the key, bracing himself for another depressing session with Yandame's fading legacy. The apartment was spotless, as usual, since the child went over every surface daily with a mechanical fervor that always made him uneasy. He bypassed the living room altogether and headed for the bedroom, Naruto's dwelling. His eyes fell briefly on the heavy curtains that covered the window, catching a glimpse of the newspaper glued to the glass. The uneasiness increased. The newspaper hadn't been there last week. "Naruto?" he called gently before opening the bedroom door. The door quickly met resistance and something tumbled with the sound of paper. Sarutobi squeezed through the door, knowing he would not receive any help. Besides, the room seemed almost unoccupied but for the books that lined the walls in neat orderly piles, perhaps sorted by title or author. Most of the books he had given to him when he found that he enjoyed. No, Naruto did not enjoy things. His eyes fell on the wrinkle-free bed and uncluttered dressers. The heavily draped window also sported newspaper. A sniff attracted his attention. Naruto was crouched in a corner, pale and sickly, red-rimmed eyes and bony body. He was crouched over a manual, adorned in his favorite overlarge sweater and dark gray pants. The hood to the sweater was pulled up, covering the child's pale lanky yellow hair. Pale eyelashes framed dull blue eyes, glassy and often filled with tears. Whether he was aware of Sarutobi's presence would have been questionable, but Uzumaki always did his best to ignore the aging Hokage. "Hello Naruto," he greeted, trying to draw the child out of his cocoon. The 7-year-old glanced up at him, then back down at the manual. He had stopped reading fiction altogether since all the happy ever-afters made him cry. The Hokage searched the page for a title and found one at the top. How to problem-solve quantum mechanics. Whether Naruto understood what he was reading was curious, but he was never one to converse with others and had many phobias for that. "Naruto," he asked politely, "why is there newspaper pages pasted to your windows?" Uzumaki's eyes flickered to the window briefly before the broken voice whispered, "To keep them from watching." His shoulders hunched and tears filled his dull eyes. "They're always watching." Sarutobi swallowed and slumped down on the bed. Was Naruto now showing signs of paranoid schizophrenia, or were the villagers actually spying on him? Uzumaki Naruto was living a life Sarutobi would have killed to improve. Not once had he seen the youth smile, or show anything remotely close to joy or happiness. When Naruto had been an infant, his caretakers rarely touched him or showed affection. Naruto did not understand those things and as a result, did not like to be touched. By the time he could walk, he was mostly left alone and had begun to venture out in the village. This quickly stopped when several angry villagers had beaten him. Naruto was a quick learner and stopped coming out of his apartment during the day. He was quick to discover that people traveled less during the night and were often too busy to stare or wonder at a small boy. He had even started wearing the large gray sweater with the overbearing hood to hide his features. But there was only so much of Konoha to ogle, and when Naruto had discovered all the nooks and crannies of the village, he ventured out less and less. Once, out of pure curiosity, Sarutobi had sent a small monkey to catalog a day in the life of Uzumaki, and after hearing its contents, had decided that once a week, on a Sunday, he would spend time with Naruto. Naruto's day did not start by waking up in the morning, because apparently Naruto did not sleep at night. But around 7 in the morning, Naruto would dig out cleaning supplies from under the kitchen sink and proceed to wipe down every surface in the apartment, starting with the counters and ending with the floors. The monkey had been adamant about every surface, including the walls and ceiling. This, the monkey claimed, proceeded for 5 hours straight with no stops for drinks or even bathroom breaks. The almost absolute silence of the ordeal had almost driven the monkey mad. It had complained about Naruto's mechanical strokes as he scrubbed the same spot on the kitchen floor, eyes said to be vacant. The whole ordeal smelled of some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder, and it solved the mystery as to why Naruto's apartment made him feel like he was intruding upon perfection. Next, the monkey claimed, Naruto would crouch in the shower for an hour and let the water beat upon his pale skin. The monkey claimed there was very little movement involved. The rest of the day was spent reading. At night, the boy would leave the apartment and slink along the quiet streets. Sometimes, the monkey said he would cry and wander, others he would crouch behind dumpsters and watch people hurry by. He would do this for a few hours before slinking back home and rock in a corner, cry, or stare off into space. Oh, and occasionally, as if to spice things up, he would have moments where he would fall asleep only to jolt awake as if someone had sent several bolts of electricity through him. This would happen off and on throughout the night. After 3 days of watching, the monkey had claimed that to preserve his own sanity, he had fled. So when had Naruto eaten? He had asked, and the monkey had seemed thoughtful before stating that not once had he seen the boy eat. He then told him how skeletal the boy's body was. "Have you eaten today?" Sarutobi asked, wondering if Naruto would reply. He provided Naruto with enough funds to live comfortably, but on further investigation found that most of it was usually spent on bleach and detergent. "Yes, Hokage," Naruto said in his deadpan voice, and produced a candy bar wrapper from his pocket. He did not look at the Sandaime, who shook his head in chagrin. "That's not enough for a growing boy, Naruto. You need to eat 3 square meals for a healthy diet." Naruto lifted his gaze and leveled it on the old man. His skin was sickly due to the lack of proper nutrients. His hair hung limp and lifeless, so much unlike his father's. Eyes were puffy and red-rimmed due to tears and insomnia. And of course, he looked like the poster child to one of those help feed our children ads. No, Naruto was not enjoying life, and if he didn't find something to interest the boy he feared, well, he wasn't sure what it was that he feared, but he knew that at least for once, he would like to see something other than despair or lifelessness in the boy's eyes. It was too sad, too unnatural. The eyes were still on him, perhaps waiting for him to say more, so he said what he usually said. "Why don't we go out and get something to eat?" It almost seemed routine to ask, and he waited for the usual cryptic reply. "No, they will probably poison me," and then he would stare at the walls, or in this case, return to the book. Sarutobi was doing his best not to institutionalize Naruto, and hadn't yet gotten to the point where he had to threaten the child with it, but he realized he had just hit that point. Naruto's health was deteriorating and he would not stand by and allow him to do these things to himself. "You're leaving me with very little choices, my boy," he muttered, but Naruto seemed to have forgotten his presence again. Sarutobi sat for a time before sighing and getting to his feet. He pulled out a small packaged sandwich and stood before the crouching child who continued to ignore him. Crouching down before him, Sarutobi closed the book and placed the sandwich on top of it. He then took hold of Naruto's bony face, inwardly grimacing at how cold the flesh was. He knew Naruto hated to be touched, but he had an annoying habit of ignoring the pink elephant in the room, and this was the only way for him to catch Naruto's undivided attention. "Listen to me, Naruto," he whispered and watched as the dull blue eyes drilled into his own. "I want you to eat this sandwich." He picked it up and held it in sight. "And I want you to eat all of it. Look at the sandwich, Naruto," he said in his most authoritative voice when Naruto only stared at him. The blue eyes flickered over to the sandwich but returned to his own. He hated using this voice on children, but it was the only one Naruto paid attention to. "I want you to start eating more. If you don't, I'm going to have to take measures you won't like. Do you understand?" Naruto's eyes became glassy with unshed tears and Sarutobi's heart broke as they fell down the whiskered cheeks and on his fingers. How he hated threatening Naruto, especially when the child took all threats seriously, thanks to the potentially homicidal villagers. "Don't cry," Sarutobi whispered and wiped the boy's cheeks with his fingers. "I don't want to make you sad, Naruto. I just want you to be happy and well." He put the sandwich in Naruto's small bony hands and stood up. "I'll be back next week, okay?" Naruto's eyes had dropped to the sandwich that sat in his hands and made no reply. The Sandame sighed and left the apartment with the taste of cleanser coating the back of his tongue. It was 3 a.m. when Naruto dared to venture out of his apartment. Lately Konoha had been on edge for the last 2 months or so. It had something to do with a massacre of a clan. Naruto didn't read the papers, he only used them to cover his windows. There was laughter in his head, multi-voiced, some loud and deep, some breathy and feminine, and Naruto gave a bewildered start, flinching, eyes darting around. He didn't know what was so funny, but then, they laughed all the time. It wasn't nice laughter though, he wasn't sure if they were capable of niceness. Naruto weaved in and out of the shadows, eyes darting at the apartments and shops that lined the streets. At any moment, he could be attacked by one of the villagers. Naruto rubbed his puffy eyes and headed for the park. It was his favorite place outside of his apartment, but only in the wee hours of the morning, for no one would be there. Naruto headed for one of the swings and sat down, his body feeling leaden. Making sure his head was down and hood covering most of his face, he allowed the swing to move. Sasuke sat in the embrace of his blankets, body trembling in the silence. He would never get used to the deadness of the compound. Pained black eyes darted to the clock and saw that it was 2:45. He pulled the blankets over his head and shut his eyes tightly until they hurt. The images of his family, mother, father, cousins, aunt and uncles, all lying motionless on the ground kept running through his head. And him with his cold eyes, him with that frozen face. Sasuke choked on the memory, throwing off his blankets and jumping off the bed. He couldn't stand to be here anymore. Pulling off his pajamas, he donned a blue shirt and black pants, putting on his blue sandals. He ran from the compound, the silence that seemed never-ending, and into the streets of Konoha. He glanced about as he strolled, eyes falling on the occasional villager rushing home, or some older kid sneaking a cigarette. If they had a home and went, would their parents be waiting up for them? Sasuke blinked rapidly and hurried along until he came to the village park and decided to enter. He passed the jungle gym bars and hovered near the sandbox, swooshing the sand with his foot, sniffing and telling himself it was because of the cold. Shinobi, or at least shinobi to be, did not cry. Sasuke glanced up and noticed a small figure sitting on one of the swings. Sasuke squinted, trying to see in the dark, but all he could see was what looked like a white or gray hoodie. Vaguely curious, and wanting to take his mind off of dark matters, Sasuke moved from the sandbox and approached the unoccupied swing next to the kid. He saw the body stiffen, but the kid kept his or her head down, shoulders hunched as if against a cold wind. Sasuke sat down on the swing, but did not move, instead focusing on the Hokage monument. It wasn't near cold yet, it being near the end of September. This was near the time his father liked to sit out on the wide porch and smoke his pipe, and his mother would sip tea in her delicate cups. Was it his fault? Was it something he did that made his brother kill everyone except him? Did he get on his nerves, or ask too much of him? Was that why his family had been taken away? There was a whimpering sound and his eyes blurred. Sasuke rubbed the tears away and sent an embarrassed sidelong glance at his silent neighbor, only to move on to a stare. The other kid looked sick, like he should be in a hospital bed or something, and not outside exposed to the elements. Sasuke turned his eyes away and stared down at the wood chips on the ground. Even when he tried not to think, images of their bodies assaulted his mind, and the knowledge that he would never see them again. Sasuke dropped his head in his hands and gave in to despair, sobbing as silently as he could, hot bitter tears leaking past his pale fists. He sat against the warm wind and let it run over his body, not caring that the other kid was there. Nothing mattered. But he knew without a doubt that he wasn't going to return to the compound. He couldn't return there and not go crazy. He would sleep on the streets if he had to. He managed to stop weeping, though the tears still came, and once again glanced at his silent and hopefully oblivious neighbor. Once again he was left staring. The other boy was crying as well, face twisted in a grimace of pain, tears essing down shadowed cheeks. What was he crying for? Was he hurt, had escaped from a hospital only to realize his wounds were too much? Or was he crying because he'd seen plenty of toddlers do that. You okay? Sasuke whispered roughly, voice cracking. The other kid flinched and opened dripping blue eyes at him. There was so much pain in that one look. And fear. Lots of it. Sasuke wiped his face with his hands and looked away from the kid, instead staring at the stars, sniffing all the while. To know what I'm going to do, he whispered to himself. Can't go back there. I can't. God, he was so weak. Maybe Itachi hadn't killed him because he was so pathetic. So pathetic. They were urging him to take the black-haired boy home, something that was so out of the question that he never bothered answering them. The boy already frightened him in the way most villagers do. They made his skin crawl, and he was afraid that the kid was going to beat him up. But he hadn't. He just looked at him and started crying. At first, he had thought that it was because he found his face grotesque, but the weeping had a quality he could understand. Despair and defeat. They had jumped on this, whispering to him, insinuating on what a good friend he would make, but he ignored them. The villagers were never to be his friends. They were his tormentors, driving him to a slow grave. They would kill him, he was sure of this, for he had caught them watching him through his windows. Mind you, he couldn't see them, but he knew they were there. They were waiting for a moment's weakness. Perhaps this boy was sent here as a ploy, to get him. But he knew that was a lie even as he thought it. Emotion like that was too hard to fabricate, especially in a young kid like himself. They were so eager, he was sure plans were running through their heads. A headache spawned, the kind that hurt his ears, his teeth, made his eyes feel like they were going to pop out, and he too was crying because he knew they wouldn't let up unless he did as they commanded. Let someone into his only sanctuary. The Hokage was already out to get him, and now he was being forced into allowing a villager into his place. It was almost intolerable. He would have to clean everything extra hard now. He must have been there with the other kid for a few hours, because he began to see a few early morning joggers move through the park. At this, the kid who hadn't said a word or moved stood up from the swing and began to leave. Where are you going? Sasuke called after him, cringing out how pathetic he sounded and wishing at the same moment that he could wink out of existence. The boy froze and darted frightened eyes at him, to the joggers, to the brightening sky, then back to him. Straw-colored hair slipped from the hood and hung over an eye. "Am going home," came the raspy reply. Sasuke stared at him, wondering what his home was like, if his parents were frantic with worry that he had escaped the hospital and were now running about the village calling out his name. "Did you want to come with me?" The boy's voice came again, shocking Sasuke out of his thoughts. Sasuke stared at him in disbelief, taking in his wide, frightened eyes, as if waiting for Sasuke to slap him or something. Maybe he was afraid of how mad his parents were going to be when he showed up at home, so he wanted another kid there to temper their rage? That made sense. Sasuke shrugged as nonchalantly as he could manage and got up from the swing, then blinked in startlement as the kid began to quickly leave the park, at a pace that seemed almost close to running, his eyes darting about at the surroundings. Sasuke frowned but followed, then not liking walking behind someone, walked at his side. The other kid didn't seem to notice at first, preoccupied with shooting frightened glances at the few early birds that rose with the sun. The boy pulled the hood lower until it touched his lashes and bowed his head, and it came to Sasuke's understanding that this kid was scared of the villagers. They kept on this way until the kid turned towards an unkempt apartment complex and came to a door marked the key was placed in the lock, and the boy quickly slipped inside. Sasuke prepared to go, annoyed that the strange kid didn't at least say thank you, when he noticed that the door was still open and the kid was staring at him with his large dull blue eyes. It was very creepy, because there was only darkness behind him, with only parts of him peering at him, like a ghost from one of those scary stories. Sasuke stared back. The blonde kid's eyes darted about the walkway before falling on him. "Aren't you going to come in?" The voice was a ghost of a whisper. Sasuke's brow rose. "Won't your parents be mad?" The kid blinked at him rapidly, as if the question had blindsided him before a reply came. "I don't have parents." "What a coincidence. You live alone?" Sasuke asked in disbelief, and the blonde kid nodded, and opened the door about an inch wider, and clearly expected Sasuke to slip through there. For a second Sasuke hesitated, then he slipped through the door, the blonde moving behind the door, and entered the dark apartment as the door closed and locked behind him. A blast of cleanser hit his nose, and he was reminded of his kitchen when his mom used to have one of her psychotic cleaning moments, and he wondered if this kid had just moved in, because the place was spotless. It was so clean, Sasuke felt like he should hose himself down, outside, before stepping in here. The kid moved around him, throwing furtive glances at him over his hunched shoulders before walking into a hallway across from the living room and opened a door. He slipped through it as well and shut the door. And that was that. Sasuke stood in front of the door, staring at his spotless surroundings, the black couch on the spotless white carpet, the black drapes that covered the news-papered windows. The what? Sasuke took off his sandals and placed them by the other kid's shoes, and moved across the soft carpet to the windows, moving the curtains aside to stare at the window. Yesterday's newspaper. Sasuke blinked several times, and then eyed the rest of the apartment nervously. Besides the couch, there was a black cabinet, and a small table that held a porcelain white lamp. That was it. The kitchen was the same, everything done in a spotless black and white. Sasuke ran a hand over the surface of the stove, not a lick of dust. Even his mother had been this good. The cleanser smell was giving him a headache too. He rubbed his eyes and they felt swollen, no doubt from his shameful tears and pure exhaustion. There was a small creak behind him. Sasuke spun around, startling the blonde kid, who jumped back and pulled the hood down over his face in pure reflex. Sasuke opened his mouth, not sure what to say to the jumpy kid, and decided to simply wait and see what the other boy would do. He watched as the kid smoothed the hood down over his head in a nervous gesture, thin fingers running over the fabric in what must be a comforting gesture. The boy darted nervous eyes at him. I thought you might be tired, so I made up my bed for you. Sasuke felt a wave of pain hit him, remembering that his mother used to make his bed for him, and he turned his head away, blinking away the tears. So, that's okay, he replied gruffly. I'll sleep on the couch. He looked back at the blonde kid, just in time to catch the wave of terror that washed over the kid's face, making his skin turn a ghostly white. The kid had to swallow several times before speaking again. It's not safe out here, he whispered, eyes darting to the windows. It's safer in there. The boy moved quickly through the living room, and Sasuke followed, almost feeling scared now. The boy slipped through the door and waited for him to slip through as well before shutting it. Sasuke stared around at the room. Unlike the living room and kitchen, this room was full with books that lined the walls in neat piles, leaving an open space to a bed fluffed up with a thick black comforter and white pillows. Just seeing the bed made his shoulders sag, but he turned to stare at the blonde. Where are you going to sleep? The strange kid turned and stepped over to a corner surrounded by books, and in the middle was a small blanket and pillow. The kid sat down on the pillow and wrapped the blanket around his thin shoulders, which weren't that well hidden beneath the sweater. He sent nervous glances his way before picking up a nameless flimsy paperback and giving it his undivided attention. Sasuke shrugged and slipped under the comforter, wishing he had his pajamas, and deciding he would get them later on today. Wait, what? He made it sound like he planned on staying here. He glanced at the other kid and saw that it seemed like the other had forgotten him completely. My name is Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. The blonde jumped in startlement and turned wide eyes on him. Had the kid actually forgotten him? He watched as he pulled the hood down over his face and smoothing it in a way that promised to be very annoying very soon before replying hesitantly. Uzumaki Naruto. To be continued. Sasuke is 7. Naruto is 6. July 1st, the Uchiha clan was killed by Itachi. This is right before Sasuke's quest for power. He felt a stick poking his arm. Sasuke swatted the stick away and turned into the thick covers. The stick poked his arm. Again, and Sasuke's eyes snapped open. He turned and blinked blearily at the blonde kid, then sat up, rubbing his eyes, feeling surprised that he had gotten a full night's sleep without nightmares. Naruto was standing at the bedside, eyes darting from him to the window, sweater from yesterday still hiding his frail body. Draped over his left arm was a white towel, which he shoved at him. "Please, take a shower," the boy said, and moved quickly out of the way as Sasuke slid from the bed. He frowned at Naruto as he took the towel, unsure if the other kid was insulting his hygiene. Before he could open his mouth, the timid kid was already exiting the book-cluttered room with the airs of someone with errands to run. Sasuke followed, rubbing his nose miserably at the cleanser fumes, and watched as Naruto returned from the kitchen with a bucket and rag. He glanced red-rimmed eyes at Sasuke before muttering again, "Please take a shower." "What? I don't stink," Sasuke retorted, face going red with embarrassment. He even sniffed his armpits quickly, and could only smell the faint scent of laundry detergent from a previous wash. He glared at his host and watched as a look of pain passed over the pallid face. "No, I have to clean," Naruto rasped in his small voice, lips trembling and eyes watering. "I have to clean more now." He nudged Sasuke with a thin finger towards the bathroom. Sasuke scowled but entered, not wanting to see the boy cry again, because it reminded him of last night, when he too had been showing that bout of weakness. He glanced around the bathroom, grimacing at the gleaming surfaces and the now very familiar chemical smell. There wasn't anything on the sink counter, but opening the mirror cabinet revealed shampoo and soaps. He proceeded to shower, relaxing when the warm water hit his chilled skin. The apartment was cold. He realized he hadn't felt warmth much when he slept last night except when he was deep in the blanket. He couldn't believe he had stayed the night at some weird kid's house. He'd never been the type to befriend some random kid, or go to his house for that matter. His father had always stressed caution around anyone that wasn't an Uchiha, especially after their distant cousin Hyuga Hinata had almost been kidnapped. He didn't think he had much to worry about in the kidnapping department anymore. The Uchiha line was all but dead. Sasuke shut off the water and stared silently as the water drained down into the pipes. He rubbed his face and stepped out of the tub. "Ate me. Itachi ruined everything. Ate me. His whole clan gone. Ate me." Sasuke grit his teeth and clenched his fists, felt hot rage run through his small body. He hated him. He grabbed the towel and wiped the water from his body, face red with anger. He glanced around, instantly feeling stupid when he realized he hadn't brought any clean clothes. He glanced around for his pants and balked when they were not within sight. He opened the door and sauntered into the hallway, spying Naruto wiping the walls down with a rag, surrounded by bottles of chemical cleansers. He was wiping away at the same spot on the wall, the same rhythmic slide over an area that seemed devoid of dirt. "Hey Naruto!" The blonde jumped and blinked up at him owlishly from across the room. "What did you do with my clothes?" He felt a chill when he realized that he hadn't heard Naruto enter when he was showering. Naruto stopped wiping the wall and gave a weak shrug. "They're in the hamper washing." His eyelids gave a strange flutter. "They have to be washed." "Well, what am I going to wear?" Naruto just returned to wiping the wall, the same spot. Sasuke threw his hands up in the air with a huff and returned to Naruto's bedroom, wrapped in the towel, and eyed the books that lined the walls. Most of them were about things, plants, animals, buildings. He pulled one up that was on ancient literature, whatever that was. Sasuke placed the book back on its pile when his eye caught a flashy blue book, and upon picking it up, saw that it was on infamous shinobi. He blinked at the gold-inked words on the cover and thought back on his class at the academy. When was the last time he had been there? He had been at the top of his class, hopefully to be as strong as his brother. He gripped the book. He supposed he was way behind now. 2 months of inactivity most likely had made him weak. Sasuke pursed his lips and concluded that he would return to the academy as soon as possible. He stood up, brushing damp hair from his face, and headed back into the living room, his stomach grumbling in its emptiness. He hadn't eaten much yesterday except for a bowl of cereal in the morning, and that had barely gone down well. He glanced at Naruto, who was wiping the small table with the lamp, the strong smell of the cleanser making his eyes water. Sasuke moved into the spotless kitchen, tightened his towel, and peeked into the cupboard. It was empty. He glanced back at Naruto, who had moved on to brushing the couch with the cloth, which was weird because wasn't that going to make the couch wet? His stomach grumbled again, and he braved looking into the refrigerator. Not only was it empty, but it also wasn't on. Sasuke gave a small sigh, which he was sure was unbecoming of an Uchiha, and moved into the living room. Naruto had left the couch and was examining the carpet, no doubt looking for a reason to clean it too. Sasuke moved over to the couch and touched it. It was cool to the touch, but it wasn't wet as he imagined it might be. He slumped down and ignored the ache in his belly, sure that at some point his host would remember it. It was poor manners to ask for food, his mother had said so, and he would just have to wait for it to be offered, though he couldn't imagine what Naruto would give him, since the house was empty. A buzzer went off, catching Naruto's unwavering attention, and the blonde disappeared into the small pantry to return with Sasuke's clothing. Grateful that he could at least put something on, Sasuke removed the towel from his waist and donned his fresh scented blue shirt and black pants. Naruto, on the other hand, headed for the bathroom, and moments later the run of water told the hungry Uchiha that the boy was taking a shower. Sasuke returned to the book-cluttered room and sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at the news-papered window. He would go back to the academy and learn everything. He would be the best, better than the others, better than Itachi. He sat there in silent thought until the door opened, and Naruto slipped into the room, eyes darting towards him from under the hood that he smoothed down before sitting in his pillowed corner. Sasuke's stomach took the moment to give a rather angry declaration, loud enough that he turned crimson, and Naruto blinked up at him. Sasuke looked away, feeling embarrassed, then looked back at the blonde, examining the empty expression, the flutter of his eyelids. Naruto crawled forward and slipped his hand under the bed, retrieving a chocolate bar. He held it out to Sasuke, who blushed and took the candy bar. As he hungrily ate the bar, thinking that his mother would have a heart attack if she had seen him eat that for breakfast, wondered if this was all that the blonde ate. He peered at the blonde, at the hollows in his cheeks, the puffy red-rimmed eyes, the thin fingers that clutched the book he was reading. He was really skinny and he looked so weak. He wondered how the boy mustered any energy to clean. If Itachi had seen him, Sasuke shuddered at the thought and glanced around the room for a trash can to throw his empty wrapper. Though he no longer felt hunger pangs, he wanted a real meal, a well-rounded one for a growing ninja. Leaving the room, he headed into the kitchen and saw a small bin in a corner. Peering inside, a whiff of chocolate blew his way and he spied several wrappers at the bottom, along with what looked like a half-eaten sandwich. Sasuke tossed the wrapper inside, then headed for the door, donning on his sandals, which to his horror, were damp. Lifting as sandal to his face, Sasuke sniffed it and jerked his head away. The familiar scent of foot sweat had been replaced by detergent, and he sent an incredulous look at Naruto's bedroom door before putting it on his feet and unlocking the door. As he opened the door, he squinted into the mid-morning light, grimacing at the blaring sun, and realizing just how gloomy the spotless apartment was. Closing the door behind him, Sasuke headed down the stairwell, glancing at the other apartments, noticing that the whole floor was eerily silent. But as he headed down to the first floor, he saw people moving about inside of the rooms. Moving out into the village, he glared at the happy faces of the civilians, their faces so relaxed and carefree. Sasuke stopped by a stall and had rice and fish, drowning away the sweetness of the chocolate that sat unhappily in his stomach. When he was finished, he headed for the academy, aware that by the time he arrived it would be lunch. Entering the academy, he watched as the other children ate their lunches, talking, laughing, or tossing kunai at trees, perfectly comfortable, perfectly safe. Sasuke stuffed his hands in his pockets and headed for the rooftop, knowing that very few of the students bothered to go there. "Hey Sasuke," one girl called, and he glared at her. "Where have you been, Uchiha-san?" some boys called. "I heard he dropped out dash," one kid whispered, and Sasuke's shoulders tensed at the remark. Like hell he would. His pace quickened until he was at the roof, where he sat leaning against the fence and took a deep breath through his nostrils. An Uchiha drop out of anything? Not likely. He would show them he may be one of the last, but he would be the best. Sasuke remained on the roof until lunch was over, then he headed for his class. Upon entering, the other students stared, as if he were reported dead or something. Sasuke stared coldly back, until their nosy eyes looked away, except for Irika-sensei, whose warm eyes were filled with concern and relief. "Sasuke," the man said with his calm voice, unless he was shouting. "It's good to see you back." You've missed much, but I'm sure you'll catch up quickly. Yes, he would. Sasuke nodded towards the man, thankful that he wasn't making a big deal of it, and sat down in the second row, as far away from the weird pink-haired girl who kept staring at him on and off. Mizuki-sensei, assistant of Iruka-sensei, handed him a small stack of back assignments, and he got to work on them quickly enough, tuning out the sound of the other students. He hated this place. Naruto stripped the bed, pulling the blanket and sheets from the mattress and piling them on the carpet. Sasuke had slept in this bed, and the thought of it remaining unwashed caused his skin to tingle uncomfortably. The dark-haired boy had left after he had eaten, and Naruto hoped he would not return. He must need him Huel Shoastway. Naruto cringed at the excited voices in his head, them, the ones who tormented him along with the villagers. Naruto dragged the linen to the hamper, while his eyes clouded with tears. Why do we need him? He's just going to hurt us, I know he will. He's a villager. What can he show us beyond pain? Power. Naruto screeched and stumbled, crashing into the dryer, bashing his head, and dropped to his bony knees. Pain burst through his skull, and he curled up in a ball as he felt blood ooze from the wound on his forehead. He prayed it would heal slowly. Sasuke exited the ninja academy, mood sour and bitterness running through his mouth as he headed into the street. By the end of the day, the whole academy was privy to his tragedy, a lot of O's, and that Uchiha? He's accompanied by round eyes and barely veiled whispers. All of it left him angry and unlikely to strike up a conversation with all. The nosy students, who no doubt wanted to know what it was like to lose everything one loved. He wandered around Konoha, trying to avoid the inevitable, which was going back to the Uchiha compound, back to death. He stood next to street vendors and hawkers, biting his fingernails and remembering that it was a bad habit, only to do it again 5 minutes later as he watched villagers move on with their perfectly normal lives. He wondered what Naruto was doing, and could only imagine that he was cleaning, or sitting in that corner surrounded by books. Did Naruto get lonely? Sasuke stifled a sigh and headed back to the compound, even though he had sworn that he wouldn't return there. It wasn't like he had a place to go unless he wanted to spend it in an orphanage, which he had heard was the last place one wanted to go. Arriving at the gates, his eyes darted to all the vacant houses, many with signs that death had come way too quickly, food still in bowls, laundry hanging on the lines. He entered the compound with hunched shoulders and a pale face, quickly heading toward the main house, which never used to seem so big until now. Arriving at his home, he took a deep breath and was appalled by the dust that hung in the air. He eyed his surroundings, taking in the dust that sat comfortably on the tabletops and floated in the last rays of light produced by the fading sun. He shut the blinds quickly and headed up the stairs to his room, thinking that compared to Naruto's place, his own would seem like a dirt trap. When in his room, he dug all the jutsu scrolls that his father had given to him, most of them fire-based, and began to practice the hand movements and the buildup of chakra. Twice during the hour of practice, he had jumped at the creaking of the house, or a bird bursting from the brush outside his window. He even shut the curtains in his room and wondered why he even bothered. No one would come here. Another hour later, and he had ceased to study the jutsu. Instead he wandered the house, ran a rag over the kitchen counter, and for the 5th time wondered what Naruto was doing. Was he still reading? Eating? No, he doubted that Naruto would be eating. Sasuke opened the kitchen cabinets and eyed all the packaged foods that sat uneaten in them, countless meals that his mother would never make again. He should share them. The bed had long since been remade, his wounds had been logged into the small brown leather book that he kept next to his pillow, and his apartment was decontaminated. All was as painless as he could possibly get it, except that he was so weak he could not stand anymore. Naruto stayed on hands and knees, eyes clouded by tears, body feeling flushed, and yet cold at the same time. There was a racket in his head, bouncing around his skull, many voices that sniped and collided, shouted and whispered, such a cacophony of noise and pain that he wanted to curl up in a ball and attempt to sleep it away. But he wasn't in his room, and it wasn't safe out here. He could feel them trying to peek through the windows, raging at the newspaper that blocked their prying eyes, wanting to see if there was a monster still in here. Naruto turned and crawled towards the kitchen. He needed nourishment, water and maybe a candy bar for the sugar and caffeine. They wanted something more, most likely meat, but he didn't like it when meat was accompanied by bloody scenes, animals, people, flesh tearing, blood dripping, and screams of terror and pain. There were monsters in his head, and they wanted blood. He gripped the sink and pulled his frail body up, leaned over the sink and turned on the faucet, drinking greedily until his stomach stretched and ached. With the water in his belly, he could walk to his room, where it was safe, and as he slowly made his way to the hallway, someone knocked on his door. Naruto froze, the voices paused, and silence reigned in the apartment. Naruto's eyes trained on the bottom of the door, where the outside hall light seeped in and what looked like the shadows of feet hovered. It wasn't the Hokage, he knew, since the man had been there yesterday, and the mere thought of a villager trying to come in made sweat appear on his pallid face. There was another knock on the door, but it was less assertive, and was accompanied by an uncertain, "Naruto." It was Uchiha Sasuke? Naruto swallowed painfully. What did he want? Why was he back? Images of villagers standing behind the black-haired boy almost sent him into a blind panic if not for the insistent voices chanting, "Li-Thyman, Li-Thyman, 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 Li-Thyman." But he had just cleaned everything. Tears of defeat clouded his eyes and trailed hotly down his face as he went slowly to the door, pulling his hood up to cover as much as he could before he unlocked and opened the door a crack to peer out at the other kid. Sasuke stood outside the door, face flushed and eyes alternating between peering at him and looking elsewhere. There was a large blue pack strapped to his back, and it seemed jammed full of outside things that he just knew he wouldn't like in his home. Li-Thyman, 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 Li-Thyman. Naruto moved back a foot and opened the door as wide as he would allow, hoping that the large pack strapped to Sasuke's back wouldn't rub so hard on the door as the boy squeezed himself through. Sasuke's nose wrinkled as he placed the pack gently against the wall and removed his sandals. He flexed his shoulders and then managed what may have been an attempt at a smile as Naruto quickly shut and locked the door, allowing his eyes to sweep the area, sure he was going to catch one of the villagers watching him from the shadows. He did not see anyone, and this only made him more apprehensive that they were so good at hiding and watching him. Naruto quickly retreated to his room, feeling ill and not wanting to eat any longer. This return visit reeked of routine and no doubt. Uchiha Sasuke would be returning every day, contaminating his apartment daily. Naruto sat in his corner, pulling his hood down over his tear-stained cheeks, imagining days filled with constant cleansing, running over things twice, no 3 times in order to remove the filth that Sasuke would bring in. His door opened and Sasuke slipped in, holding an indigo blanket and matching pillow. Naruto pulled himself up and quickly snatched the blanket and pillow from the startled boy. Is this all you brought?" he demanded weakly, and the Uchiha hesitated before pursing his lips and shaking his head. Naruto turned and quickly headed down the hallway, stopping before the large travel pack. Sasuke sighed and opened the zipper, pulling out articles of clothing, another pair of sandals, several large parchments of paper that he recognized as ninja jutsu scrolls, and at the bottom, food. Naruto gathered all the cloth and headed for the hamper, ignoring the sigh that followed him. There wasn't anything he could do about the scrolls, but he would run a disinfectant wipe over all the food that were wrapped in plastic, boxes, or containers. The voices whispered through his head in contentment, and the headache subsided to the point where the knot at his shoulders actually relaxed. Naruto took a deep breath as he dumped all the clothing into the washing machine and actually felt a wave of relaxation flow through him. He moved into the living and peered at his return guest, and watched in chagrin as the other boy pulled the refrigerator forward and plugged it in. His kitchen cabinets were open, and to his horrified fascination, it seemed that Sasuke was trying to fill them up with food. Naruto's shoulders sagged as misery returned. He would have to go over the kitchen later on tonight. Sasuke pushed the refrigerator back and turned toward him. "Are you hungry?" he asked, dark eyes focused intently on his face. Naruto blinked and shuddered, smoothing down his hood and quickly retreated to his room. He sat in his corner and covered his face with his pale hands. The headache was returning, and Sasuke was ruining his carefully calculated routines with a cruel efficiency that reeked of villainy. 10 minutes later Sasuke entered the room, reeking of some kind of food, foreign to him and permeating his apartment. Sasuke sat on the bed, an arm full with scrolls that he idly went through before glancing at him every once in a while. He did not like that stare. It was often the look the Hokage donned before he was about to do something to him. "You really should eat, you know," Sasuke said in what seemed like a weak attempt at being authoritative. "Maindesh." A funny expression came over his face, a paling of the features before it went blank. "You're too weak. How do you expect to protect yourself?" Naruto's heart began to pound, his headache increasing. Protect himself? That was why he stayed here most of the time, for protection. Did Sasuke know that someone was going to hurt him? He wanted to hide from Sasuke, who didn't make him feel safe. Sasuke was fingering the scrolls, black eyes still focused on him. "You should join the Ninja Academy, Naruto, and become a shinobi, like me, so that he dash." He once again cut himself off with a thinning of the lips, but Naruto didn't notice, now that the blood that was pounding in his head angrily now drained from it, leaving him dizzy. Join the academy? Become a shinobi? That would mean going outside, talking to the villagers, touching them. He was ill, just at the thought, even as Sasuke seemed to nod to himself with resolve. "It'll be easy to get you signed up," he was saying to himself. "They accept just about anybody, and I'll train with you." He was glaring angrily at the scrolls now, fingers gripping the paper. He'll never be able to take dash. Naruto curled up in a ball and covered his ears, their laughter echoing throughout the reaches of his mind. His eyes rolled up into his head as darkness dragged him under. He knew that it wouldn't be long before he was jolted awake by some scene of pain, blood, and death. It upset him, the idea of waking up to Sasuke's black eyes. That morning, Sasuke woke to a knock on the front door, and a weak gasp from his companion. Sasuke pulled his blanket from over his head and blinked blearily at Naruto, who was curled up in his blanket in the corner, dull blue eyes wide with terror. Who could that be? There was another knock, then what sounded like a key in the door lock. Alarm raced through him, and he glanced once again at Naruto, whose pale face was also beginning to look a sickly green. "Get under the bed," Sasuke hissed, then grabbed the kunai he had placed under the pillow as Naruto crawled quickly and obediently under the bed. Sasuke's heart was pounding in his ears, and he too felt like throwing up. It was Itachi. He knew it was his brother, coming to finish him and anyone with him off. He moved to the door and slowly turned the handle, trying to silence his breath. He peeked through the crack and saw two figures standing in the doorway. Neither looked like Itachi. Sasuke slipped through the bedroom door and stared incredulously at the Hokage himself, standing next to what looked like an assistant. What was the Hokage doing here? The old man smiled in relief. "Sasuke, what a surprise to see you here. Naruto usually doesn't like people in his home. I'm the only one that's managed so far." Sasuke was dumbfounded. The Hokage visited Naruto personally. Sasuke managed to gather his wits about himself, calling back to the bedroom door, "It's okay. It's just Hokage-sama." He saw Naruto's head peek out from under the bed, but disappeared back under in a flash. Sasuke sighed and turned back to the Hokage, warily eyeing him and the man who was standing next to him, looking around the apartment with curious eyes. He stuffed his hands in his pajama pockets and waited impatiently for the Hokage to state why he was here. "Is Naruto all right?" the old man asked, and Sasuke shrugged, unsure how he was supposed to answer that. "Is he fine? Or no, he's crazy?" The Hokage smiled at his shrug and sat down on the black couch. The man with him had his nose wrinkled, obviously in response to the sharp chemical cleanser in the air. "I'm glad you're with him, Sasuke. Naruto has been alone since he was a toddler, and he doesn't have any friends." Sasuke leaned against a wall and glanced at the bedroom door. Naruto had been alone since he was a baby? No wonder he was scared of everyone. Sasuke crossed his arms and stared at the elder ninja. The Hokage could get Naruto enrolled in the academy quickly and efficiently. "I think," he started cautiously, and the Sandame's brows rose in anticipation, "that Naruto should come to the ninja academy with me, so that he'll be safer." The Hokage's dark brown eyes studied him for a moment, then darted toward the bedroom door, which was cracked open a bit. The assistant looked startled at his proposition, and kept darting nervous glances about the apartment. Then the Hokage spoke. "It's a splendid idea, Sasuke, Naruto needs to get out and interact with other human beings, and I would love to enroll him, but I fear that getting him to go would be almost impossible. Sasuke uncrossed his arms and smirked. I can get him to do it. The Hokage stared speculatively at the youth before getting to his feet. All right, Sasuke, I'll have him enrolled today and he can start Monday. However, I'm putting you in charge of his welfare until he is capable of making rational decisions himself. Do you understand? At his nod, the Sandaime sighed. I'm sure right now you don't understand, but you will soon comprehend the enormity of your new responsibilities. The Hokage moved to the bedroom door and peered in, spying a lock of Naruto's hair under the bed. I know you'll be angry with this decision, Naruto, but it's for your own good. You'll thank me later, I imagine. There was no reply from under the bed. The Hokage sighed and moved from the doorway and patted Sasuke's head good-naturedly as he and the assistant headed for the door. Sasuke watched as they left, the assistant sending a last nervous look about the small complex. He understood why the man might be startled by the cleanliness of the place, but there really was no reason for him to look so spooked. The door clicked shut, and the outside world left. Sasuke took a deep breath and felt a surge of excitement, something he hadn't felt since the massacre. He turned back to the room and spied Naruto crawling out from under the bed, shaking like a leaf, thin fingers gripping the carpet as he moved not unlike an old man. His face was scrunched in pain as he rose unsteadily to his feet, and when his miserable eyes opened, they sent despairing looks his way. Sasuke moved into the room and dug into his pack, pulling out toiletries so that he could get cleaned up, selecting his favorite blue high-collared shirt and white shorts as he headed into the bathroom. Naruto had moved into the kitchen, and Sasuke saw a glimpse of the cleaning bucket. He grimaced and brushed his teeth, thinking on all the things he had to do, and feeling anticipation move through him. Today was Saturday, so he had today and tomorrow to get Naruto up to speed and perhaps assess his skills at chakra manipulation, if he had any at all. The thought gave him pause as he turned on the shower and stepped in. Sasuke shrugged and lathered his hair with shampoo. No worries, they were at the part in the academy where they were just getting in touch with their chakra, so Naruto wouldn't be behind. The door opened suddenly and in strode Naruto, rag and bucket in his hands. Hey! Sasuke snapped incredulously as he realized that Naruto was going to clean the bathroom as he showered, judging by how he placed the bucket down on the tiled floor and began to spray the sink counter with disinfectant. Hey! You can't do that while I'm in here, he stated calmly, but the blonde only pulled his hood down and ignored him, rubbing the rag methodically over the counters. Sasuke sighed and continued his business, trying to ignore the almost silent sounds that Naruto was making. When he was finished, he found that Naruto was waiting patiently by the bathroom door, and his clothing had been folded neatly on the counter, even his pajamas. He wrapped a towel around his waist and scowled at the other boy, grabbing his clothes and headed into the bedroom. Naruto quickly shut the bathroom door behind him. After drying and dressing, he headed for the small kitchen, ignoring the ache of fresh disinfectant, and opened the refrigerator, which hummed happily, in his opinion, probably glad it was actually being used for once. He'd brought eggs over, and he remembered seeing his mother make an omelet before, so he pulled them out and dug into the cupboards, relieved to see that though Naruto didn't have food, he at least had the utensils needed to make and eat food. Which was weird. Naruto rocked silently under the spray of the water, eyes focused on the tiled wall before him, face frozen in horror. Sasuke was really going to try and make him into a ninja. He pulled at his wet locks, increasing his pounding headache as he cried silently, trying to muffle the occasional sobs that broke free. Why was Sasuke doing this to him? He hadn't been mean to him, he had let him sleep in his bed, and had given him his last candy bar. But he should have known better. No matter what he did, the villagers were going to get him. The moment he steps out, they would hatch plans to kill him, maybe during training, or during a mission, or on his way home. There were 1,000,001 ways to die, and he knew they would pick the worst way to off him, something slow and painful. Naruto shuddered and bit his fingers to muffle a wail. Maybe he should just kill himself now and save himself further pain. Before he could think further on the idea, that roared at him, causing him to cry out and fall over from his crouch. He curled up in a ball and keened in pain, covering his ears against the sound of the water hitting the bathtub floor. He felt warm blood flood through his nostrils and knew that they had given him a nosebleed. He should have known better than to think longingly on his own demise. He waited the pain until it was a dull throb and the voices were down to annoyed murmurs, before he washed the blood from his face and shut the shower off. He wiped down the bathroom one last time before he was mildly satisfied that it was clean, then dried himself and put on black pants and another gray hoodie, and as he exited the bathroom was not assaulted by the comforting scent of disinfectant, but a foreign scent. He stepped into the living room fearfully and stared at the kitchen where his cruel guest had not only made a bit of a mess, but seemed to just finish making a meal. There were eggshells on the countertops and crumbs of bread around the toaster that he had never used. Sasuke was standing at the small table, 2 plates with what looked like 2 pieces of bread with cooked eggs slapped in between them. Sasuke sat grumpily at one end, then looked at him expectantly. "Well, come on, I didn't make this so you could stare at it." Naruto's eyes darted to the covered windows and flinched, shaking his head and headed back into the bedroom, where it was safe. He wasn't in the least hungry right now, though he knew that he should at least find a candy bar to eat. But he had given the last to Sasuke. Naruto returned to his room and pulled the sheets off of the bed, then dug into the bag and pulled out all of Sasuke's clothes, piling them up on top of the sheets. "What are you doing?" Sasuke demanded behind him, and Naruto jumped in startlement, turning to see that the dark-haired boy had brought the plates of food into the room. "Those are clean." The boy's lips pursed as he stared at the bundle of clothing. Not by his standards they weren't, he'd only washed them once, and they needed a second washing before he could feel decent about them. Sasuke had brought them from the outside world, the filthy world. Naruto moved to gather all the fabric into his arms, but Sasuke took a very threatening step forward, and Naruto backed up, dread coursing through him. No doubt, Sasuke was going to beat him up now. He smoothed his hood down over his face and tensed his shoulders, jumping in fright as the plate with the egg sandwich appeared. He jerked his head away and stared tearfully at his cruel guest, who had a very stern look on his face. "Let's make a deal," the boy said flatly. "I'll let you clean my already clean clothes, but only after you eat this." He'd backed Naruto up against the wall, the pile of sheets and clothes now behind him and far out of Naruto's reach. Naruto glanced down at the plate that was patiently held in front of him, and grimaced, the smell making him feel ill. He really didn't want to eat this. What if Sasuke had poisoned it? Despite his reluctance, he took hold of the plate and slid along the wall until he was at his corner again and sat down on his pillow, while Sasuke sat on the stripped bed and began to take big bites of his egg sandwich. Naruto stared sickly at him from under the fringe of his gray hood before picking a piece off of the sandwich and placing it in his mouth. As he chewed, he marveled at the burst of flavor, startled at the texture, and ignored the look of satisfaction Sasuke sent his way. It was when he had less than half the sandwich in his stomach that he remembered why he didn't like to eat food with so much substance. His stretched stomach seized, and he was jerked forward onto his hands and knees, holding back the heaves that racked his ribs with pain. Through the blur of tears he could see Sasuke's feet next to him, and wanted to crawl away from his cruel guest. Instead he took deep breaths and forced the nausea down until his stomach only ached with the fullness of the egg sandwich, and he pushed the plate away from him as he sat back. His guest was standing over him, glaring at the barely eaten sandwich before giving a small sigh and removing it from his sight. Naruto sighed in relief and slumped on his pillow, feeling a bit better, and surprisingly strong enough to redo the kitchen that Sasuke had ruined with his messes. However, when Sasuke returned to the room, there was an intense look of determination on his face. He sat down on the bed and stared intently at him, and he smoothed down his hood in avoidance. He didn't like it when people looked at him. Looking meant thinking, and thinking meant pain, for him that is. "What do you know about chakra?" Naruto looked at him weakly and then glanced at his wall of books, all of which he had read before, more than once. Chakra is the resulting form when 2 or more energies are mixed together, he whispered as he crawled across the room and pulled out a pale blue book from one of the piles. These 2 energies being physical energy and spiritual energy. He glanced at his guest to see that the other was pleased with his answer. Mixing these 2 energies together is called chakra molding, which means to extract . Sasuke cut him off with a wave of his hand. Good, at least you know what chakra is. You won't have trouble in class. Naruto paled at the idea as he pushed the book along the carpet towards Sasuke, who leaned down and picked it up, appraising it carefully. We'll have to start today with kunai tossing, and maybe some taijutsu that I know dash. Naruto shook his head vehemently at Sasuke's words, feeling terror course through him. I'm not going outside, not during the day, he all but wheezed, and his cruel guest glared at him in response. Oh yes you are. We're going out today, even if I have to drag you out of this apartment. He stood up abruptly from the bed and dug into his blue pack, and to Naruto's horror he pulled out several kunai and holsters. Naruto gasped in terror and huddled into the corner, feeling tears leak out of his eyes. His guest was going to hurt him now, just as he knew any villager would, and he had been a fool to allow anyone into his sanctuary. There was a clutter of gleeful laughter in his head, and it hurt his feelings that they found his encroaching pain amusing. Come on, his cruel guest approached him quickly and grabbed his arm. He tried to pull away, but the other was clearly stronger, and he hung his head as he resigned himself to the oncoming pain. But it seemed that it wasn't truly Sasuke's plan to hurt him, or so it seemed as he was pulled out of the room and toward the door. He dug his bare feet into the carpet, eyes darting to the windows in terror. We can't go out, he cried, but the cruel guest ignored him, grabbing both their sandals and managed to put his on while holding on to him. It's not safe, he gasped. They'll kill me, they'll kill me. He was beginning to hyperventilate. Sasuke was staring at him, a frown marring his pale skin. Who's going to kill you? Them. Naruto wheezed, eyes darting to the window. He could feel them watching him already behind the newspaper, waiting for him to come out. Sasuke shook his head, rolled his eyes, and shoved a sandal onto Naruto's foot. No one's going to kill you, he stated in exasperation. I'll protect you. Naruto slumped to the carpet and stared dreadfully up at his captor. He would protect him? He stared weakly as Sasuke put the other sandal on his foot and pulled him to his feet. Where's your key? Naruto stared. You know, to the door? So we can get back inside. His guest was looking annoyed again. You do have an apartment key, right? I mean, the Hokage has one, so you should have the original, and I saw you use it. Naruto dug into his pocket and produced the key, and watched in sick apprehension as Sasuke opened the door. Light from the sun flooded into the apartment, and he covered his face and pulled the hood down, letting his bangs and a few stray locks of hair cover his face. Then he was pulled out, unprotected, into the world, with only a boy he met 2 days ago's word that he would protect him. Sasuke rolled his eyes as they headed for the training grounds where they could practice throwing kunai, exasperated by Naruto's weird behavior. The way he was acting, it was as if he expected someone to jump out and kill him. With all the trouble it had taken to get Naruto out of the apartment, now that he was out, he was walking so close to Sasuke that it was a wonder they didn't trip over each other. Sasuke glanced at his companion to see that he was smoothing down that stupid hood, head down and eyes darting at everything, fearful and shaky. Sasuke glanced at the villagers they passed. None of them seemed to notice him, and he rolled his eyes again. If anything, they were staring at him, whispering to one another and giving him piteous looks. No doubt talking about the massacre. Sasuke glared ahead. He didn't need their pity, nor wanted it. By the time they had arrived at the training sites, Naruto was so white he could see the veins on his neck. See, he snapped. We've been out here for more than 30 minutes and no one has tried to kill you. Naruto's eyes did that weird flutter and he headed for a tree, no doubt to hide in, but Sasuke grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back. Nah, he pointed to a tree not far from them that had a bull's eye carved into it. We're going to practice kunai throwing. Let me show you how. Surprisingly, though he still jumped at just about every sound, Naruto was a bit of a natural at kunai tossing. Not that he had hit anywhere near the bull's eye, but he managed to hit the tree. Most of the kids at the academy had only hit the dirt for the first few weeks, so it was interesting to see that Naruto was able to hit the tree on his first try. He listened attentively when Sasuke gave him instructions, even if his eyes darted around like he was expecting someone to jump out and attack them, and he was a patient observer. Sasuke tossed kunai with him, watching as Naruto got a little better. If he would only put a bit more force into his tosses so that the kunai would actually stick into the tree. He eyed Naruto. The blonde's body, from what he had seen, was so bony, it was unlikely that he would be able to do much unless he ate more. 3 hours into the kunai tossing, he decided that they should go to lunch, and headed for the local food stands, Naruto following close behind him. It reminded him of how he used to follow Itachi. His mind shuddered at the thought of his brother and he stopped too abruptly, causing Naruto to bump into him. Instead of backing up though, Naruto stood literally an inch from him, head down, body trembling. "Ah, Sasuke-kun," a familiar voice called, and he looked to see that he was standing in front of the rice ball stand he used to frequent before. Everything was destroyed. The vendor was a kind man, and his eyes were full of sympathy as he smiled down at him. "I haven't seen you in a while. Why don't you and your friend sit down and have something to eat?" He winked at him. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, who was still too close and staring at the dirt before sitting down on one of the stools. Naruto, to his horror, moved and crouched down next to his feet, hood hiding his face, hands resting on his knees. The vendor leaned over the counter and blinked curiously down at the hooded head. "He alright?" he asked as he set 4 rice balls down in front of him, 2 with fish in the middle and 1 with red bean paste. The other was simply rice, and he picked it up and leaned down, holding it near Naruto's face. Naruto did not lift his head, but he clearly leaned away from the rice ball. "Come on. You have to eat." Naruto shook his head and Sasuke put the rice ball back, sighing in agitation as he began to eat. "I'll pack this one away for the little guy." The friendly vendor winked at him and wrapped the plain rice ball in plastic wrap. Sasuke nodded, and as he finished dug into his pocket for change, but the vendor shook his head. "This one's on the house. You take care." Again Sasuke nodded and placed the rice ball into his pocket and moved from the stool. Naruto slowly got to his feet, then quickly followed behind Sasuke, and just as he was heading back to the training grounds, Naruto made an abrupt turn towards an alley. Startled, Sasuke followed him and watched in stunned silence as Naruto clambered up the side of a trash bin and proceeded to throw up. It was so neatly done that he returned to Sasuke's side like nothing had happened. "Maybe we should go back," he muttered, and headed in the direction of Naruto's apartment, Naruto following at his back. "Hey Sasuke-in," an annoying voice called and he purposely ignored it. It belonging to Yamanaka Ino, with that stupid pink-haired girl no doubt with her. Ino grabbed his arm, grinning at him excitedly. "Wanna go play with us?" "We're playing dash." She cut herself off when she noticed Naruto practically glued to him. "Who's this?" Her voice was full of curiosity, and he used her moment of distraction to pull his arm away. Behind her, a shy Haruno Sakura stared at Naruto as well. "Go away," he muttered as he grabbed Naruto's bony arm and headed quickly toward Naruto's complex. Naruto seemed almost desperate to return to the apartment. By the time they arrived, the sun was at its zenith, and he unlocked the door, slightly comforted by the blast of chemical cleanser in the air. Naruto quickly headed for the bathroom, and he imagined that the other was washing out his mouth. He locked the door behind him and pulled out the rice ball. He hated how everyone was treating him, like something fragile that needed to be coddled and pitted. He glared down at the rice ball as Naruto exited the bathroom and made a beeline for the kitchen. In moments he was cleaning it again, and Sasuke felt a bit bad that he had made a mess in it after Naruto had cleaned it earlier that morning. He moved up behind Naruto, who was wiping the counters, and tried to hand the rice ball to him, but Naruto moved away. "Why won't you eat it? We're not outside anymore, if you don't like people watching you eat." Naruto placed a thin hand on his forehead, a look of pain flashing across his thin, pale features, and he looked at him. "It's probably poisoned." Sasuke stared down at the rice ball, then sighed in defeat. It wasn't poisoned, but suddenly he didn't feel like pushing the subject. Instead he returned to the living room and slumped down on the couch, staring dully up at the ceiling. The next day, it was even harder to get Naruto to leave the apartment, and he still refused to eat the rice ball. Sasuke had tried to tempt him with noodles, fish, even some snacks, but he refused, all with a look of clear distaste. Finally, when Sasuke was completely fed up, he forced Naruto to eat another egg sandwich, having failed to recreate his mother's omelets. But it all fell through quickly when less than 30 minutes afterward, Naruto vomited on the carpet, which led to the whole carpet being cleaned. In all, there was no way he would be able to train outside today. Sasuke resigned himself to planning out routines that he thought would improve Naruto's kunai tossing skill, and perhaps show him some taijutsu that he had learned. He would leave the manipulation of chakra to Iruka-sensei, being that he didn't think he would be able to explain it better than Iruka-sensei. But this whole eating thing, how was he to get Naruto to eat anything without throwing it up soon after? His mind moved to seeing Naruto's trash can littered with candy bar wrappers. He jumped up, headed for the door and put on his sandals. Naruto ate candy bars, so he'd just go buy a whole bunch then. "I'm leaving," he called out as he unlocked the door, then paused. He'd said the same thing to his mother before he had left for the academy and had returned to her mutilated body. Naruto's head peeked out from the bottom of the doorway, his eyes blearily acknowledging that he was about to leave. Locking the door behind him, he headed down to the stairs and was startled to see the Chunin from yesterday heading up toward him. "Uchiha-sen," the man murmured. "I've been sent to notify you that Uzumaki has been registered at the academy and should show up tomorrow at 8 am. Sasuke nodded and moved past him, glancing back to see that the Chunin was staring thoughtfully at their door. Sasuke rounded the corner, then stopped and peered back, watching the man until he apparently decided to leave. Why had he been staring at their door? Full of thought, Sasuke headed to the nearest store and bought a bag full of candy bars. The man at the register had stared sickly at the amount he had bought. When he returned to the apartment, it was to a thoroughly scrubbed bedroom floor and a very pale Naruto, who sat dully in the corner, red-rimmed eyes glazed over. "Here," he muttered and produced a candy bar full of chocolate and nuts, and Naruto turned his head toward him. He handed the bar to him and watched as he took it with shaky hands, examining the wrapper until he was apparently satisfied and slowly opened it. For a second, Sasuke thought he was simply being overcautious, as if it would explode if he opened it too fast, but staring at the shaky hands, it came to him that Naruto was simply too weak to be hasty. Sasuke didn't know what it was like to be weak from hunger, and he vaguely wondered why Naruto would willingly allow himself to become that way. He watched from the bed as he nibbled slowly on the candy bar, and thought that perhaps being in the academy might inspire Naruto to eat more, and maybe be less afraid of everyone. So Sasuke spent the rest of the day watching Naruto clean the apartment and his clothes, including the ones he was wearing. To his chagrin, he was forced to wear a towel, and this time, when he made something to eat for dinner, he made sure that he cleaned up his messes. Naruto had snuck out of the bedroom to peer at his handiwork, and apparently deemed his cleaning skills satisfactory, for he had darted back into his room, throwing quick glances at the newspapered windows. He noticed that unlike yesterday, Naruto seemed to have a bit more energy, judging by his quicker movements and attentiveness to things around him, so the candy bars must be helpful. That night, as he readied himself for bed, he dreaded what he would have to do to get Naruto to come to the academy, but he hoped he wouldn't have to get too violent about it. Umino Iruka greeted his colleagues amiably as he entered his empty classroom, placing a stack of papers on his desk before sitting down in the seat. Today he planned to explain chakra manipulation, though he imagined all the students from the clans will have already tapped into their chakra. He smiled as Mizuki entered and sat at his desk. He had been relieved to have an assistant appointed to him. Training a class full of juvenile killers was not only trying, but dangerous. He couldn't begin to count how many kunai he'd had to dodge on Friday, and was planning on something less dangerous today. The door opened, and in strolled Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura, both looking excited and talkative, and they were quickly followed by other students. He watched as the always rowdy Inazuka Kiba entered, trailed by Nara Shikamaru, who looked half awake, and a hungry-looking Akimichi Chuji. Several other students wandered in along with Hyuga Hinata and Aburame Shino, before Sasuke appeared. Iruka was instantly relieved to see him. He didn't like the idea that the grieving boy might be spending his time alone, away from the other students. Though, the way those dark eyes stared ahead, it seemed that the boy was alone, whether he was around people or not. To his surprise, closely following Sasuke was a hooded child, small and apparently trying to disappear, her head down, with strands of yellow hair hanging over the face, so that the only thing he could tell was that the child's skin was very pale. She moved along behind Sasuke almost like he was cuffed to him, And before he could be startled that Sasuke wasn't mad that his personal space was being violated, he was surprised when the child sat next to him, head still bowed. Had Sasuke made a friend? He glanced around to see that all the other students were equally as curious as he, and Yamanaka and Haruno leaned forward in their seats, eyes riveted on the two. Irika got from his seat and stood in front of the two, smiling benignly down at the newcomer. "Hello. I didn't know we were receiving a new student," he greeted and glanced down at the attendance sheet, looking for a new name. "I'm Yumino Irika, your sin dash." Words died in his mouth as his eyes spied the name sitting comfortably next to Sasuke's, Uzumaki Naruto. His eyes lifted from the page and he stared at the hunched boy, taking in the hooded countenance, the air of misery that hovered over the small, quivering form. Sasuke was glancing at his seatmate, then looking at him, eyes suspicious, while Uzumaki continued to stare down at the desktop. "I'm Yu-sensei. You can call me Irika or Yumino-sensei." He quickly moved from before them and sat down at his desk, taking the rag from his back pocket and wiping his perspiring forehead. The last time he had seen the vessel of the Kyuubi, he had been a mere infant in the Hokage's arms. He remembered staring curiously down at the sleeping child and thinking that he looked nothing like a monster. After that, time moved on and he hadn't heard of the boy since, hadn't really thought of him, and hadn't heard anyone speak of him. As a matter of fact, he'd probably assumed that the child had been sent elsewhere to live. And yet, here he was, obviously terrified to be there, not even looking when he had addressed him, not looking at anything but the desk. He could feel the sheer fright coming off the child, and it was clear that it was sheer will that kept him in his seat, or it was Sasuke, because as he looked now, the Uchiha leaned toward Uzumaki slightly and murmured something to him. There was no response, or movement for that matter, and Sasuke seemed only marginally satisfied with whatever the response might have been. And so he gave a short discourse on chakra, handed out worksheets, information on chakra and its uses with 40 questions attached to it, which made most of the students groan, while Mizuki took attendance and all but balked at what he imagined was Uzumaki's name, judging by the incredulous glances he was sending his way, which Irika dearly wished he wouldn't, because Sasuke, always a keen observer, was glancing up from his worksheet every now and then, looking at both him and Mizuki, but mostly Mizuki since he was staring so hard at poor Uzumaki. Thankfully, the class settled down to silent groans of reading and to the sound of pencils moving across paper. Ino and Sakura seemed half preoccupied with work and at staring at Sasuke and Naruto. Even his own eyes returned to the two, and he noticed that Naruto was busy writing, and at a speed that said he must know something or two about chakra, or that he had read the paragraphs carefully. The former made him nervous, the latter said that he would be a good student. His eyes zeroed in on the boy's hand, and he noticed, quite oddly too, that his fingers were very bony-looking brittle actually, with pale almost translucent fingernails, and the hands had a fine tremor running through them. He couldn't tell much by the large hoodie, but the boy did seem rather small, and he wondered what kind of treatment this child got, being what he was, or more like, what he had inside of him. He glanced at Sasuke and wondered if they were friends, or if the Hokage had asked him to chaperone Naruto for the day, but that seemed unlikely, because Sasuke would glance at Naruto every few minutes, as if making sure everything was going all right with him. So it said that they must be at least associates of some kind, though he wondered for how long. 45 minutes later, the last of them had at least finished, or had given up, and he watched as Ino and Sakura got up from their seats and moved to Sasuke. "Hey Sasuke-kun, who's your new friend?" Ino inquired loudly, and Sasuke only gave her a half shrug of his shoulders and stared down at his worksheet. Ino moved to Naruto's side, Sakura following behind her, and placed an arm on Uzumaki's shoulders. "Hey, who are dash?" Naruto jerked violently away from her, his head flipped up, and Irika was able to see some of his face that wasn't concealed by hair. Hollow, pale, watery blue eyes, sunken cheekbones under stretched pallid skin. At the same time Sasuke jumped up in his seat and snarled quite viciously, "Get away from us." Ino and Sakura jumped back, faces stunned, and the class stared at Sasuke, who glared back coldly until most of the students looked away. Kiba, Shikamaru, and Shino stared curiously at the angry Uchiha, until he sat down and laced his hands before his face, elbows on the table. Uzumaki was staring down at the table again, but he had moved even closer to Sasuke, which the dark-haired boy did not protest to, and a small bony hand came up to smooth the hoodie down to conceal his face. The boy looked like he was starving. They were released for lunch in 3 hours, to stretch their legs and fill their stomachs, or everyone except Naruto's. Though he had brought a candy bar along with his own lunch, Naruto seemed too terrified to eat. He sat next to Sasuke under a tree, sitting too close and shaking terribly. He blamed Yamanaka for this. Naruto had been doing okay. He'd even discovered that he was a genius, judging by the way he answered those questions, and wondered what clan he had come from and what had happened to them. Then Yamanaka had to come over and intrude, and now Naruto seemed even worse than before. His skin was gray, and his eyes had gone to this empty, glassy look. "Sasuke, I want to go home," Naruto rasped, lifting his head up and turned his sad eyes on him. Sasuke grimaced. "There's only a few hours left, why don't you wait?" But Naruto shook his head, eyes shut tightly and tears squeezed out of them. "Please, Sasuke?" His voice sounded like broken glass. Sasuke sighed and dropped his half-eaten sandwich back into its wrapper and stood up. "Come on," he muttered as he headed back to the apartment, Naruto following too closely. While the children went out to lunch, he went over their sheets, annoyed by the stupid answers that Kiba gave, to the half-butted answers Shikamaru wrote, just a hint of his intelligence then nothing. Chuji's had oil marks on his while Shino's was short and to the point. Hinata's read as timid as she sounded, and Ino had apparently copied off of Sakura. Sasuke's was very good, he was of a genius clan, but Naruto's he had to blink several times to stare incredulously at the fine lettered print. Naruto's was a dissertation, more elaborate than the paragraphs on the first paper. It had theories, examples, and most of the words he had used were multisyllabic. The voice of these answers were not of a 6-year-old, but of a scholar. He stared at the empty desk where Uzumaki had sat, and wondered, just for a second, who or what occupied the space in the child's head. The door opened and the children returned, and he immediately noticed that Sasuke returned alone. The boy seemed in a most sour mood, periodically glaring back at Ino and Sakura enough that both girls knew that he was angry with them. He held his tongue until class was over, then called Sasuke over to his desk. "Have a seat, Sasuke." He gestured toward the seat in front of him, and the Uchiha glared at it before deciding to sit down. "Is Naruto all right?" He didn't return to class. Sasuke gave him a steady look, before his eyes darted away, and he tried his best to give an empty face while he shrugged. He wasn't feeling well. "I see," Irika murmured, feeling worry course through him. "Are you and Naruto friends?" Surprisingly, Sasuke blushed and looked decidedly embarrassed before turning his face into a scowl. "Yes." Irika hesitated then. "Is he getting enough to eat?" Sasuke turned his gaze from over his shoulder to looking directly at him, eyes searching his face, for what he could only imagine. Perhaps it would be a long time before he felt he could trust anyone again. "I can't get him to eat, he won't eat, and when he does, he throws it up," Sasuke admitted grudgingly, darting wary looks at him. Irika sat back in his chair, staring at the boy thoughtfully. "How long has he been that way?" "I dunno, maybe for years," he replied with a nonchalant shrug. "What have you been feeding him?" "Regular food." Irika scratched his nose thoughtfully. "Try soups. Regular food may be too heavy on the stomach for one that doesn't eat often, okay?" Sasuke nodded and moved to his feet, heading quickly for the door. When the room was empty but for him, he graded papers and mulled over what the Uchiha had told him. Uzumaki Naruto was either starving from neglect, or starving himself through some mental instability. He couldn't imagine that the Hokage would let this happen though. He roughly checkmarked Kiba's foolish answers, then realized that it was way past time for him to leave, the sun had set. He packed up and was about to head home, when he thought of Naruto again. What was his home life like? He glanced back at the roster and searched for Naruto's address. Writing it down, he headed for Ichiraku's, getting a simple broth with small grains of rice floating in it and headed for the Uzumaki residence. The apartment complex was decent, if a bit drab, and it seemed almost empty, not as noisy as his own apartment was. He headed for 057 and immediately caught sight of the newspapered windows. He stood before them and stared. Why were they newspapered? He knocked on the door, waiting patiently as he heard silent footsteps approach. Then the chain and bolt was released and the door cracked open, a black eye peering out at him, before the door opened fully and a blast of chemical cleanser assaulted him. Sasuke stood in the doorway, looking completely startled at his presence. "I thought I'd stop by and bring soup dash," he said by way of greeting as he invited himself in and took off his sandals, then stood there, taking the apartment in. "Whoa!" Sasuke shut the door behind him and gave him a look of complete chagrin. He's not going to like this. At that moment, a hooded Naruto stepped out of the bedroom door, eyes falling on him, and that small bony face turned sickly with horror. His mouth opened, Iruka braced himself for a scream, but only a rasp came out, and he retreated back into the room. Sasuke sighed and took the bowl of soup from him. "I think he thinks you're going to kill him. He thinks everyone's going to kill him." Iruka winced at the boy, then stared about the apartment. It was clean, cleaner than a hospital room, but with that strange, sickly smell that let you know that this wasn't a happy place. "Why are there newspaper on the windows?" Sasuke glanced at the windows warily, then shrugged. There was a thump from the bedroom and both moved toward the door. Naruto was pacing the room, stepping over fallen stacks of books, breath ragged, eyes wild as he pulled at his hair. His hood had fallen, revealing long shoulder-length hair, weak and brittle-looking. He stopped pacing as his eyes fell on him, and he flinched away from the accusatory fear in the boy's eyes. Naruto jerked into the corner, whimpering and muttering incoherent words under his unsteady breath, eyes trained upon him. Sasuke stepped into the room, showing Naruto the bowl of soup. "It's just Iruka-sensei, Naruto. He brought you soup so you won't throw up." Naruto shook his head vigorously, pulling out large strands of his hair. Iruka took a step forward, and Naruto threw himself against the wall, eyes all but bulging from his head. Iruka stepped back, and Sasuke turned to him. "He doesn't like people coming in here." He looked down at the bowl of soup. "I'll give this to him tomorrow, that maybe you should leave before he kills himself." Naruto had slid to the floor and curled up in the fetal position. Iruka pursed his lips and left the room, then stopped in the living room, eyes vacantly focused on the covered windows. The door shut behind him, and Sasuke moved past him and placed the bowl on the kitchen table. "How long have you and Naruto been living together?" He had seen several signs that Sasuke was a resident here. "A couple days," Sasuke muttered, never turning to look at him. Iruka nodded and headed for the door. "I'll see both of you tomorrow." He saw Sasuke nod as he shut the door behind him. He needed to see the Hokage. Immediately. Naruto, as it turned out, was a SLV to routine. Sasuke found that doing the same thing every day at the same time was comforting to Naruto, and he was more likely to do it if he had at least done it twice. Getting him to attend the Ninja Academy that first week had been a trial. Naruto had put up some weak attempts to escape his grasp, even going as far as flopping down on the floor and refusing to get up. Sasuke had to drag him out of the apartment, a thoroughly embarrassing ordeal. Needless to say, Naruto didn't pull that one again. After that, he seemed to resign himself to the outdoors, and had even worked his cleaning schedule around so that now his days started around 5 in the morning, and not 7. Next to Naruto, Sasuke was now the cleanest to be ninja in Konoha, and had heard several of his classmates whisper that both of them smelled like detergent. This both annoyed and pleased Sasuke, mainly because Naruto being around him gave him a completely valid excuse to get Ino and Sakura to leave him alone. Naruto didn't like anyone within 7 feet of him, that included seats as well, so to Sasuke's delight, he was able to hiss at anyone who sat any closer than 3 seats from them, and Iruka-sensei didn't contradict him. Needless to say, Naruto wasn't a favorite amongst the female population of the class, with his shady hood and his bowed head and darting eyes. But Naruto didn't make a fuss in class, or outside in general, not wanting to make a scene and have his imaginary enemies notice him, though the girls in class weren't so imaginary. Many other things were going well too, such as Naruto's eating habits. He had refused to eat the soup Iruka-sensei had brought. Actually, he refused to do a lot of things after Iruka-sensei's visit, like moving, for an instance, or answering him when he asked him if he was alright. But he'd been determined to get some kind of soup down Naruto's throat though, so he had gone out and bought multiple cans of soup. And after explaining carefully to Naruto that there was no way they could poison the soup unless they planned to poison everyone in Konoha, and there was no way they could know that the soup was for him, Naruto acquiesced and slowly and cautiously drank the soup. It had gone down so well in fact, that Naruto now had 1 bowl of soup every day at lunchtime. This meant, however, that they had to return to the apartment during lunch break, because Naruto didn't like to eat in front of people and had whispered that he didn't want anyone to know that he liked the soup or they would poison it. In the few weeks with Naruto, Sasuke found himself becoming quite creative with Naruto's weird habits. He made them run home during the break and timed their arrival with a stopwatch, and since Naruto was such a night owl, they did most of their training when Konoha was asleep. They jogged around the park at first, and it had been abysmal. Naruto was too weak to do anything more than a power walk in the beginning, and for short PRDS of time as well, but after weeks of repetition, Naruto was able to do a steady jog. His bony arms and legs began to show a bit of definition, and he had gained a bit of weight on some of the more fattier soups. He'd managed to get him to eat broth, though that had been a one-time ordeal. Naruto apparently had a rather violent aversion to meat, so violent in fact, that he had bled out of his mouth, having bitten down hard on his tongue. Sasuke had been going to Irika-sensei for occasional advice, since the Chunin instructor seemed to have taken an instant liking to Naruto, and he had suggested that if he couldn't get Naruto to eat meat, then he should get him protein pills as supplements and maybe more carbohydrates. At his blank stare, Irika-sensei had drawn up a list of breads and noodles. The noodles had been an immediate failure. Naruto wouldn't even look at the bowl, and ever since the egg sandwich, Naruto wouldn't eat bread. So Sasuke had to be creative, and he'd soaked the bread in Naruto's rice soup one evening until it had turned to mush, and though Naruto had been terribly suspicious, he still ate it. Naruto was a good taijutsu training partner, to Sasuke's secret delight. There'd been the first training episode, when Sasuke had shown him some moves and had gotten him to emulate them, but when he accidentally hit Naruto, the blonde had given him such a wounded look, he'd thought that would be the end of taijutsu training. But the next evening, when he started the training again, Naruto had begun to quickly evade his moves. Naruto was surprisingly fast, and was so phobic of touch, that he could possibly be a master in the art of evasion. Evasion. Perhaps Naruto was a master of evasion. He evaded questions, he evaded answers, he evaded people, he evaded life. The very apartment was evasion. Sasuke always felt like he had left Konoha whenever he returned there. He felt like Sasuke, and not Uchiha Sasuke, last member of his clan. The only thing Naruto asked of him was that he give him his clothes to clean every day, shut the doors quickly lest they get in, who they were he'd never know, and to clean up all his messes. Naruto didn't demand that he be great or smart. Naruto was clearly smarter than he was anyway, and he didn't seem to know or care about why Sasuke had suddenly moved in with him, or if he had any relatives that were worried about him. Naruto didn't seem to know anything more than his small apartment and the patterns on his desk at the academy. And he supposed this evasiveness was exactly how Naruto liked his world, though by Sasuke's standards, it was a miserable world. After a solid month of roommating with Naruto, Sasuke could say that he knew Naruto well enough in fact to see that something was upsetting him, something that made him revert back to not eating and making a fuss again about going outside. He'd been awakened twice by Naruto talking to himself too loudly, which he hated, because Naruto always sounded like he was talking to someone particularly hateful. Naruto stood in the living room, pale blue eyes focused on the newspapered windows. His pale face held a sheen of sweat, and his breath was short. In his shaky hands was a basket full of his and Sasuke clothes. He normally didn't like washing both of theirs together, but Sasuke was a whole lot cleaner now than when he had first moved in, and he no longer minded. He no longer minded when the place smelled like foreign food, or that Sasuke made noises that he wasn't used to, or that an extra cloth and towel now hung in the bathroom. They had been right, Sasuke wasn't so bad. Sasuke was even nice to him, and didn't hit him unless they were training, and didn't call him a monster, even though he knew he was. Unfortunately, he imagined that Sasuke might hit him today, when he woke up. When this was all over, Sasuke would be hitting him a lot, and his eyes clouded over with tears. A shadow, a shape of a man, came in front of window, and Naruto dropped the basket with a gasp, backing up. Another joined the first, and muffled voices drifted through the glass and newspaper. "This the place." The voice was hollow, tired, and he imagined that if it had color, it would be a fuzzy gray. Yes, this voice would be an angry red, perhaps streaked with bruising purple. "This is where the little BSTRD lives." Naruto stumbled to the bedroom, shutting it quickly behind him, ignoring Sasuke's questioning grumble as he lifted his head at his entrance. "We'll kill them, destroy them, tear their bodies apart, bleed them dry, sprinkle the earth with their cells." Naruto dropped to his knees as visions assailed him. He was so tall, above Konoha while it burned, the feeling of small bodies being torn apart, crushed by his limbs. There was blood in his mouth, blood of hundreds, and he gurgled, crashing to his knees, pulling at his hair so that he could suppress his screams. If the villagers knew he was in here. "Naruto!" There were fingers digging into his, prying them from his hair, and he looked up with a sob to see Sasuke's frightened face, tormented with confusion. "What's the matter? You're pulling out your hair, stop." Sasuke was so much stronger than he, and he was forced to release his hair. Sasuke moved away from him, probably disgusted, and he crawled to his corner, sobbing. He didn't think he could take any more of this. He sat back on his pillow and sobbed, vision blurred by tears, and he could only see a dark blur in front of him before something came over his mouth, and he blinked rapidly so he could see. Sasuke had a handful of paper towels, and he was wiping his mouth, and he realized that he was mopping up blood. Sasuke's face was pinched, dark eyes wide, but he seemed focused on wiping the blood from Naruto's mouth and chin until there was none left, and all Naruto could do was sit there, drained, and watch as Sasuke scrubbed the spots of blood on the carpet with cold water and bleach. He seemed very intent on that too, and Naruto imagined that Sasuke was embarrassed to be with him, which shouldn't have made him any more sadder than he already was, but it made fresh tears course down his face anyway. Sasuke left to toss the bloody paper towels away, but fear that the villagers were still out there spurred Naruto to cry out, "Don't! They'll see you!" Sasuke paused in the doorway and turned to look at him. "Who'll see me?" His voice was empty and unassuming. Naruto drew his knees to his chest and hugged them, staring fearfully at the dark-haired boy. "The villagers." Sasuke's shoulders slumped and his eyes rolled in exasperation. "This again? No one's here to kill you, Naruto. How many times do I have to tell you?" And Naruto watched as he angrily stomped away. Naruto dropped his head onto his knees and remained that way. They were echoing through his head, an angry cacophony of visions, blood, and death, and so much hate that he feared he would either vomit it up or choke on it, and he pressed a hand to his mouth to keep from doing either. When Sasuke returned, he had the basket of clothes that he had intended to wash, had apparently showered, and Naruto watched in horror as he put the clothes on. Naruto wanted to protest, but he didn't want to draw Sasuke's wrath upon him, though he knew it was inevitable, and Sasuke was going to be very angry with him in a few minutes anyway. Sasuke stood over him and folded his arms, eyeing him, and realization blossoming in his eyes. "We are going to the academy today," he stated, and narrowed his eyes at Naruto's vehement shake of head. Sasuke's face went pale, his lips turned into an angry white line, but to Naruto's complete surprise, he turned abruptly on his heels and headed for the door. "Fine. Stay in here. Yourself." The door slammed shut behind him, and soon after, the front door too. Pain bloomed right behind his left eye, flashes of red and black light coloring the vision, and Naruto crawled weakly under the bed. Didn't Sasuke know? All by himself was just going back to normal, going back to nothing. The next few days were lousy for Sasuke. He'd gotten so used to Naruto being with him at the academy that having an empty seat next to him was not only unnerving, but annoying as all hell too. It seemed, in Naruto's absence, that Ino and Sakura were back to annoying him, and he didn't have Naruto's jumpiness to warn them away with. They kept asking questions about him, wondering if he was going to come back, and clearly hoping he wasn't. Iruka-sensei was also asking questions, and had even volunteered to check up on him, but Sasuke had declined the offer, reminding him that Naruto didn't like visitors. The only visitor he seemed to tolerate was the Hokage, who was too cheerful for both their liking. He just didn't know what was up with Naruto these last few days. It was like he had completely converted to the first few days they had met, not going outside, not eating anymore, staying in the room. As a matter of fact, and this gave Sasuke pause as he pulled out the key to the door, Naruto had stopped cleaning. He lifted his head and stared at the door. Naruto had stopped cleaning. Voices caught his attention, and he noticed some villagers down below, a woman, carrying a kimono for the fall festival, which also coincided with the Kyubi no Kitsune memorial service for those who had lost their lives fight the fox demon. It was a festival that he had enjoyed going to, and briefly wondered if he would go again, and if it was possible to get Naruto to go with him. Sasuke unlocked the door and entered, with a cleanser comforting him, though it wasn't as strong as it used to be, since Naruto had stopped cleaning. The thought made him nervous. Locking the door behind him and taking off his sandals, he headed for the bedroom. His eyes fell immediately on Naruto. He looked bad. He was curled up the corner, red-rimmed eyes wide, face so pale he could see the veins underneath the skin, and he was shaking badly, as if he were standing out in the cold. His blue eyes fell on him, and they were so full of despair. "They're coming," he rasped, and as Sasuke opened his mouth in exasperation, something entirely unexpected happened. There was a loud crash in the living room, sounding like broken glass, shocking him as Naruto scrambled under the bed. It was probably the most shameful moment in Sasuke's to-be ninja career, and he couldn't exactly remember how he had gotten under the bed with Naruto so fast. One moment he had been at the bedroom door, the next under the bed next to a silently weeping Naruto. His heart was pounding in his ears, and at first, all he could hear was the sound of his quick breaths. Something hit the walls of the apartment, and both he and Naruto jumped in response. I'm sorry," Naruto gurgled around his sobs, eyes shut tight, but the tears managed to leak through. Sasuke took a deep breath and pulled out a kunai from his hip holster. "Stay here," he whispered. "I'm going out to S-." He was cut off as Naruto's eyes snapped open and a thin hand gripped his wrist tightly. "Please don't leave," Naruto pleaded, and Sasuke shook his head and crawled from under the bed, pulling loose of Naruto's startling grip. "Please don't leave, Sasuke, please." Naruto's pleas were heartbreaking, but Sasuke had to go see what the danger was. Naruto became silent as he approached the bedroom door. Sasuke eased the door open and peeked out. The window was broken, bits of glass and newspaper littered the floor, and he noticed a large brick and several rocks also littered the floor. "You effing monster!" A voice shrieked out, and Sasuke jumped, eyes darting to the window. "Come out, you be—" Something sailed through and shattered against the wall, and he saw that it was a beer bottle. Sasuke slipped through the doorway and crouched carefully along the floor so he was not visible via the window, and when he came to its side, he peeked out. Quite to his disbelief, and his mouth did fall comically open, there actually were villagers down on the ground, 6 of them, all looking red in the face and royally said. They had rocks and broken bricks in their hands, one even had a kunai, and tossed it at the broken window. It missed the apartment entirely, letting him know that this man wasn't a shinobi. But what did they want? One villager was cursing up a storm, tossing out some pretty horrible threats that seemed to please his cohorts, and all the while he used words like monster and demon. Were they talking about Naruto? What could Naruto have possibly done to these men? Sasuke felt the blood drain from his face. Had Naruto been telling the truth, warning him all along? Could it be that there really were villagers after him, trying to kill him? Another rock flew through the window and bounced off the wall, and at last the men seemed to have blown off all their steam, and they turned away and left the complex. Sasuke took a deep breath and called out to Naruto. "They're gone now." Naruto's head appeared at the bottom of the doorway, his face was red and wet with tears, his lips were bloody, but there was relief in his frightened blue eyes. They looked at him, then at the mess in the living room, and his face scrunched up, and more tears came as he climbed to his feet. Sasuke watched grimly as he moved into the kitchen, opened the cabinet under the sink, and pulled out a square plank of wood, a hammer, and some nails. This had apparently happened before. Together, they nailed the wood over the broken window, cleaned up the glass and rabble, and after Naruto completely cleaned kitchen, living room, and bathroom, retired to the bedroom. There, he helped Naruto tape more newspaper to the window, and built up the courage to ask, Why were they attacking us? Naruto's face crumbled as he smoothed the newspaper down with bony hands. Because I'm a monster, he whispered as he silently cried. When that was finished, Sasuke thought it might be nice to try and calm Naruto down, and him too, so he pulled out the 1,000-piece puzzle he had packed, and they began to put it together. And though Naruto actually seemed intrigued by the puzzle, he never stopped shaking and he never stopped crying. It was as if his tear ducts were on auto-drip. Sasuke's fist that rested on his knee tightened. Naruto wasn't crazy, Naruto was scared, because people were trying to kill him. For what? Naruto was so afraid of people. His own shadow made him nervous. Rage filled him. Naruto had been alone the last time this had happened. Then shame filled him. He'd been telling Sasuke that the villagers were trying to get him, and he hadn't believed him. Some friend he was. The next day, Sasuke was awakened to shouts and the crash of brick on wood, and he jumped out of bed quickly, eyes darting around for Naruto. He leaned over and peeked under the bed, and there Naruto was, eyes shut, hands gripping his hair and whispering to himself. Sasuke pulled out his kunai and slipped outdoor, eyes immediately falling on the splintered plank lying on the carpet and the large brick. He peeked out the side of the window and glared at the villagers, the same ones from yesterday, except they had been joined by several others. Sasuke gripped the kunai and wondered if he would be able to hit one of them when, quite to his surprise, an umbu popped up, standing on the rails, arms folded across a broad chest as he stared down at the villagers. Sasuke watched in utter fascination as the villagers' faces went from rage to instant fear, and they quickly retreated. Sasuke stared at the umbu's back in awe, admiring the sheer power of his simple presence. It was the most brilliant thing he had ever seen. If he could have that kind of presence, if he could inspire such fear. He leaned down and picked up the wood, and quickly nailed it over the window, not wanting the umbu to see him. After that, he made soup for the both of them, and had to drag Naruto from under the bed. He looked worse than yesterday. His eyes couldn't seem to stay focused, darting about in his sockets. It frightened Sasuke, and he decided that the last thing he wanted to do was leave for the academy and opted to stay. That night, Naruto became violently sick and began to throw up constantly, so they both spent most of it in the bathroom, with Naruto bent over the toilet. It left Sasuke raw and on edge by the time morning arrived, and the sounds of the fall festival pulling in full swing didn't seem to help Naruto any. Instead, it seemed to make him more crazed. Please stop, Naruto rasped around a raw throat, cradling his head and rocking back and forth. Sasuke sat on the tub rim, eyes darting between Naruto and the sounds of voices approaching the apartment. Please just stop, Naruto sobbed. I didn't do anything to anybody. Please don't say that. He was pulling at his hair again, talking to that mean person in his head again. Something hit the door, a voice shouted, and that was it. That was it. Sasuke leaped up from the tub and rushed at the door, pulling out his kunai, and he threw aside the locks, snarling as he threw open the door, because he was too angry to form anything intelligent. There was a man there, his fist raised as if he was about to pound on the door again, his mouth opened in an O of surprise. Sasuke gave another guttural snarl and swung the kunai. The man jumped back, but Sasuke managed to nick him on the neck, and the man backpedaled over the railing and fell 3 stories to the ground. The angry villagers hushed with shock, one rushing to the man as Sasuke jumped on the railing and prepared himself for a jump, but to his surprise, the villagers gathered up the motionless man and retreated as quickly as they had when the umbu appeared. Sasuke blinked rapidly as the adrenaline drained from him, watching them retreat, and he stumbled off of the railing, taking deep breaths as he backed into the apartment and shut the door. Leaning against it, he laughed like he was laughing for the first time. He felt good. No, he felt powerful, like that umbu, like he was that umbu. Sasuke laughed, running a hand through his hair, until he could laugh no more, and Naruto returned to his thoughts. As he headed for the bathroom, he admitted to himself that he clearly felt like he had passed some kind of test, and as he crouched over Naruto, gripping him in a headlock so that he would stop banging his head into the tiled floor, he promised himself, and Naruto, to power. To absolute power. There was blood everywhere, on the walls, on the floor, on the ceiling, on him. It was as if he had bathed in it, rolled around and smeared it all over his body until his very eyeballs were coated. Naruto's eyes rolled madly in their sockets as he tried to avoid looking at the pulsing body parts that littered his bedroom. There was a man's head on the bed, a man with dark hair and eyes, staring at him accusingly. On the floor below the man's head was a heart, perhaps his heart, pulsating madly, trying to pump blood through the aortas to arteries that no longer existed. Instead, it squirted droplets of blood onto the already drenched carpet. Across the room, intestines writhed around the bookcases in a macabre dance, and it seemed to move to the same beat as the heart. He wasn't sure if the images were real or fake, but he was sure that he didn't care. He was frightened all the same. There was laughter in his head, and the voices looked out through his blood-coated eyes and roared their amusement, but mostly it was rage. The head on his bed opened its mouth moved, and brown words puffed out, the color of rusted blood, and they floated toward him, wretched he imagined, if he could read at the moment. He was temporarily struck dumb, and the only thing he understood about the words were that they would hurt when they touched him. He was curled up on his pillow, hands forever smashed against his ears, a vain attempt at blocking the angry voices and their malicious laughter, their anger against the walls of his mind, in which they were trapped. Between the terror and pain, random thoughts would come to him, like that it was October, his most hated month, or that he had urinated on himself. He wanted to wash badly, but every time he removed his hands from his ears, it felt like claws were scraping against his brain, and he knew he was screaming something unnatural. A severed hand skittered across the crimson carpet. Occasionally, when he wasn't in so much pain, and the random thoughts seemed to cease, he would find a dark-haired boy crouching before him, a villager. His mind would scream, and he would whimper and wish the unknown villager away. Blackened words would puff out of his mouth, twisted with gray, and he even thought, between screaming and wishing there wasn't a wall behind him, that the boy looked clearly distressed. Then he would go away, and Naruto would return to staring at the severed head, who spit rusted words at him, hating him with his eyes. The boy reappeared in his vision, and had a paper towel in his hands, a wet one, and he wiped his face and mouth, and tried to pull his hands from his ears, but he didn't want his brains to be clawed up again, and fought to keep them pressed to his ears. He wished the villager would go away. He'd heard his family, relatives, and other people in general refer to hell. They'd say, "Go to hell," or "This is hell," or "I must be in hell," and he hadn't thought much on it, except that hell was apparently an unpleasant place and no one liked it or wanted to go there. So surely, Sasuke reasoned, this must be hell. Somehow, he and Naruto had been sentenced to hell, and there was apparently no date of release. Sasuke hovered in the doorway, staring at his roommate, Naruto, who did not seem to recognize him anymore. They had been roommates for more than a month, they had become comfortable in their routine, and it all seemed to have faded in one moment. Naruto writhed on the pillow, fresh blood smeared all over his sweater and hands from his mouth and the multiple scratches that ran down the sides of his face. His nails had been scratching his scalp raw, pulling out strands of his hair so that it littered the area where he lay. It had been 4 days since he had swung the kunai at the unknown man, and he only briefly wondered if the man was dead, and since then, Naruto had been a mess. He refused to move from the pillowed corner, would not eat, would not clean, he wouldn't even move to use the bathroom. Sasuke had attempted to drag him to the bathroom, but the mere sight of him seemed to drive Naruto insane. He had screamed, a high-pitched keen that had made him leap back in fear. Once he had caught sight of Naruto's eyes, and it seemed that some of the capillaries had popped, leaving his eyes bloody and leaking, and if they weren't constantly rolling in their sockets, they were frozen on the bed, staring at something. It was the reason why Sasuke hadn't slept on the bed since this all began. Then, there were the words, grating and thick, slurred around the blood that gurgled and trickled from his mouth. They were frightening, angry, and often enough, it didn't sound like Naruto. "It's only a matter of time," Naruto hissed suddenly between a whimper, and Sasuke stepped into the reeking room. "We'll be free, it's only a matter of time. Nothing lasts forever." The voice coming from Naruto's bloody mouth was like nails on chalkboard, and Sasuke brushed the goosebumps on his arms as he moved to where the books sat, lining the wall in neat piles. It was the spot he had been occupying for the last 4 days, because Naruto didn't seem to notice him there, only when he was directly in front of him. He tried wiping his face and mouth, tried pulling his hands from where they covered his ears and dug into his scalp, but Naruto was terrified of him. Nothing lasts forever, Naruto whispered again. His bloodshot eyes seemed to follow something along the floor, but Sasuke could only see carpet. He sighed, rubbing his exhausted eyes, and tried to tune out Naruto's constant whimpers as he settled in for another hell-like day. He hadn't returned to the academy since this had all started, too scared to leave Naruto alone in the apartment in case the villagers returned, and he half expected Irika-sensei to come and inquire about their absences, but he imagined that the Chunin was too busy enjoying that stupid fall festival, in which he blamed for all his current troubles. Right now he could be training, getting stronger, advancing faster than any other academy student, but no, he was stuck inside the apartment, with Naruto, and somehow he just knew it was all the festival's fault. He just didn't know why. Sasuke? He was awakened by the sound of his name, and his eyes jerked open, blinking blearily at the blob in the corner until they managed to focus. Naruto was on his hands and knees, bloodshot watery blue eyes darting around the room, looking lost, as if he hadn't a clue where he was. His lanky hair was matted with blood and dirt, his ears and cheeks scratched and crusted with dried blood and scabs. There was dried blood running along his neck and staining his gray sweater along with his hands. He looked like he had gotten in a fight with a girl, a particularly vicious girl. Sasuke sat up with a groan, realizing once again that he had fallen asleep on top of the books. "Naruto?" he replied hesitantly, unsure if Naruto would recognize him after a full week of screaming when his eyes fell upon him, or when he approached. Naruto's eyes fluttered in a very familiar way as he continued to look about the room in confusion. He opened his mouth, and Sasuke could see that his tongue and teeth were coated in blood. "I'll get some water," he muttered, quickly exiting the reeking room and getting a glass of water. As he was about to exit the kitchen, he paused to grab a candy bar. Naruto hadn't eaten in a week and would no doubt be hungry. When he re-entered the room, Naruto was pulling at the front of his sweater with his index finger and thumb, looking thoroughly disgusted with his appearance. "Here." Sasuke held the glass near Naruto's face, startling the blonde who blinked up at him then crawled away from the glass. As he moved, Sasuke got a whiff of blood and urine, and he grimaced as Naruto crawled out of the room and headed straight for the bathroom, which would clearly be a relief for both of them. Under normal circumstances, he would crack open a window, but he was leery of that scenario, it not being safe and all. The sound of the shower turning on was music to his ears, and he dragged Naruto's soiled pillow out of the room and into the hamper. He was awash with relief things would get back to normal, he believed, as he put the candy bar away and pulled out a can of soup. They would get back to training at nights and studying in class during the day, he thought gleefully as the soup heated on the stove. The soup was happily warmed by the time Naruto emerged from the bathroom in a fresh gray sweater and dark green pants. He wobbled into the kitchen, darting nervous glances at him as he bent over and pulled cleanser out of the cupboard under the sink. "Nah." Sasuke shut the cupboard and dragged a weak Naruto over to the table where the steaming bowl of soup sat. "Eat first," he commanded. Naruto blinked and hovered over the bowl before he took the spoon and sipped carefully, eyes moving to the window that was boarded. Sasuke grimaced. He didn't know how he would get it fixed without calling in a professional outsider. "We're going to have to get that window fixed." "How'd you fix it before?" Naruto stared dully at the soup, but jumped when a knock came from the door, and quickly staggered back into the bedroom. Sasuke pulled out a kunai and threw open the door, prepared to put up a fight, and taking a step back when he saw that it was the Hokage. He gave a half bow to the man and stepped back again, allowing the elder to enter the apartment. The Hokage's dark eyes zeroed in on the window and his face seemed to darken. "Is Naruto all right?" he inquired in a cold tone, eyes still focused on the boarded window. Sasuke resisted the urge to back away some more, scratching his arm and shooting a nervous glance at the bedroom door. "He's fine. Some villagers broke the window." "Why?" Sandaime rubbed his brow and sighed. "I suppose you'll have to ask Naruto about that." He glared at the window. "I'll have the window repaired while Naruto is at the academy." "Where is Naruto?" Sasuke swallowed and resisted the urge to look at the bedroom. He didn't want the Hokage to go in there, because it smelled of urine and unwashed body, and he also didn't want him to see Naruto with his scratched, bruised, and bloodshot eyes. Sasuke weighed the odds in his mind. Which would upset the Hokage more, Naruto in the smelly room, or Naruto in the living room? He rushed into the room and dropped down by the bed, reaching under it and grabbing what felt like Naruto's sweater. As he pulled, Naruto grabbed onto the bed leg and gave a very unusual whine. "Naruto, let go of the bed," he hissed, glancing back nervously. "It's just the Hokage, damn it. Let go or he'll come in here." Naruto released the leg as Sasuke pulled him to his feet and pulled his hood over his eyes. Sasuke, holding him by the arm, presented him to the Hokage. The old man looked Naruto over, giving a smile at the small hooded figure. "How are you, Naruto?" he asked in a kind grandfatherly voice. Naruto's thin fingers began to wring themselves as he stared at the carpet. "Fine." Naruto's voice broke around the word, which wasn't very reassuring, and the Hokage's sharp eyes narrowed. He took a step forward and Naruto's face darted up to look at him, then back down, and that one glimpse was all they needed to see his scratched face. Though he was thankful that Naruto had washed away the blood, his face still looked like someone had taken gnarled wire to it. The Hokage's brows rose and his eyes moved to Sasuke's in question. "We were sparring," Sasuke answered quickly, and felt his face redden in embarrassment. Sure, if he were a girl, the scratches on Naruto's face would have been believable. He'd seen Ino and Sakura resort to clawing and hair-pulling in a spar. He'd laughed himself sick at the time, but the Hokage didn't look amused or like he even believed him. "Your sensei has reported that neither of you have been in attendance at the academy for over a week." At his words, an Umbu moved into the doorway, frightening Naruto, who fled back to the room. Sasuke stared at the Umbu. It was the one from the other day, the one that had frightened the villagers away. He wore the mask of a turtle and had broad shoulders, very broad, unusual for a ninja, and Sasuke thought that he must do more taijutsu and strength training than the other Umbu he had seen. "Sasuke?" He looked back at the old man. The Hokage was staring quite intently at him, and he resisted the urge to cringe. "Naruto's been sick the whole week, and people have been throwing things at the apartment and shouting, and it's been driving us crazy. It wasn't safe to go out." His tone bordered on accusatory, and the Hokage gave a very exhausted sigh in response, and it was clear to Sasuke that it was going to be his only answer until he could get Naruto to say something that didn't seem crazy, though he imagined he would believe anything Naruto claimed, seeing that he had been telling the truth this whole time about the villagers wanting to kill him. He'd believe Naruto next time. Hours later, the apartment was smelling like it had been bombed with bleach, to Sasuke's satisfaction, and he stood in a towel, having had all his clothes removed, and watched as Naruto put the cleaning supplies away. The bedroom had been scrubbed from wall to floor, the bed had been stripped, and the books wiped down. He had even helped Naruto repaper the windows, even the boarded one, and had found the action strongly reassuring, though he couldn't imagine why. Now all they were waiting for was all the clothing and linen in the washing machine. Naruto returned from the kitchen looking bizarrely satisfied, with his scratched face and frail disposition. Sasuke pulled him back toward his cold soup and watched over him until he was greeted with an empty bowl and Naruto green around the edges. When their clothing and linen finished, they both headed back to the room and he helped Naruto make up the bed, an awkward affair being that he had never made up a bed before and Naruto didn't seem to like wrinkles or pockets of air. He managed to completely complicate bed making, down to weird things like the corners must be turned in triangularly and other inane techniques. When the clothes were either worn or put away, Sasuke opened up his box full of the family jutsu scrolls he had brought along with him when he had moved in. "What do you know about jutsu?" he asked the hooded blonde, who was back to his completely scrubbed corner, staring down at a book. Naruto's eyes darted up to him and he gave a small twitch, which he later realized was Naruto's attempt at a shrug. Jutsu are often the product of channeling chakra to a certain part or parts of the body through the inner coil system, which is to chakra as blood vessels are to blood, and then manipulating it to create an effect which wouldn't be possible otherwise. If the inner coil system malfunctions or is blocked in any way, it is impossible to perform any jutsu at all. Jutsu are divided into 3 categories: taijutsu, body techniques; genjutsu, mind techniques; and ninjutsu, techniques that rely on sources beyond those. Besides these main categories, there is another, more specific category, Fuin Jutsu, sealing techniques. Besides being either ninjutsu, taijutsu or genjutsu, a jutsu can also be hidden, secret. Hidden jutsu are jutsu passed down from generation to generation within some clans. Right. Sasuke blinked several times, stunned that he had managed to say all that in almost one breath. He moved from the bed and sat down in front of his roommate, separating the scrolls from the roll. These are katan jutsu that my family sort of specialized in, well, after the Sharingan. Naruto stared down at the jutsu, then glanced up at his eyes when he mentioned the Sharingan. Technically anyone can get these, but we thought we were particularly good with them. Sasuke stared down at the jutsu scrolls, feeling depressed after feeling so much relief that Naruto was back to normal again. Do you have it? Naruto's voice interrupted his dark thoughts, though it came as a wisp of a voice. He looked up from the scrolls in surprise. Do I have what? Naruto swallowed and smoothed his hood down over his eyes. The Sharingan. Sasuke felt his face flush, felt the embarrassment flood through him. No, he growled, then wished he hadn't when Naruto's body flinched. He rubbed his eyes roughly with the back of his hand and glared down at the scrolls. But it won't be long till I have it. I'm an Uchiha. To this, he met silence, and he glanced up to see that Naruto was staring down at the scrolls. What about you? Naruto didn't respond, but he knew that the blonde was listening. Were your parents ninja? Did they die on a mission or in the QB dash? He was cut off when Naruto made a loud hiss, and it seemed as if pain rippled its way under his skin. His bony hands flew up and covered his face, and there seemed to be a strained-out squeal as the blonde rocked back and forth on his pillow. Sasuke just sat there in front of Naruto with his legs crossed, picking at a fingernail. It was weird, but he wasn't upset and he wasn't mad. He'd just wait this out like everything else when it came to Naruto, waiting, patience. He was learning a lot of that. He was hoping that Naruto's family had been a clan of some kind, a clan with Kekkei Genkai that would be useful to them. I know nothing of them. Naruto's torn voice came muffled from behind his hands as he continued to rock. Maybe they died, maybe they just didn't want me. Most likely that. Nobody wants a monster. The next day he dragged Naruto out of the house, 1 because he wanted to get some training time in, and 2 because the Hokage had sent out a man to fix the window, and he knew that Naruto would freak out if anyone was in the house besides the 2 of them. Naruto seemed even more terrified to go out than the previous times, so much that he kept a firm grip on the blonde's forearm all the way to the training grounds, lest he make a run for it. Everywhere he looked, he saw people cleaning up from the festival. The ground was littered with confetti and balloons, paper cups and plates, bottles and paper lanterns. The villagers had the look of lingering satisfaction on their faces as they swept up the products of their celebration. And Sasuke had the feeling that he was never going to go to that festival again. They went to the training grounds, and Naruto was back to power walking instead of the light jog Sasuke had worked him up to. That week of craziness had sapped much out of both of them, and so they walked, and while they walked, Sasuke showed Naruto all the hand seals, and watched in silent satisfaction as Naruto mimicked each seal after he showed him. He was lucky in that Naruto wasn't a winner, and didn't complain once it was clear that a situation was out of his control, and so he did what Sasuke told him to do in silence, with darting watchful eyes and open ears. When they returned to the apartment, it was to a fixed window. Naruto was scandalized, and was very quick to newspaper it up. While he did this, Sasuke cleaned the area outside of the apartment, which wasn't littered with confetti or balloons, but with broken glass from bottles, pieces of brick that hadn't made it through the windows, and some rocks. He cleaned it with lips pressed tight in anger and taut muscles trembling with pent-up rage. When he was finished, he stomped back into the apartment and headed into the bedroom, spotting Naruto in the corner, sifting through the jutsu scrolls. Why? He snapped, startling the blonde, who dropped the scrolls and immediately hid his face with the hood. Sasuke stalked over to him and pulled the hood back roughly, glaring down at his frightened roommate. Why were they saying those things about you? What did you do? Naruto's terrified eyes darted around the room while he wrung his fingers in distress. You what? Just tell me. I won't be mad, I swear. Naruto looked up at him with watery eyes. I'm a monster, he whispered, and seemed to wait for his condemnation. Sasuke threw up his hands in frustration. You've said that before, but it means absolutely nothing to me. What, did you kill someone's babies or something? To his complete disbelief, Naruto nodded, staring almost emptily at his legs as he whispered, many people. Sasuke took a step back and bent over at the waist so he could see Naruto's face, which was white and a bit shell-shocked, like he couldn't believe he had admitted this. How'd you do that? You don't know any jutsu or dash. We were above them, Naruto interrupted, and his head darted up and he stared up at Sasuke like he was barely seeing him. We were above them and they were ants to us, our ants to us. His weak voice seemed to grow strength, and then Naruto was standing, still staring at him, and Sasuke felt a chill run through him as Naruto continued. They tried to hurt us, but we crushed them with our paws, and we crunched them with our teeth, and swept them away as dust with our tails. So many of them so small. His eyes began to follow something around the room, and Sasuke looked about to see what he was looking at, but there was nothing but the two of them. Naruto's body gave a spasm and his blue eyes rolled in their sockets. He slumped down onto his pillow and cradled his head in his small thin hands, groaning softly. Sasuke sat back on the bed and stared slack-jawed at the boy in the corner. This sounded eerily like the recollection he had heard from a cousin who had been speaking of the Kyuubi attack. Sasuke turned and stared out into the living room, seeing one of the newspapered windows, remembering the drunken, angry words of the villagers. He looked back at his companion. Do you mean that you're Kyuubi no Kitsune? A shudder ran through Naruto's body at the name, and Sasuke swallowed. Was it true? Was he sharing a room with a nine-tailed fox demon? His eyes ran over Naruto's frail form. He didn't seem like a demon that he'd seen more aggression in kittens. But what if Naruto was more aggressive? What if this was merely some type of ploy to make people think he was weak? Sasuke scratched his chin and thought harder. If Naruto was the fox demon, that meant that every one of the villagers knew about it, even the Hokage. Why would they let him live, having killed so many villagers and ninja? It didn't make sense to let something that powerful and evil wander about the village unharmed. He peered at the object of his thoughts and watched him pull the hood back over his head. Maybe they couldn't kill him, that maybe they had no choice but to let him coexist, better the enemy before you than behind. There was an infinite amount of possibilities sitting right here in this room with him, frightened of him, willing to do whatever he told him to do. He gazed at glimpses of Naruto's face, and for the first time noticed that the scratches along his cheeks and ears had all but faded, disturbingly fast for a regular person. Sasuke got to his feet and saw Naruto tense in response. Well, come on. Have to eat lunch. They returned to the academy the next day, watched under the curious eyes of the students and the very relieved eyes of Irika-sensei. They sat in their seats a distance away from all the other students and kept to themselves. That week they learned the Bunshin no Jutsu, and they both succeeded on the first try, though Naruto's wavered and disappeared after a few seconds. When they were alone, he made Naruto practice until he could keep it up for 10 minutes, then they would run home for lunch and return when it was over. And they had started an uninterrupted routine once again. Naruto cleaned house early in the morning, waking Sasuke up to take his clothes. Sasuke was learning the skill of falling back to sleep immediately while being naked. When he was fully awake, he'd stop Naruto so he could eat, then it was a jog to the academy. There, they learned the basics of being a ninja, Naruto soaring to top of the class when it came to written exams, but seemed reluctant to do anything when it came to practicals. When it came to sparring, Naruto refused to be partnered up with anyone unless their last name was Uchiha, pissing off many of the other students. When the day was over, they headed for the training grounds, where they both practiced the katan jutsus that he had. The day ended with dinner for him, but none for Naruto, whom apparently stopped at lunch when it came to eating. Anything beyond that and he was barfing in the toilet. Then it was bed for him and the pillow for Naruto, and the cycle continued, and it was a good one. The idea came over him when he had gone out to pick up an order for several kunai he'd had commissioned. Naruto was in the bedroom talking to himself and unwilling to go out, because it was Saturday, and people were less busy, he'd said. When they were less busy, they noticed him, and Naruto didn't like to be noticed. A good trait for a ninja, Sasuke thought in satisfaction, and then he had passed the Uchiha compound, and thought faded. Trees and vine grew over the walls, a clear sign that the compound wasn't being taken care of. He'd been the last one to leave the place, and he couldn't ever imagine returning there. But his feet took him to the gates, and he peered beyond the dried-up vines, then clung to the metal and stared at the empty houses. Dust had gathered on the porches, leaves had collected in the gutters, and yet everything was as he had left it, as they had left it. It was so quiet here, he glanced up at the trees and heard no bird song. It was a dead place, empty with no one but ghosts and memories. No one would probably ever come here again. A light bulb went off in his head, and Sasuke left the gate and ran all the way back to the apartment. He slammed the door shut behind him and rushed into the room, a grin on his face, though Naruto looked pale and frightened. "I've got it," he gasped, and Naruto stared up at him with large eyes. "We should move into my place." "It's Dash." Naruto was already shaking his head rapidly and vehemently. "Let me finish. It's safe over there. No one goes there, and it has walls and fences. We could train all we want and you don't have to worry about some villagers showing up." Naruto had stopped shaking his head, but his eyes moved about the room nervously, as if he expected it to dissolve around him. "We could move in the middle of the night, everyone would still think you are here, and even if they find that you are gone, they won't know you're at my place." For once, Naruto was giving him a speculative look, which was kind of creepy. "It'll be an easy move." Sasuke looked about the room. All they had were clothes, books, and some scrolls. They didn't need to bring any furniture along since his house had everything still in it, like all the other houses, except for bodies. There were none of those. He hesitated. Should he tell Naruto about what had happened to his family? He shook his head and grabbed his blue traveling pack. It was best not to tell Naruto anything. What he didn't know couldn't harm him. He wound up doing most of the moving, being that Naruto was no help carrying things that were heavy, and he was too jumpy to pay complete attention to where they were going. So Sasuke left him behind and moved all of Naruto's books into his old room, which was much larger than Naruto's. The next night he took all of their clothes, and made a return trip to turn off the refrigerator and remove the remainder of the food in the kitchen. And last, he retrieved Naruto, who looked like he was close to having a nervous breakdown now that his room was completely empty except for the bed. It was 3 in the morning by the time they reached the gates for the last time, and Sasuke was about to drop from exhaustion, and yet he was excited. They'd be able to train without Naruto becoming distracted. They'd be able to see what abilities Naruto possessed, if he really was the fox demon. This was the perfect place. The moment they approached the place, Naruto wanted to run. The air stank of death, misery, and pain, so much pain, and it all seemed to hover in the air like a miasma. He stopped as Sasuke opened the gate and beckoned him in, but he shook his head. Sasuke's hands snapped out and he grabbed him, and he swallowed a scream as he was yanked inside and the gate shut ominously behind him. They breathed, and their satisfaction ran through him. There were many houses, all sitting along a road that seemed to wind its way through the compound. The place seemed more like a mini-village inside of a bigger one. There was movement in the corner of one of the houses closest to them. Naruto stood there, eyes transfixed as a jeering hand dug into the dirt by the house and pulled itself forward. The hand was connected to a bloody arm, and the arm wriggled and convulsed against the dirt until a head was revealed, a man with dark hair and eyes, mouth agape and full of blood. He gave a gurgle, black eyes rolling madly in his sockets until they focused on him, and Naruto trembled as the man writhed forward in the dirt. His throat revealed to be sliced open, his entrails dragging beside him, and he inched toward Naruto, who wrung his fingers and watched in terror. "Come on," came Sasuke's voice, and he gasped and jumped as the dark-haired boy gripped his bicep and pulled him along, eyes focused ahead, a look of anticipation in his eyes. "This is where I and my clan used to live. The great Uchiha clan." They passed by a child with similar features to Sasuke, holding a woman's head in his hands, sobbing, with a kunai lodged in his brain. Naruto averted his eyes and stepped closely to Sasuke, who acted like he couldn't see them. Why would Sasuke take him here? Why would he do this to him? Was he punishing him for being a monster? Was this where he felt he belonged? Tears welled up in his eyes, and he darted away from the man that stood in the middle of the path, a deep gash running from shoulder to hip. His dark eyes followed Naruto as he and Sasuke passed. Sasuke was frowning at him, glancing around, eyes passing over the man, but apparently by his shrug, not seeing him. He saw women in windows holding headless babies, and men on porches, hobbling on bloody stumps. They all stopped to look at him. They stopped in front of a large house, and he saw that Sasuke hesitated a moment before entering. "This is where we're going to live from now on," he muttered, and Naruto saw that he was pale. They entered the house, and Naruto choked. There was so much hate and anger here, so much of it, that he imagined it had spread throughout the compound and had consumed everyone in its path. A woman came into view, a pretty woman with soft dark eyes and lovely black hair, and a kunai sitting deep in her BRST. She looked at Sasuke, opening her mouth, and it was like a black cavern, endless, and a roaring wail came from her, so loud that Naruto covered his ears and screamed. He staggered away, crashing into a wall, feeling hands on him, but he continued to scream, pressing his palms tightly against his ears, his head seeming to split with the pain, hearing nothing but the woman's roar. And then silence. Naruto opened his eyes, and he saw that he was in a different room, a room with posters on the walls and toys littered on the floor. He stared emptily at one, a blue dragon with large eyes and a long, almost comical tongue. It lay on its back, staring at the ceiling. His eyes drifted up, and he saw Sasuke sitting on a larger bed, and looking a bit gray, kind of like on the evening he had met him. Naruto wiped his eyes with a trembling hand and realized he was sitting in a corner, a dusty corner, a contaminated corner, and he knew that he would be cleaning all morning. This house was big and it was dirty, filthy. He pulled his legs under him and eyed the door, half expecting the woman to come in. Instead, Sasuke spoke in a quiet, haunted voice. "I bet you can sense what happened here, huh?" He had what looked like a ninja action figure in his hand, and he moved its arms and legs as he spoke. "Everyone knows what happened to the Uchihas." He put the ninja in a pose, legs spread, hands together in mock jutsu stance. "My brother was the best Uchiha my clan had ever produced, the smartest, fastest, most powerful that he was so cool." Sasuke stared at the ninja, then positioned its head to the left, then the right. And then he killed everyone. And with his flat words he pulled the ninja's head off and let it slip through his fingers. Naruto watched it bounce to the floor then roll towards him. They began to murmur through his head, causing an immediate ache as the head rolled to a stop near his knees, the painted eyes fierce and defiant. Naruto cradled his head in his hands and gave a small whimper. He was supposed to be safe here. Sasuke said it would be safe, that no one would harm him. But Sasuke lied. Sasuke lies. Everyone lies to him, and he shouldn't have expected anything otherwise. He was in a dark place, a black void, floating, but not alone. No, he was never alone, couldn't ever recall being alone. They were always with him, as they were now. Eyes appeared in the void, large eyes, the eyes of a giant, red and black, blue and purple, green and yellow, and so many more that they took up the space in the void, filling the darkness. Naruto curled into a ball, made himself as small as possible, but still they saw him. "You are weak," they boomed, and Naruto flinched, pain lancing up his spine and settling behind his eyes. "But you have been given an opportunity that we will not let pass us by. We will be powerful again." There was a great deal of delighted laughter at this. "You will not fail us." It felt as if the eyes were so close that they were touching him. He understood the threat, the price if he failed. Eternal torment, eternal misery, forever with them. "Wake up." Naruto's body jolted, and his eyes flew open. He blinked rapidly as the headache descended upon him, and he sat forward on his pillow and surveyed the room. It was much larger than his own had been, with a bigger bed and a long bookcase taking up one side of the room. When Sasuke had finally dozed off, Naruto had placed his collection of books in the case, and had been pleased to find that they all fit. And while Sasuke slept curled up under his blankets, he picked up the toys and placed them in the large chest that sat in another corner of the room. He pulled out his bag full of cleaning supplies and wiped down every surface as quietly as he could without waking the dark-haired boy, who did not stir once. Taking a deep breath, Naruto picked up the bag and opened the door, fear rising in him as he peeked out into the dark, cold hallway. He half expected the woman to be there, waiting for him to come out, but the hall was empty and silent, except for the occasional creaks of the house. He swallowed nervously and stepped out, slowly, shutting the bedroom door behind him, breaking out in a cold sweat as he slipped down the hallway and entered the large living room. It had much more furniture than he liked to see, fancy furniture, and all of it coated with dust and filth. Naruto sighed. This would take all morning, and with the headache he had, the blonde took another deep breath and got to work, washing the wooden walls, wiping down the couches, scrubbing the carpets, polishing the tables and lamps. When that was finished, an hour's worth of labor, he slipped into another room, which turned out to be a very big kitchen. He moved to the kitchen sink and opened the cabinet beneath it, and was pleased to see an array of cleaning material already available to him, because no doubt he would run out with such a big house. He grabbed a few bottles, straightened up and turned, and gasped in horror as the woman from yesterday stood behind him. The bottles slipped from his arms, crashing to the linoleum as he backed up into the sink. The woman, who was probably Sasuke's mother, simply stared at him, her dark eyes filled with tears, her face lined with grief. Then she turned and walked out of the kitchen, leaving him shaking in front of the sink, pale and sweaty, heart pounding in his ears. And they laughed. After 10 minutes of shaking, he worked on the kitchen, mopping the floor, cleaning the stove, polishing tables and chairs. When he was finished with that, he drank from the faucet, quenching his thirst. Then he moved on to another room connected to the living room, but froze in the doorway when the stench of blood assaulted his nose. This room also looked like a living room, except it seemed more serious, with a longer table and many chairs, and farther into the room was a very large desk. On the floor before the table was a very large stain, a stain he understood all too well, and standing on the stain was a man, dark of hair and eyes, with lines running along his face putting him somewhere in his 40s. He also had a kunai in his chest, but he was also missing an arm. He stared at Naruto dispassionately before speaking in a cold voice. "Have you come to take our souls, demon?" Rusted puffs came with each of his words. Naruto wrung his fingers as he stood in the doorway, shaking his head in reply. The man stared at him a moment, before replying, "You think you can hide in the body of a child? I can see your glowing red eyes." His dark eyes bored into his own, dead, lifeless, but at the same time, angry. "You cannot fool me, dash." Naruto backed out of the doorway and shut the door, staring at it before taking a deep breath and turning his back to face the living room. The house had to be clean, but not even he would dare clean that one. He moved on to several other rooms, a few bathrooms and hallways, a stairway, and one very chilling, isolated room filled with ninja apparel and a bed. This room had almost been as bad as that other room. There was a muted anger here. It seemed to fester. The very air, and Naruto was left to wonder if all the bad things that happened in this little village had started right here in this room. He moved through that one quickly before leaving. He was relieved to say that Sasuke's mother and father were the only two he had come across. When he returned to the first floor, it was to see that Sasuke was awake and making breakfast, still looking a bit pale, but also determined. Determined was bad, because it meant that Sasuke was probably going to make him do things he didn't want to do. He rubbed his eyes, which felt swollen by the force of his headache, and put the cleaning materials away. It was 7 in the morning, and it had taken him 4 hours to clean the majority of the house, minus the room with the stain and Sasuke's father. "We leave in an hour," Sasuke reminded him as he placed the bowl of cold soup in front of him. Naruto sighed and picked up the spoon but made no complaint. There was no need to do such a thing. Sasuke would only force him out of the house, and fighting back would only be wasted energy. After they ate and showered, Sasuke helped him newspaper every window in the house, and there were many of them, and he was doubly grateful for all the back issues Sasuke's father had kept, because he was doing double layers, being that he didn't want all the massacred Uchiha to look inside, which some of them were doing as he taped down the newspaper. Sasuke made no comment as to why he was shaking so much. Then they ventured out to the academy, and he stuck very close to Sasuke while all the Uchiha lifted their heads and watched him go, some eyes full of nothing, others full of despair, horror, pain, or most common wanting. What they wanted, he could only imagine. At first he was struck by his own stupidity at returning to the Uchiha compound. What had he been thinking, coming back to this place, where his whole life had been ruined? He was sure he would crack in the first night alone, back in his own bedroom, back to all the memories. But he had awakened at one point, and seen Naruto putting his books in his bookcase, and all the fears seemed to ease away. Naruto was part of his new life, in which his old one couldn't touch, and Naruto's indifference to his tragedy was reassuring. He didn't need pity, or for someone to constantly bring it up, or try to heal it for that matter, and he could assure himself that Naruto would do none of these. Naruto would not talk about it at all, not because he was tactful or sensitive, but because talking meant someone would pay attention to him, and Naruto just didn't like to talk, which was fine with Sasuke. And it turned out, as time passed, that though he was back where he had started, things were still different, and though Naruto was jumpy and stared at weird things, he also went outside more without Sasuke having to pull him out or glare threateningly. They trained when they wanted, day or night, without the worry that someone would approach them, except for the Hokage, who was very surprised by their move. But he was also very pleased by Naruto's progress. The blonde no longer looked like he was starving, had grown a few inches, and actually managed to look at the Hokage without fear. That didn't mean he talked to him. A conversation with Naruto consisted of yes or no, unless, and this was the only exception, if he was giving a textbook-style explanation, and this he didn't do very often because Sasuke had stopped asking him if he knew things. He just assumed Naruto did, and if he didn't, well, Sasuke couldn't tell. Naruto was a very good training partner. Reluctance and frailty aside, it appeared that Naruto was the type of person that when he did things, he did them right. So though he knew Naruto had no wish to be a ninja, that didn't stop the blonde from taking training seriously. He fought Sasuke during taijutsu training, and he was sleek and fast, incredibly evasive and leaning toward the fluid movements of Tai Chi. His jutsu abilities were at the standard level, and he could perform all of the katan jutsu Sasuke could, and his kunai tossing was accurate and deadly now that he had the physical strength to make the kunai stick. So it wasn't much of a surprise when Naruto quietly mentioned the use of a katana. The man had approached him while he sat under a tree with Sasuke, sweating from their taijutsu training, and feeling the ache in his muscles, and from spots where Sasuke had hit him. The sun was peeking at them through the leaves, and he wished he were inside where it couldn't bug his eyes. He was already feeling very nervous, not because he was outside, but because it was quiet. Everything was quiet. They had not said or laughed or roared in the last hour, and this frightened him. He had been hearing them all his life. They had made their presence known to him the moment he could understand the concept of thought or an inner voice. They had always been there, and yet they were silent. He could only conclude that they planned something horrible for him, in the same way they forced Sasuke upon him. So when the man with a large chunk of his skull missing staggered toward them, he was not surprised. Sasuke was oblivious, as usual, staring out at some of the houses, unaware that the man was there. He wore a chunin's vest, and his hitayate hung comfortably around his neck, seeming completely normal despite the exposed brain. Dangling in one hand was a katana, worn from use and looking quite comfortable. He stopped several feet from them, and Naruto looked up at him, ready to leap out of the way if the man attacked, which he no doubt would, being that he was a villager, and they always wanted to see him suffer. "You're a small one, eh?" the man commented congenially, puffs of rust escaping his mouth. Naruto swallowed and glanced at Sasuke, who started to sharpen a kunai, looking relaxed and content. He looked back at the man, who smiled happily, which was alarming, because none of the other Uchihas had ever smiled. He couldn't imagine why they would have a reason to. "I saw you and Fugaku's boy sparring, and you looked to me like the kind of boy who should be getting a sword." He leaned forward and peered down at him, and Naruto leaned back. "You're not very strong physically, but you got precision and you got speed. Go get yourself a sword and I'll show you some moves, since I ain't done shit for 6 effin' months." He waited for Naruto to reply, and just when he decided not to say anything, they stirred, and he knew he would have to do what they wanted. Naruto nodded rapidly, and the man smiled. "Good. I'm Napshin. I'll see you sometime." And strangely enough, his gaze hollowed out, and he seemed to lose interest and simply drifted away. Naruto wiped his brow and glanced again at Sasuke, who was inspecting the kunai he was sharpening. "Sasuke?" he whispered, and the other lifted his head and turned questioning dark eyes upon him. Naruto averted his eyes, instead staring at Sasuke's shoulder. "I would like to train with a sword." A look of keen interest flashed through Sasuke's eyes, and he turned and gazed toward the houses. "That's interesting," he commented and got to his feet. Naruto stood up and quickly followed him as he made his way through a winding path between houses, pausing at intervals with a slight frown, before turning down one corner until he approached a square house with the distinct scent of metal. Sasuke hesitated at the door before stepping in. The house was actually an armory, the walls lined with spears, cudgels, katana, nodachis, poles, kunai, shuriken, and axes. Sasuke stepped up to one of the walls and pulled down a short-bladed katana, about the length of his arm, give or take a few inches. He handed it to Naruto, and as he gripped the worn gray handle, noticed that it wasn't as heavy as he had thought. He carefully swung the blade, watching how the blade arced through the air, and saw out of the corner of his eye Sasuke picking up another, almost identical katana. "We can train together," Sasuke said, swinging the blade with more force and carelessness than Naruto dared. "What made you want to learn the art of the sword?" Naruto shrugged and smoothed down his hood. His eyes found a dark smear on the wall, and he quickly gazed about, searching for the blacksmith, hoping that he wasn't still in the room. Together they exited the armory, Sasuke admiring the katana and the sheaths they had confiscated. He noticed, as things seemed to go, that the Uchiha were most active during nightfall, which was no big surprise as scary stories went, and even though he was terrified to go out, they gave him such a headache that he was all but forced to seek out Nabeshin. He was putting ninja stealth to use, and he hid behind trees, or water heaters, benches, and behind forgotten laundry on hangers to avoid the bloody, wandering Uchiha. He often found Nabeshin wandering around it building, looking agitated, and he looked upset every time Naruto approached him, and he could only reason that something about the house upset Nabeshin greatly, and he couldn't understand why Nabeshin would return there every night if the place upset him so. But Nabeshin was an excellent teacher, very patient, and though his head leaked and his brain sat exposed to the elements, he showed Naruto the proper way to hold the katana, to sheath it, and how to stand. He never touched him, and Naruto never made an attempt to make physical contact. The very thought made his skin crawl, mostly because he didn't like when people touched him and barely tolerated it from Sasuke. After a few hours of lessons, Naruto would return to the house to clean and run from Sasuke's mother, who sometimes roared throughout the house, and he had awakened Sasuke several times with his screaming. Sasuke dealt with this in his usual way, which was to drag him back to the room and stand around and wait until he could produce coherent thoughts again. He never asked him what the matter was. After a day spent at the academy, Naruto would show Sasuke what he learned from Nabeshin, and though Sasuke was mystified as to where he had learned the techniques, the dark-haired boy simply believed that as the nine-tailed fox demon he would know these things. Actually, the idea that he may know things that Sasuke didn't seem to intrigue the Uchiha greatly, and he often asked what else did he know. These questions often excited them too much, enough to pain him and send him to his corner, and often when things got that bad, Sasuke would leave him alone, and eventually he stopped asking. But Nabeshin's lessons were proficient. Sasuke had a natural talent for the blade, and both of them trained until the blade felt like a mere extension of their arms. They knew each other's moves, and they fought each other into a standstill, or until Naruto got tired and gave up, which frustrated Sasuke to no end. Sasuke didn't like it when Naruto surrendered, and often yelled at him for this weakness. Naruto didn't much care, as long as Sasuke didn't strike him for it, which thankfully he never did outside of training. But Naruto always expected him to. Boys. Haruno Sakura was very excited today. Today, all her years at the Ninja Academy would pay off, and she would be taking a final exam and move on to be a genin. This was a moment in a series of moments that she had been waiting for, and she just knew that after she passed the exam, she would be teamed up with the coolest, handsomest, strongest ninja of their class. The top rookie academy student, Uchiha Sasuke. She blushed in the mirror and drew her brush through her hair for the 100th time until it absolutely gleamed. She had tried to imagine what being on a team with him would be like, how much potential she could bring, how many missions they would complete, how much he would see that she was the coolest kunoichi around. She stepped out of her house and headed down toward the academy. She knew that she would be on the same team as he, but she couldn't figure out who that third member would be. But she knew one thing that made her not worry: it wouldn't be Uzumaki Naruto. Her teeth clenched at the though of his name. She absolutely hated Naruto, and she wasn't the only girl that felt the same. Naruto was the reason that none of the girls could get close to Sasuke, because apparently Naruto didn't like anyone within 10 feet of him, in all angles, and since he was always with Sasuke, no one ever got close to the gorgeous Uchiha. As a matter of fact, ever since Naruto had shown up, Sakura could only recall one time when Sasuke wasn't with him. If one was absent, both were. The girls liked to think of Naruto as a leech, clinging on to Sasuke, always taking up his time and attention, so that no one could ever speak to him. Some of the boys had made crude comments before that Naruto was Sasuke's little girlfriend, but that joke had faded when Sasuke beat the boy up in the bathroom pretty badly. She'd heard Kiba say that Naruto had just stood by and watched. She could imagine it, and shuddered at the thought of Naruto's eyes. She hated those red-rimmed, shadowed eyes. When they fell on her, they always seemed to be accusing her of something. Naruto always made her feel like she had committed a crime, and she couldn't stand it. What had she ever done to him? And sometimes, when she got too close, and Naruto would move closer to Sasuke, the dark-haired boy would give her such a look, like she was the bane of his existence, and how dare she make Naruto uncomfortable. How she hated Uzumaki. And then, of course, he'd had to take her spot academically. So not only was he taking up Sasuke's time, he also had to be a genius as well. She'd seen his work, his neat penmanship and his superior textbook-like answers. She'd seen Shikamaru send him fascinated looks, no doubt intrigued by the hooded blonde, who never spoke, even when addressed by Irika-sensei and Mizuki-sensei. This was often a comical event in class, because although Irika-sensei had long ago stopped asking Naruto questions, Mizuki-sensei seemed intent on getting answers from Naruto. And no matter how vehemently he asked, or slapped his hands down on Naruto's desk, the hooded blonde would remain immobile, forever staring at his desktop. One time, Mizuki-sensei had gotten so fed up with Naruto's insolence that he had reached out to grab the blonde's face, but Sasuke had jumped up and grabbed his wrist and had given him a nasty glare. The tension had only been defused when Irika-sensei returned to the classroom to see the standoff. Needless to say, Naruto still never spoke to him, and they all had talked of it for many days. She supposed what bugged her the most was that not only was he good academically, but when it came to taijutsu and ninjutsu, Naruto was good. She and many others had often stopped to watch Sasuke and Naruto spar, and it was marvelous. Sasuke moved with power, a punch or a kick filled with force, precision and grace. He was always an offense fighter, while Naruto was the opposite, fluid and light, quick on his feet and often redirecting the force of Sasuke's punches and kicks. They mirrored each other in a way that said they fought often, so that they never really scored each other, since they apparently knew each other so well. This, of course, bugged her. What was the likelihood that they would both end up on the same team? She didn't think she could compete with Naruto, but she wouldn't worry. They never placed two geniuses on the same team. As she stepped into the academy, she immediately spied both boys, standing in a corner, both heads bowed close together, as if they were speaking. She couldn't see Naruto's face, because his blonde bangs and hood covered most of his face, but she could see some of Sasuke's face, and he looked downright unhappy. As if sensing her gaze, he looked up, and she shrank away from the rage in his eyes. Sasuke looked sad. Naruto did not look up, which wasn't uncommon, but he did put a hand over his eyes and squeezed his temples with his index and thumb. It was something she had seen her mother do when she had a headache. Yesterday everyone had been talking about the shocking scene that had taken place outside, and she shot covert glances at the hooded blonde. What had Sasuke done to him? For a second she paused on the thought, why would she think Sasuke had done anything to him? She had heard the terrible screaming. But why was Sasuke so mad? He had been living in a world comprising solely of him and Naruto. Sasuke would admit this, that they seemed like the only living things in a world of ghosts. He hadn't been paying too much attention to what was going on around them, that time was passing by, birthdays had come and gone without notice. The world outside the Uchiha compound had become a blur, almost intangible except for days at the academy or when he needed to stock up on supplies. There was him, there was Naruto, there was training and cleaning and keeping Naruto from killing himself all week during the fall festival. There were newspaper windows, all-nighters, and patching up cuts and bruises. There were katana to sharpen and chakra to mold. There was forcing Naruto to eat and waking up to have his pajamas taken and perfecting jutsu. There was complete silence and the lack of conversation. There was his world, consisting of him and Naruto. And then Iruka-sensei had announced the genin exam, and it was as if he had awakened from a perfectly acceptable dream, the kind where you wake said because it was way better than the waking world. In his mind, those were the worst dreams, and Iruka-sensei had crushed it like a cockroach. Though the idea of moving up in his ninja career should be a happy thought, it was clouded over by the realization that they would be moved into teams, and there was no guarantee that Naruto would be placed with him. And by the gray cast of Naruto's skin, the blonde had arrived to the same conclusion, probably before him. There had been the sound of all the other students, and they chattered in excitement over Iruka-sensei's calls about reviewing material, and it was as if he was seeing and hearing them for the first time. He had lifted his head and surveyed them, seen kids he used to talk to bouncing in their seats, bragging about their potential. All the girls were crowded together, squealing at one another, and a few glanced at him in excitement. Sasuke had turned back to stare down at his desk, and realized that he mirrored Naruto, who had not once looked up. Naruto was instead staring down at the desk in horror, face going from gray to a nasty shade of yellow, very alarming, and Sasuke had quickly asked to be excused. Iruka-sensei had been about to ask why, but he had caught a glimpse of Naruto's face and had allowed them to leave. Naruto threw up breakfast in bathroom, and then proceeded to hug the toilet, shaking and staring into the bowl. "I won't go out there," he rasped, and when he looked up at him, Sasuke had seen his eyes look completely wild. He knew that look. It was the same look he got during the fall festival, crazed and unfocused, his eyes jittering in their sockets. He felt dread course through him. "Not out here," he had hissed and tried to pull Naruto away from the toilet, but the blonde clung to it like his life depended on it. "I won't go on team alone. They can't make me." Naruto started to shriek, and Sasuke was alarmed to see that his nose began to gush blood. Naruto released the toilet and dug his hands into his scalp. "You can't make me." He started to scream. "You can't make me." Sasuke felt a presence behind him and spun to see Shikamaru standing in the doorway, brown eyes staring in alarm at the crouching blonde, who was now pulling out chunks of his hair. "I won't go, I won't go." Naruto was wailing, and Sasuke quickly wrapped both arms around the blonde and dragged him out the stall while he continued to shriek. He dragged him out of the bathroom, aware that Shikamaru was still following him, and he took a second to pause and glance back at the worried boy. "He's just having a moment," he called over Naruto's screams, feeling flecks of blood splatter his face, and he quickly continued to drag Naruto away from the academy just as he noticed several students and Chun-Nin appear at the doors and windows. "Should I get a sensei?" Shikamaru offered, still following, wincing as he saw Naruto's nails run over his whiskered face, immediately drawing more blood that wasn't already pouring out of his nose, mouth, and scalp. "No," Sasuke huffed as he struggled not to fall over as Naruto writhed in his arms, his legs almost tangling with his own. "Just leave us, you're making him crazy." Shikamaru stopped and stayed back as he struggled on, stopping only once to keep Naruto's hood over his head as the villagers stopped to stare in shock as they passed. Naruto's blood was now running all over Sasuke's face and soaking into the neck of his shirt, and he was surprised Naruto hadn't started clawing at his face. "I won't go. They can't make me." Naruto continued to scream. "They can't make me." The progress had been slow and taxing, and Naruto's screams were starting to attract even more attention. Pursing his lips, Sasuke had dragged Naruto into an alley and quickly slammed the blonde's head into the wall, cutting his screams short with a choking sound, and the blonde went limp. Sasuke had then carried the bloody blonde all the way back to the compound, leaving him in a very guilty, very foul mood. A very foul mood. Sasuke sat down at his seat as the class was called to order and sent a sideways glare at his hooded companion, who seated himself quietly and was still holding his head in pain. Getting Naruto to come for the genin exam had been like pulling teeth. They had gone back to dragging and holding onto doorways. And then Naruto had suddenly jumped up and rushed out of the house like the devil had been at his heels, leaving Sasuke puzzled and agitated. And it didn't help that Sakura kept staring at him and Naruto at intervals, with a stupid doe-eyed look. He really hadn't thought that they could be separated into different teams. He'd been so into training that nothing else seemed to exist. By the way Naruto had been going on, it was unlikely that he would come back to the academy if he was separated from Sasuke, and he didn't think any amount of verbal abuse would get him to go. "All right," Irika-sensei called above the excited murmur, "when I call your names, come up front and perform the task given to you." He then sat down next to Mizuki-sensei, and the exam began. It was easy enough. All they had to do was create a henge bunshin, which was so easy it was actually ridiculous. One by one they went through the students until his name was called, and he moved from his desk and stepped forward to perform the useless task, glancing back once to make sure Naruto wasn't having a nervous breakdown because Sasuke had left him. No, Naruto was still staring down at the desk, though it seemed that his headache was worse, judging by the fine tremble in his fingers that still cradled his head. Sasuke felt bad about that. He hadn't wanted to bash Naruto's head to knock him out, but the blonde had been too crazy for him to handle all the way home without one of the many ninja on duty noticing. Sasuke performed the henge and bunshin, and calmly returned to his seat just as Naruto's name was called. He sat down and turned to look at his companion. Naruto's eyes were turning red and glassy, as if he had been crying for hours, and he was shaking even more. It hit Sasuke that Naruto wasn't going to go up. He was going to fail the exam by not responding. "Uzumaki Naruto?" Irika-sensei called, and looked up to see both boys in their seats. "Get up." "There," Sasuke hissed as quietly as he could between clenched teeth, but Naruto's lips thinned and the boy shook his head minutely. Sasuke gripped his arm tightly, putting enough pressure for it to hurt, and growled, "If you don't go up there, I'll kill you later." The blood drained from the blonde's face and he looked up at him, red eyes wide, then slowly got up from the desk and quickly moved to the front. In the back of the class, Inuzuka Kiba watched as Uzumaki performed the jutsu perfectly, then turned to stare down at Uchiha. And Inuzuka had excellent hearing, better than most, and he watched as Naruto returned to his seat next to Sasuke, his shoulders even more hunched than they already were, and felt pretty sorry for the kid. He couldn't for the life of him understand why Naruto hung around such a self-righteous bastard. Half the time he was relieved that he could manage staying in the same room as the Uchiha. It was no surprise that the BU was such a JRK to Uzumaki. Everyone was let go early to celebrate their graduation with family and friends, but Sasuke rushed them home, angry and barely in control of his temper. "What were you thinking? All those years of training, and you were just going to throw it away? And for what? Because you're scared." Naruto kept his head down, not replying. "Yeah, well, I guess that's no big surprise," Sasuke snapped as they passed through the compound gates. "Your middle name is probably Scared, or Frightened, or most likely Pathetic." Sasuke stomped into the house, then spun and pointed a finger at Naruto, who jumped back. "Well, I don't care how scared you are, you're going to show up tomorrow for team placement, and the day after, and so on. Or so help me dash." He raised his hand, perhaps to hit him, but Naruto's face was beginning to crumble, and the rage drained from his body. He took a deep breath and went back outside for fresh air. Naruto did not follow. The next day did not start well. Naruto refused to eat breakfast, instead choosing to stare at nothing with a glassy-eyed disposition, and Sasuke was only grateful that Naruto didn't put up a fuss when they left for the academy. When they arrived, it was to the increased excitement of the passing academy students, and quite oddly, the occasional glare from Inuzuka Kiba, which was strange, because he couldn't remember saying 2 words to the dog-boy. As a matter of fact, he couldn't remember saying 2 words to anyone other than Naruto in a long time. When everyone settled, Irika-sensei pulled out a list and cleared his throat. "I'm going to first call out a team number, then 3 genin who will be in that team. Don't bother asking me to change the team later, it's not happening. Alright, for Team 5 dash." The names and teams were called out. Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino were put together as Team 8, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Chuji were Team 10. Ino looked downright enraged when this was announced, but the highlight. of the event was that Haruno Sakura was put on Team 4, with 2 boys he wasn't familiar with. The girl looked absolutely crushed. For Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Yoshina Kaori, Sasuke gave an audible sigh of relief and glanced at Naruto, whose lip was bleeding, but the blonde was clearly relieved. All that drama for nothing. Then he frowned. Who was Yoshina Kaori? Hitaki Kakashi stepped into the Uchiha main house and crinkled his nose at the strong cleanser scent that assaulted him and promised a maniacal headache. The Hokage moved to the living room and sat down with a sigh, eyes moving around the room. To Kakashi, it didn't seem like the residence of 2 practically unsupervised children, but more like the house of an obsessive neat freak. He wandered through the rooms, stopping in what appeared to the boys' room, though there was only one bed, perfectly made. He paused in the middle of the room and stared down at the pillow that sat in the corner. That's where Naruto resides, the Sandame's voice came, and he glanced back at the older man. He doesn't sleep very often, so he apparently has no use for a bed. Was Kakashi's most intelligent reply. He'd read up on both boys, what Umino Irika had written, the Hokage himself had written. It seems Uchiha Sasuke was the best thing to happen to Naruto, who was apparently a borderline schizophrenic, a condition that gave him pause as his eye fell on the newspapered windows. Before Sasuke, Naruto barely ate, slept, or left his apartment unless it was to get cleaning supplies. Sasuke had not only gotten him to eat, but to venture out and join the academy. Well, truthfully, as the Hokage admitted, Naruto had been forced to go. But he was a bit healthier, and was at the top of his class, and was around people. Irika's report said something different though. Sasuke had completely shut down once he and Naruto returned to the academy. Both were extremely antisocial, seeming, and this was what Umino-san had written, as if they had retreated into their own little world. Kakashi was left feeling like he wasn't sure he could deal with both boys. Putting them on a team will remind them of the world, and others, Sandame assured, and he only sighed and shook his head. I'll try my best. And his best was all he could give. Yoshina Kaori was one of those goth girls, who wore too much eyeliner and black lipstick, and was apparently fond of fishnet anything. Her hair was cut in short spikes, and she looked at both boys with bland brown eyes and a few bruises on her face. She wasn't very popular with the other to be kunoichi, and she sat a seat away from Naruto as they waited for their very late sensei. All the other children, and even the senseis had departed, leaving the 3 of them alone in the classroom. Sasuke leaned back in his seat and stared at the ceiling. He wasn't sure how much trouble Kaori would be, if she would hold them back, or inadvertently push Naruto back into his shell, but he was grateful that in the 3 hours in which they waited for their sensei, she had said nothing. This was good. If it had been Sakura, he would have likely been telling her to shut up. But Kaori only picked at her cuticles and looked at them from the corner of her eyes, and he noticed Naruto was doing the same thing to her, clearly unhappy with her presence so close to him, even if there was a full empty seat between the two. The door slid open, and a silver-haired jounin entered, one eye covered with his hitate and the other open and disinterested. The rest of his face was covered from nose to neck in black cloth, and he wore standard ninja attire. You Team 7? He asked in a lackadaisical manner. Yes, Kaori mumbled. She had a rather pleasantly rough voice, and Sasuke thought it very bizarre that he had noticed this. Meet me on the roof, the jounin replied, then poofed away. Sasuke sighed and pushed himself to his feet, heading for the door with Naruto at his heels. When the 3 arrived, the jounin was sitting comfortably on a lounge chair, an orange book in his hand. They sat across from him on the ledge of the building and waited until the man put the book away and looked at them. So, I'm Hitaki Kakashi, you can call me Kakashi-sensei. Let's start by you telling me what your likes and dislikes are, hopes, dreams, etc. etc. He pointed to Kaori first. I'm Yoshina Kaori. Hi, she introduced, giving Naruto and Sasuke a small half-hearted wave. I like writing and photography. I don't like to shout or argue. She blinked at Kakashi-sensei, who smiled cheerfully behind his mask, then pointed as Sasuke. I'm Uchiha Sasuke. I like very few things, I dislike many things, I have no hopes or dreams, but I have a certain ambition. His dark eyes seemed to smolder. To kill a certain man. I see, Kakashi muttered. He looked at Uzumaki, who didn't seem to care or notice Sasuke's words, for he was too busy staring at Kakashi's legs, and he resisted the urge to glance down at himself to see what the kid was staring at, but mostly because it wasn't an interested stare that the boy was giving, but an empty one, the kind devoid of thought, when your eyes just needed to rest on something. "And what of you?" he asked the blonde, but Uzumaki remained staring at his legs until Sasuke nudged his leg with his own, and the blonde looked up at his face with darting blue eyes. Still he said nothing. Naruto likes to read. Sasuke supplied for him with a shrug, and they lapsed into a momentary silence. "Okay," Kakashi stood up. "Tomorrow at 7 will be my test to truly see if you are worthy of the genin title. Come, bring what you will, but don't eat breakfast, you're likely to throw it up." He gave a lazy wave before poofing away. Sasuke turned to Naruto. "Let's go, we got some training to do." Naruto nodded, and both boys headed for the door. Not see you guys tomorrow," Kaori called faintly, and Sasuke glanced back and gave a small nod before they returned to the compound. When Kakashi showed up to the academy, he was surprised to see only Yoshina standing out in the field, picking at her cuticles and looking out of place. "Where are Naruto and Sasuke?" he asked, and the girl frowned up at him. "You're all late. I thought we were supposed to show up at 7, she muttered, then turned as Sasuke and Naruto approached, the dark-haired boy looking peeved while the blonde simply looked miserable. Kakashi immediately noticed the katana strapped to their backs, and was curious to see that while Sasuke's was the usual hilt upward at his shoulder, Naruto's katana was hilt downward, at his hip and the tip at his shoulder. Interesting. Yumino's report spoke nothing of weapons beyond the shuriken and kunai, and he wondered if both boys could actually use the blades. They followed him out to training area 5, which was a wooden area, and stood around him as he produced a clock and set it down beside a tree. "The object of this test is for you to capture these bells before that clock timer strikes 12. He shook the 2 small bells hanging from his hip. "There are only 2 bells, as you can see, so that means one of you will be sent back to the academy." Sasuke's eyes narrowed, Kaori swallowed nervously, and Naruto looked glassy-eyed and indifferent, as if he didn't care about the outcome. "And just to let you know, this has a 66% failure expectancy, so I imagine you all will be failing. Feel free to attack me at any time with the intent to kill, because anything less will get you back at the academy." He pulled out his book. "You may start now." The timer pinged, and he watched as all 3 children disappeared into the surrounding trees. He could sense both boys nearby, and Kaori farther back. For 30 minutes both boys moved through the trees, apparently unsure of when or how to attack, and most likely wondering when he would do so. Then there was a rustle, and out leaped Sasuke, blade unsheathed and going straight for his head. Kakashi parried and pulled out his kunai, letting it clash with a ring against the blade, sparks flying as the steel glided against each other. There was a presence behind him and he leaped into the air, looking down to see Naruto's blade cut across where his legs had been. These boys could use those katana. He kicked Sasuke from him as he landed and punched Naruto in the chest, knocking both boys away. Sasuke landed lightly on his feet, crouching low with his katana pointed away from him, but Naruto staggered back, giving a wheeze and rubbing his chest. A whiff of sulfur came to him, and Kakashi looked down to see an exploding tag attached to his behind. He koamaried away just as the tag exploded, showering splinters of wood everywhere and forcing the boys to cover their faces. Up in the trees, he created a kage bunshin and sent it after Kaori, who was hovering nervously in the trees, looking for a way into the fight. His bunshin hopped down from the tree and approached her. The girl pulled out a kunai and threw it at him. The bunshin slapped it away and leaped forward, throwing a punch, which the girl dodged, then blocking her kick. The girl put up a decent fight before she was knocked into a tree, giving out a cry before losing consciousness. Sasuke and Naruto, who had been in the small clearing, conferring with one another silently, looked up at the sound of her cry, then looked at each other. Sasuke's lips thinned and he pointed 2 fingers into the brush, and Kakashi watched as Naruto flitted away in that direction, surprisingly quick and quiet. These 2 were very interesting. Sasuke hadn't told Naruto to run toward Kaori's cry, but to go around it, lest he fall into traps. Taking this opportunity, Kakashi dropped from the canopy before Sasuke, and the boy immediately sheathed the blade, instead attacking him with taijutsu. He put his book away so he could engage the Uchiha properly and take stock of his skills. Sasuke had decent taijutsu training, a little better than average, and he was surprised when the boy shouted, "Ketan, Gokakyu no Jutsu." The Uchiha blew a billow of fire towards him, causing him to smile as he drew his hands together. "Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu." He sank into the ground, moved under where Sasuke had landed, and pulled the boy into the earth until only his head remained above the earth. He emerged from the ground and studied the Uchiha, who looked both surprised and disgruntled before he poofed away into the trees and awaited Naruto's return, watching as Sasuke struggled to pull himself from the dirt but not able to move. Quite suddenly Naruto appeared from the copse of trees surrounding them, leaping over the brush and taking a few light steps into the clearing, katana in his right hand. Before the blonde froze, his hood far back enough on his head to show his features properly. The boy's face was thin, with high cheekbones and no baby fat, with 3 whisker marks on each side of his almost hollow cheeks. His eyes were puffy and red-rimmed, with dark shadows underneath, and his face seemed frozen as he stared at the almost submerged Uchiha. Sasuke grunted, blushing before asking gruffly, "Did you find Kaori?" Naruto opened his mouth, closed it, then asked in a cracked and used voice, "Are you dead?" Both Kakashi and Sasuke frowned. "Would I be talking to you if I was dead?" Sasuke snapped incredulously and tried to struggle. "I'm stuck. He used some kind of earth jutsu on me. Help me out." Naruto stood where he was for a moment, staring at the Uchiha before moving forward and crouching by his side. He dug his fingers into the earth and made a short, half-hearted attempt to dig Sasuke out before he gave up. "I don't know any Doton Jutsu Kakashi chose to make his move then, appearing behind the blonde. As if sensing him, Naruto unsheathed his blade, swinging it around and miraculously missing Sasuke's head, but Kakashi grabbed his wrist, fingers digging into the bone as he simultaneously grabbed Naruto's other arm and held it behind his back. The blonde's hand spasmed and released the katana at the same time the timer gave a ping of finality. All 3 said nothing, frozen in that state, until Naruto's head moved, and Kakashi noticed that the hood had fallen back and he could see all of Naruto's hair, which was a pale yellow, and strangely enough, layered in different lengths. A blue eye peered back up at him from under uneven bangs, and he realized he still had the blonde within his grip. He blinked down at the boy, staring into that one blue eye, and realized that Naruto was waiting for him to inflict pain. There was this level of expectancy about that gaze. He released the boy with a sigh, and watched as the blonde cradled his wrist, on his knees next to Sasuke's head. Both boys said nothing. Kaori sighed, stomach aching with hunger but knowing she would get nothing as she was tied to a wooden pole, and Kakashi-sensei had said she wasn't allowed to eat. No wonder he had asked them not to eat. How sinister! But she was grateful, because he had said he was going to give them a second chance before he had disappeared off. She glanced sideways at Uchiha Sasuke, who looked to be mulling over the entire battle, though she hadn't seen much of it at all. She'd never been particularly good at fighting, which was why she had joined the ninja academy in the first place, to better herself. Something touched her leg, and she turned to see that Naruto was offering her his lunch, his hood hiding more than half of his face. "That's okay, I can handle it. I'm not that hungry." Naruto's hand didn't move, and she jumped as the ropes tying her to the pole loosened, and she turned to see Sasuke put his kunai away. "You might as well eat it, he sure won't." She carefully took the lunch from the blonde with a blush. "But Kakashi-sensei said that you guys weren't allowed to share with me." She nervously but hungrily dug into the meal as Naruto buried his hands into his sweater pockets, but not before she noticed the angry bruising around his right wrist. Without thinking, she reached out and grabbed Naruto's arm. "That looks bad," she said just as Naruto jerked his hand back from her and stuffed it back into his pocket, his face stiffening with disgust. "Sorry," she muttered in embarrassment just as a gust of sand blew toward them, and they froze as Kakashi-sensei appeared before them. Felix said, "You!" he bellowed, and Sasuke and Kaori blanched at his expression. Naruto just stared down at his own knees. "Pass." His face went from anger to cheerful mellowness. Kaori swallowed. "I think I peed myself." Sasuke sent her an amused look before looking back up at Kakashi-sensei. How did we pass? We haven't done anything yet. Kakashi smiled at him. Ninja who don't follow the rules are trash. His smile faded as he looked them in the eye, minus Naruto, who was still staring at his knees, but ninja who don't take care of their teammates are worse than trash. He beamed again. So I'll see you all tomorrow at the bridge. He turned away with a wave. I've got to go register you all. We'll start missions tomorrow. Sasuke got to his feet and dusted himself off. Naruto was already standing and seemed anxious to leave. Thanks for the food, Naruto. It was real nice of you. No need to thank him, Sasuke cut in. He really wasn't going to eat that. He glanced at the box container of food, then nodded at Naruto. Come on, we got training to do. Maybe we could train together, Kari suggested, but the boys were either too far away to hear her, or had simply ignored her, which wouldn't have been much of a surprise. Most people did. Their first mission was cleaning someone's yard, which was full of leaves and weeds, and though they clearly had no desire to do something so menial, they shut their mouths and grit their teeth, and did the mission. Except for Naruto, who took to cleaning the yard with a fervor that startled Kari and made Sasuke roll his eyes. The way Naruto went at those leaves, it was as if he'd been raking them for years, and he went at it with a single-mindedness that bordered on villainy. He was truly in his element. Most of the D-rank missions consisted of labor, picking up groceries for an old woman, delivering merchandise to a house, painting a fence. Naruto was real good at this, and other dull chore-like duties. Every other day, Kakashi-sensei would take them out to Training Area 4 and train with them. He was teaching her better taijutsu and some strength training, and what she learned she used against Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke always kicked her butt, but Naruto was completely frustrating because it was clear it was all he had to stay within 2 feet of her. They managed some pretty lousy sparring, with Naruto mostly evading her every move. The only time she actually saw him in action was when he fought Sasuke, because he was also leery of Kakashi-sensei. He didn't seem to want to go anywhere near the man unless Sasuke took him aside and said what she imagined were some very unfriendly words, judging by the pallor of his skin by the time he approached Kakashi-sensei. But she was getting better, and Sasuke wasn't as mean as she thought he was, and Naruto, she imagined, was simply shy. Very shy. Extremely shy. Okay, maybe ridiculously shy, but there was still something about him. How's that team of yours? Sartobi Asuma asked as they sat down for the evening, sake pouring into their cups. Yuhi Kurinai sighed and took a sip of her wine and rubbed the back of her neck. They've got promise. Kiba's a rash one, and quick to action, but he's got strength and potential. I've no doubts about the Aburames. Shino will do quite well. It's little Hinata that worries me. What's the matter with the Hyuga child? Madogai asked, pouring more sake into his cup with a shiny grin. Kurinai rolled her eyes and groaned. Don't get me started on the Hyugas. I shouldn't have to say much, you have one. Guy grinned in reply. How's yours, Asuma? Asuma took a swig of his cigarette and gave a lazy smile. They're as expected, you know. He waved his cigarette hand. The whole Yamanaka Kimichi team. I think it'll work just as well as the previous one. He turned to the very quiet copycat ninja. And what of you, Kakashi? How's your team? Kakashi, who had been staring at the tabletop, frowned without looking up. Quiet. Huh, was Guy's confused reply. Kakashi looked up from the table into their interested faces. I must have the quietest team in Konoha history. They don't converse with one another, they don't fight or argue, they just train and do the missions. Wow, Kurinai couldn't imagine that kind of silence, not with Kiba's big, boisterous mouth. And Asuma had more than a mouth with Ino in his team. And Sasuke and Naruto keep showing up late, every day. And that's apparently saying a lot, since you're never on time, Asuma commented. Kakashi sighed. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but, and here he almost flinched. My team is lacking that burning flame of youth. Of course. Guy all but shouted, and the other 2 ninjas sent dark glares Kakashi's way. You must guide them towards the flame. For they are the ninja of tomorrow. They are dash. The 3 groaned as Guy went on into his inspirational speech and downed their drinks quickly, and refilling their cups just as fast. Kakashi watched as both boys approached the section of the bridge in which both he and Kaori waited. He had been reading while she had been snapping shots of the water below with an expensive camera. Today there was no mission for the team, and he had an intent to find out why the boys were actually later than he was. It was just unnatural. Sasuke. He gestured for the boy to come forward, and he moved away from the others. Sasuke shoved his hands into his short pockets and waited for him to speak. Why are you guys so late all the time? Sasuke scowled up at him but didn't comment that he too was always late. Instead the boy sent him a speculative look, then shrugged. The routine's all screwed up and we have to be here earlier than we're used to. Kakashi raised a brow and waited for the boy to elaborate. Sasuke sighed and rubbed his neck in frustration. Naruto works on routines, do the same thing every day at the same time. He looked up at the Jounin, and Kakashi nodded in understanding. I guess he feels comfortable knowing what to expect. But now, every day is different and it's freaking him out. And that's why you both are late in the mornings? Shouldn't he be used to this routine by now? He glanced over to see Kaori talking to the hooded blonde, who just stared at her with his usual glassy eyes. Sasuke shrugged. Well, it's because he's spending more time cleaning in the morning. It's taking him longer because he's upset. Kakashi suddenly remembered how clean and spotless the Uchiha main house was. Naruto cleaned that whole place every morning? An idea came to him, and he gave a small smile. All right, let's go. They headed to training area 4, which was more of a field of sparse grass, and as they approached, he called Naruto over to him and had Sasuke and Kaori spar. Naruto stood in front of him and waited, eyes resting on his shoulder and not on his face. I'm going to show you a jutsu that will be most helpful to you. He made the seals as he spoke, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The shadow clone popped into existence next to Naruto and patted him on the shoulder, making the blonde jump and stare up at it in surprise. These shadow clones are solid and are a great help in a fight or in reconnaissance or, I don't know, a helping hand when you're cleaning or something like that. He canceled the jutsu and showed Naruto the seals again. Naruto tried the jutsu twice before he got it correct, and stood next to his clone, who looked just as miserable as its creator. Then the clone popped away and the blonde turned and looked directly at him, and to his complete surprise, the boy's lips turned up in a small smile. Thank you, the boy rasped, eyes showing his complete gratitude, and Kakashi was actually embarrassed as the boy scuttled away and showed Sasuke the jutsu. He expected the Uchiha to look jealous, or immediately want a jutsu of his own, but the boy merely sent him a grateful look, and while Naruto practiced making more than one bunshin, he continued to spar with Kaori. And Kakashi was surprised at how content he felt in that moment. The next day both boys were there when he showed up, and Sasuke wasn't in a sour mood, and this continued on for the next week, until it wasn't they who were late, but Kaori. Except not only was she late, she didn't show up at all. I think she's sick, Sasuke commented, and Kakashi was inclined to agree. They decided to not take a mission, and instead they trained, and later went home. But Kaori didn't show up the next day either. Sasuke and Naruto stood under the shade of the tree near the bridge, waiting for Kakashi-sensei to arrive. He was going to be very late, as was common and expected, but Naruto didn't mind waiting. The villagers that passed over the bridge did not often look at people who were not in motion, and since he truly did not want to be noticed, he was content to be as still as possible until he was forced otherwise. He smoothed the hood down over his eyes, and was surprised to feel the vitality running through his veins. Ever since Kakashi-sensei had shown him the Kage Bunshin, he'd had more energy to spare than he was used to. The Bunshin would help him clean the house every morning, and the work was done twice as fast without him worrying that the job wasn't being done right. After all, a part of him was doing the work. This resulted in Sasuke being in a better mood, which meant he was less likely to hiss threats at him, which he had been doing very often of late. It had left him unsure, would he really kill him, or were they empty words? As he pondered this, his eyes drifted to the left, and jumped when he saw Kaori next to him. He hadn't heard her. He sidled a few steps away from her, she was too close, and then he got a good look at her face. It was swollen, mottled with purple and blue bruises, and one eye was so bad that it was nothing but a mass of swollen, damaged tissue. There was blood caked along the side of her face and running down a swollen neck. Her right eye seemed like it was the only one functioning, and it stared at him, empty and sad. Naruto swallowed and wrung his fingers in distress just as Kakashi-sensei popped up, his eyes running over them. Still no Kaori, huh? And Sasuke shook his head in reply. Very well. We can't continue missions without her, so let's go over to her place and see what's keeping her. They moved toward the inner village, and Naruto hesitated, looking nervously as Kaori, whose swollen lips moved up in a slight smile. He rubbed his head, and quickly followed after the others, keeping his head low and darting wary glances at the villagers. Had that one looked too closely at him? Was there rage in that one's eyes? They stirred, and he felt them looking through his eyes, and they watered with the strain of their presence. Kakashi-sensei stopped them in front of a cottage that was trapped between a food mart and a private business, and to Naruto it looked out of place as Kakashi-sensei rapped on the wooden door. It was answered by an older woman with graying brown hair and swollen eyes from constant crying. Why yes, she choked out, and Naruto saw Sasuke's shoulders tense at her despairing tone. He glanced at Kaori, whose one good eye was shedding tears as she stared up at the woman. I'm Kaori-sensei, and she hasn't shown up for missions, Kakashi-sensei addressed in a very careful tone as the woman broke down and buried her face in a shaking hand. We can't find her, the woman sobbed. She hasn't been home for 3 days. When was the last time you had seen her? He asked, voice more brisk. Sasuke's head was already swiveling about, but he gazed through her, not seeing that she was standing next to Naruto. She went to do missions like she had been doing the last 2 months. Did you alert the authorities? The woman wiped her face with shaking hand and looked up at him. No, we didn't want to overreact. Kaori had a habit of going off on her own, but not for this long. I fear dash. Sasuke. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei cut in, and both boys looked up at him. Sweep the village. Ask anyone you know if they have seen her. In the meantime, I'm going to the tower to report her disappearance. Sasuke nodded and grabbed Naruto's arm, pulling them away from the cottage and into the street. All right, I go east, you go west. Search every place between here and the walls. Meet me at the bridge at sundown. Or without Kaori. Sasuke was about to rush off, but he paused and looked back at him. And no one's going to kill you. They try and you get rid of them. Understood? Naruto nodded and smoothed down his hood, watching in fear as Sasuke rushed away. He turned, glancing at the villagers, before moving eastward. Kaori followed along with a limp, eye focused on him. At sundown he returned to a frustrated Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei, both who seemed more concerned the longer her absence. Already several other ninja had been alerted, and Kakashi had already summoned a dog to sniff her out. But her scent had long faded, and it was too hard to pinpoint where she had gone. They returned to the compound with Sasuke in a dark mood, and Naruto feeling strangely confused. Why was Kaori following him? Did she not know she was dead? He noticed that once they passed through the gates of the compound, she stopped, watching them go in longingly, but not following. The next day, Sasuke was startled to see the members of Team 8 and 10 hanging out at the bridge. Hey Sasuke-kun, Ino called gleefully, and he moved to walk closer to Naruto. He glared at the girl when she approached, and her eyes fell on Naruto, who was staring at her, face pinched. She scowled and moved away as Kiba and Shikamaru approached. We got a mission to find your missing teammate, Kiba informed them, brown eyes full of excitement warring with sympathy. This SCKS ball though. What do you think happened to her? Sasuke felt rage pass through him. If I knew that Inuzuka, we wouldn't need your help searching for her, he snapped, and ignored Akamaru's growling, though upon ignoring it noticed that Akamaru wasn't growling at him, but at Naruto, who at first was looking at something, then turned his eyes toward the dog. The puppy's ears fell back against its small skull and it gave a small whimper before flopping itself on Inuzuka's head. The dog boy frowned and sent Naruto a curious look, but the blonde was instead looking at the others before staring at the ground, then alternately throwing odd looks at the area next to him. Sometimes he knew he would never understand what fully went on in Naruto's brain. All that night he had tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep because he was seeing his dead family all about him, with two new added faces, Kaori and Naruto, but Naruto remained on his pillow most of the night, reading or whispering to himself, which was so much the norm that it bothered him that Naruto wasn't upset about Kaori's disappearance. They split up, digging through sections of the village in search of Yoshina Kaori, and with every empty lead, Sasuke felt dread course through him. He'd gotten along with Kaori, she wasn't a fawning girl only concerned about looks or her future marital status, and she hadn't talked their ears off. She was a decent sparring partner, and he had thought that they had been lucky to get her, and not Sakura or Ino. She'd actually been cool. No. They couldn't find her. Naruto stood at the bridge, hood all the way down, and kept darting glances at Kaori, who remained near him, staring at him, waiting. It was obvious that she was waiting for him to do something. Or more like ask something. He had returned to the bridge soon after everyone had departed to search for Kaori. He looked at her again. That what happened? He asked, and cringed when a passing villager looked down at him in puzzlement. He kept his head low until the man had moved on, then looked up at Kaori. The girl opened her mouth, and he could see several teeth missing. Dad got mad, she gurgled sadly, blood and rusted puffs spilled from her mouth. It was nothing new, but I cut him this time. And he. She shrugged and continued to stare at him. That you, Naruto? She asked suddenly. I barely recognize you. Look so different. Her voice faded. Their laughter echoed through his head like a ringing bell, and his eyes fluttered in response, making him waver on his feet. Colors distorted, like water running through a pastel painting, and he coasted along with the sensation, forcing himself not to fight or struggle. He just let it run through him, the mesh of color and the strange sense of euphoria, like he was flow. Hey! A voice crashed through him like a ball through glass, and Naruto's head snapped forward to see one of the boys from Team 10, Shikamaru, gripping his arm, dark eyes full of concern. He blinked rapidly and tried to pull his arm away, but the villager had a good grip on him. You okay? He asked, and he quickly nodded in hopes that the boy would release him. I don't think so. Shikamaru's voice was laced with doubt. Your eyes were rolled up into your head. Naruto quickly looked away, instead noticing that Kaori was staring across the river, her eye focused on one spot. She turned her head slowly and looked at him, then back at the spot, a far bank full of moss and high weeds. He pulled his arm from the villager's loosening grip and moved over to the railing, squinting to see what was there. What is it? Shikamaru asked, and joined him at the railing, trying to look where he was. Do you see something? Naruto nodded even though he didn't, and moved down the bridge until it was no longer over the river, but over the bank, and dropped down over the side, landing on wet earth and weeds. Shikamaru followed after him, and together they trekked carefully along the bank, startling frog and mosquitoes as they passed, until the stench of death assaulted them, along with a host of flies, and they stopped before Kaori's body. It, breathed Shikamaru, a hand flying over his nose as he stared down in disbelief at Team 7's third member. Her whole body was bloated gray with water, face almost unrecognizable. She wore the clothing he remembered from 4 days ago, though most of it was torn in random places. It seemed she had floated along in the river and had gotten tangled in some of the thicker roots that stretched out from the bank and often caught things. Shikamaru looked at the body, then at Naruto, who was standing even closer to her, seeming unaware of the smell or the cloud of flies buzzing around them and on the body. His face was empty, not the "this is too shocking for proper emotion," but a more like, "I'm only mildly disturbed," empty. He watched as the blonde lifted his hooded head and looked to his right, then back down at the body. I'll go find one of our senseis, Shikamaru offered, though the blonde nodded, not looking away from the body. He was grateful to go, if only to get away from the smell and Uzumaki's apathy. As the villager left, he turned to Kaori, who stared miserably at her body. Just when you think you'll live forever, she muttered. Nothing lasts forever, Naruto rasped, and they roared their amusement through him. They understood, they agreed, and they rejoiced in this knowledge, while he sank into the knowledge that this too would be him one day, dead and forgotten, by someone's hand. They started to arrive within 15 minutes of Shikamaru's departure. Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke, all of Team 8, and eventually, the rest of Team 10. They looked on in grim silence as the medic Neens came to examine her body before lifting her into a black bag and carrying her away. Who could have done this? The red-eyed woman asked angrily, an arm resting on her own genin, as if to comfort herself that at least her genin were still alive and well. Kaori turned and looked at him, and Naruto cringed and sighed. Her father, he rasped, and every eye turned on him. He flinched and continued, she told me that he didn't like her. He didn't miss the suspicious look on Sasuke's pale face, but mostly he saw the rage in his sensei's eye, and the slight tremors running through his body. Really, Kakashi-sensei's voice was like frozen steel, and all the genin looked up at him with wide eyes. Kakashi-sensei turned on his heels and began to march up the bank, and they followed him all the way to the Yoshina cottage and watched as he banged on the door. The woman opened the door, looking even worse than yesterday, and gasped in alarm at all the people standing in her small yard. Where is your husband? Kakashi-sensei snapped, and the woman's red blotchy face paled. I don't know. He's been out searching for KK-. A wave of killing intent blew over them and the woman choked. I tried to stop him, she shrieked. He didn't mean to. She was drunk. A chunin who had been posted at the house frowned and looked at Kakashi-sensei. I'm guessing you found her. And at his stiff nod, and Chunin sighed and stepped forward, taking hold of her arm. All right, lady, let's go. We need to have a long talk. One you're not going to enjoy, I imagine. He pulled her from the doorway, and they all moved aside as he passed through. And don't you worry, we're going to find Mr. Yoshina and have an even longer talk with him. The woman blubbered incoherently until she was out of sight. Naruto turned his head, spying Kaori standing there, watching her mother go. Then she turned and looked at him, undamaged eye leaking tears, lifted a hand and gave him a weak wave. Then she turned, walked away from them, and he watched as she slowly became transparent and faded away. That night Sasuke was once again plagued by nightmares. This time instead of Kaori and Naruto dead along with his family, it was just Naruto, sitting in his own blood, staring at him with luminous blue eyes, blame and betrayal swimming amongst the tears. He woke with a start, sitting up and blinking rapidly, spotting Naruto in his corner. The blonde was reading something so intently that he didn't stir when Sasuke sat up. There was a small nightlight in the socket, and Naruto had the book angled toward it. What are you reading? Sasuke asked, rubbing his eyes, and Naruto lifted his gaze and blinked at him. Strange, with the gloom and the soft light, it almost seemed as if his eyes were glowing. Naruto lowered the book and slid it along the floor, until it was close enough for Sasuke to see. The Amateur's Guide to Horticulture, and Wowing Your Neighbors. Sasuke stared at the book, then looked at the blonde flatly. You're reading about plants, 2 in the morning? Naruto dragged the book back to him and continued to read. Sasuke threw his legs off the side of the bed and narrowed his eyes. Tell me, Naruto, are you at least minutely upset that our teammate is dead? Everyone dies, Naruto whispered in reply, and Sasuke glared angrily at his dismissive words. You don't need to tell me that. I know. I just don't get why you don't seem to care. Naruto's eyes drifted up from the book and looked at him, and for once, there wasn't any fear or anxiety in them. No one's going to care when I die. Sasuke folded his arms and stared at the blonde until the boy's eyes drifted back to the stupid book about plants. He was wrong, he was so very wrong. He would care very much, but it would be a cold day in hell if he ever admitted such a thing. Instead he lay back in bed and turned his back to Naruto, tossing his covers over his body. Well, now we're one member short, he stated after some time, and the rustle of a turned page was the only response he received. Sasuke sighed and shut his eyes, but it was a while before he fell into an uneasy sleep, plagued with the dead. He completely missed Naruto's rocking, cradling his head and whispering to himself, the book forgotten. Kakashi wandered through the cottage, sharp eye taking in the pictures on the walls, the little knickknacks lining the tables. All night he had been at Obito's grave, wallowing in his failure, his inability to watch over someone precious to him. That his genin would be murdered by her own father, his mouth filled with bile as he slipped into her room and made a complete stop in the doorway, eye going wide as he took in the bedroom. From wall to ceiling were pictures, some blown up, some regular size, and as he took a careful step in, he stared incredulously at the object of Kaori's obvious obsession. There were hundreds of candid photos of Naruto, him seeming completely unaware that they had been taken. There were pictures of him bending down to pull weeds. He remembered that mission, pictures of him staring at the ground, looking over at something, a picture of him and Sasuke sparring. All pictures of Naruto in the same gray sweater, looking pale, weak, and drawn. He looked very ill in most of the shots, and he realized by the background that these had been taken during Naruto's academy days. He turned in a complete circle, eyes taking it in, and noticed on a dresser a hooded doll with blonde hair peeking out. He picked up the doll and noticed that there were 3 lines drawn on each cheek, and that the wisps of blonde hair seemed too long, and as he touched it realized that the strands were real. His eyes fell on a book labeled Diary. No secrecy there, apparently, and he picked it up and opened a random page halfway through the book. I walked past Naruto today during lunch, and I noticed that he smelled really good, like fresh laundry good. I'm not used to boys smelling so good. He flipped through another page. Naruto doesn't like Sakura or Ino, which is cool, because I hate both of them. It's so fitting that we would both hate the same things. He flipped closer to the ending. I was leaving the girls' bathroom today and I saw Sasuke dragging Naruto from the bathroom. Naruto was bloody and screaming that someone couldn't make him. Nara Shikamaru was there too. I wonder what they were trying to make him do. I wanted to go to his rescue and get him away from Uchiha, but I was too scared. I went into the bathroom and saw chunks of Naruto's hair on the ground. He glanced in alarm at the blonde Naruto doll and flipped to the second to the last page. I hurt all over, but even with that, today was a good day. I still can't believe I'm on the same team as Naruto. And we met our new sensei today and he was really cool. I thought he would give Naruto a hard time like that BSRD Mizuki, but he wasn't mean to him at all. I hurt, but today was great. On the last page, the words were scribbled and smeared. Naruto doesn't like me. Daddy doesn't like me. No one likes me. Kakashi quickly shut the diary and placed it back on the desk, taking a deep breath and staring at the pictures on the walls and ceiling. Just as he moved, his foot touched something, and he looked down to see a plastic-wrapped package with a small card taped to it. He bent down and picked it up, pushing open the card. Happy 10th birthday, Naruto. Kakashi sighed and placed the present under his arm, quickly leaving the room and exiting the cottage. He was about to be late for her funeral, so he hopped onto the rooftops and headed for the funeral home. When he arrived, it was to see that Team 8 and 10 had arrived and, surprisingly Guy's team and Yumino Irika, all decked in black. He stood next to Sasuke and Naruto, both were very pale, and it seemed that Sasuke had dressed Naruto in his clothes, perhaps because Naruto didn't own any black. The service started, a coffin with Kaori's picture sitting on top, and it was cruelly a very sunny day with a perfectly cool breeze. Out of the corner of his eye he surveyed Sasuke, taking in the shadows around his eyes, and the fine line in which his lips were pressed, suppressing the rage that swirled in his black eyes. His hands gripped the white lilies so hard that the stems had already bent. His gaze moved on to Naruto, who was not in a hood for once, and it was apparent that this upset the blonde very much, judging by the way his eyes darted around under his uneven bangs and the unhappy droop of his lips. Once again Kakashi noticed his hair, and saw that it was actually approaching the middle of his back. But what had his attention was the fact that his hair was in different layers, and not the professional kind, but the pulling chunks of his hair out kind. Just then, and he wasn't sure what made him notice, but his eye fell on the pair of lilies Naruto held in one hand, and watched in silent shock as the bouncy white petals began to droop and crinkle, turning a rotting brown until they hung withered in his thin hand. Kakashi looked incredulously at Naruto's face, and at first the boy didn't seem to notice that the lilies had died in his hands, but then he glanced down at his flowers, taking in that they were in fact dead. Then his gaze drifted away, as if flowers dying in his hands were a common occurrence. Kakashi was speechless. When the speech was over, they placed their flowers on her coffin, and he saw Sasuke frown at Naruto's dead flowers. Good, he wasn't the only one seeing things. As they left, Kakashi stopped both boys. Naruto, Kaori meant to give this to you, and he handed the package over to the boy. Naruto flipped the letter to read the inside, blinking at the words, before placing the package under his arm and smoothing down his bangs. "What happens now?" Sasuke asked, pulling his eyes away from the package and looking up at him. "We can't take missions with just 2 members, so we'll have to wait for the Hokage to send us a replacement. Take the next few days off, and I'll notify you when we have a new member." Sasuke nodded, and both he and Naruto ambled away. Kakashi turned back to the service and watched as the gravediggers began to gather their shovels. Naruto sat down in the grass, wiping his sweating brow with a small napkin from his pocket, and glanced at Napeshin, who was sitting beside him, staring up into the night sky, dark eyes full of secret thoughts. Napeshin," he whispered, and the Uchiha turned his gaze onto him. Where do you go when you die?" The Uchiha frowned and looked down at his hands. "Can't say, being that I never left." He gave a wan smile and looked down at him. "Truth be told, we thought Sasuke-chan had brought you to take us." Naruto lifted his head and blinked at Napeshin, who flinched and averted his gaze. "Your eyes, that they are like 2 beacons of red light. We thought you were death, finally come for our souls. But," he shrugged and stared back up at the sky. "We haven't gone anywhere. It's like we're trapped." Naruto picked at the grass. "Do you think it's quiet?" Napeshin shook his head and shrugged again. "Like I said, I dunno. It hasn't been very quiet so far." A glare came over his face. "They beach and all day. Useless, all of them." He thumped his katana in the grass in agitation. "Naruto," someone called, and Naruto turned to see Sasuke wandering around the houses in his pajamas, head twisting around, searching for him. "Naruto," the Uchiha called, and there was a sense of desperation about this call. He knew that the Uchiha hadn't been sleeping well these last few days. Naruto got to his feet and walked from the training field, katana swinging at his side. Sasuke caught sight of him and rushed past a decapitated Uchiha, whom he had been standing next to. "Where have you been?" Sasuke demanded as he approached. "I've been looking all over for you." He paused as his eyes fell on his katana. "Were you training?" Naruto nodded. "Well, why didn't you wake me? We could be training together." And he turned back to retrieve his katana. Haruno Sakura leaned back in her seat and closed the review booklet, which she had been going through the last 2 months ever since she had been sent back to the academy. She had insisted it wasn't her fault, that the boys had made her fail, and she even overheard the Jounin sensei who had tested them say that she had potential, but she had been sent back anyway. She'd been resigned to reviewing everything over again and taking the test, and hopefully get a better team this time. She had been hiding from Ino and any of the others she used to associate with, because she knew she wouldn't be able to bear the teasing she would get if they found out she wasn't a genin. The door slid open and Irika-sensei entered, face solemn, and he gestured for her to meet him at his desk. Standing up, she picked up her finished booklet and rushed over to him. "Have a seat," he gestured to the one across from him, and she sat down, suddenly feeling nervous. Why was he so serious? "Well, I have good news for you, I guess," and he looked uncomfortable with his words. "A spot on a team has opened up, and the Hokage has given the okay for you to take that place." Sakura bounced in her seat, eyes shining with excitement and relief. "Finally! Who am I paired with?" Again Irika-sensei looked uncomfortable. "Uchi-dash." Sakura squealed and hopped up and down. The gods were surely smiling down upon her. Not only was she getting on a team, but she was getting on the same team as Sasuke-kun. Settled down, Irika-sensei sent her an irritated look, and she sat back into her seat. "What happened to their 3rd member?" she asked, and at this the man sighed. "She died," he stated, and Sakura felt herself pale. "So I imagine both boys are very upset. So please, don't make things difficult for them. Meet them on the rooftop here, at 7 tomorrow." Sakura nodded and stood up. "Of course." She quickly headed for the door, and it was as she was exiting the academy grounds that his words hit her. "Both boys. Sasuke-kun and—" "Oh no," she breathed, and felt much of the excitement fade. "Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto stared down at the package and puzzled over the words written on the small card. "Happy 10th birthday, Naruto." He bit his lip. What he couldn't understand was, what had been so happy about that birthday? He barely remembered it. His birthday happened during the fall festival, They spent most of the week tormenting him, and Sasuke had taken to tying him up. There was no happiness there never had been, and he couldn't understand why Kaori would write such a thing. His eyes narrowed. Unless she had sent it to mock him, make fun of him, to remind him that his 10th birthday was nothing more than another year living in his own wretched existence. What's in there? Sasuke's voice made him jump, and he looked back at his roommate. Sasuke had been searching the whole compound for hidden scrolls that he believed his relatives might have hidden, and judging by the pale sheen of sweat that lay over his skin, the search had not been pleasant. But the dark-haired boy was good at pretending he wasn't bothered, and instead he stood there with calm eyes and an empty face. "Is that the present Kaori never gave you?" he asked, his dark eyes falling on the package with interest. Naruto gave a small shrug. "She mocks me," he muttered, and Sasuke frowned at him before picking up the package and tearing through the plastic. The contents revealed to be a black sweater, thinner of fabric and smaller than he usually wore, with a red swirl on the back. Sasuke tossed it to him, but he moved out of the way, and they both watched as it flopped to the wooden floor. "Oh, that's real nice," Sasuke remarked, giving him a flat stare as he leaned down and picked up the sweater, shaking it. "It's dirty," Naruto replied, moving away, lest the dust and filth get all over him. "It's brand new Naruto." Sasuke snapped, then tossed the sweater onto the bed. "The girl's dead, for God's sake. The least you could do is wear the demon thing." And he stormed out of the room. Naruto eyed the sweater, then picked it up with his thumb and index finger, and quickly rushed toward the laundry room, but not before dodging into a closet when he spotted Sasuke's mother coming out of a room. By that evening, he had tentatively put the black sweater on, and had to swallow the bile that rose in his throat as he did so. Kakashi stepped through the gates of the compound and shuddered as the cool, almost dead-seeming wind snuck its way through his vest. He had recently reviewed Haruno Sakura's profile. After 3 days of waiting for an academy student to qualify, and he wasn't sure if he wanted to go through the process of getting acquainted again. It was too soon, in his opinion, to introduce a new member 3 days after the previous one had passed, but he knew that Sasuke would be anxious to get back to training and missions, and Naruto, well, he wasn't sure what Naruto would feel about meeting someone new. But it was his duty to notify his team of changes, and this would be a big one. The only thing that he was hopeful about was Sakura's more social personality. Perhaps his team wouldn't be so antisocial anymore. He slipped through the door of the main house, nose crinkling at the sharp cleanser atmosphere, and walked toward the sound of soft plates clattering. He stopped in the doorway of the kitchen and watched as Sasuke polished off the rest of his meal, and Naruto sat across from him, sulking like a 5-year-old, unhappy with the meal his mother had made him. Before him was what looked like a bowl of soup. Through it had something slightly thick and white floating in it. Every few seconds Sasuke would glance at Naruto with a glare, and in response the blonde would pick up his spoon and sip reluctantly at the soup. The very atmosphere felt heavy with a type of melancholy repetition. There was no talking, or joking, or any emotion between the two that might say that they enjoyed one another's company. He coughed to get their attention, and Sasuke immediately surged to his feet, hands slipping down and gripping the katana that had been leaning against his chair. His dark eyes were wide with surprise, then alarmed as he turned them to Naruto. The blonde was still in his seat, but he was shaking and gripping the spoon so tightly that it was cutting into his skin. The boy's eyes were fluttering widely under his lashes while they settled on him, and his skin turned an alarming shade of white. "Go to the room, Naruto," Sasuke commanded, and within seconds the blonde was out of his chair and down the hall. Sasuke sighed, then glared at him. "You can't come here, Naruto doesn't like it. You'll make him crazy." Kakashi stepped into the kitchen and peered at the bowl of soup, raising a brow in question. "It's chicken broth with pieces of bread in it," Sasuke answered with a sigh, and picked up the bowl, pouring it into the sink. He cleared off the table silently, then looked up at him in question. "We've got a new replacement team member, so let's meet at the top of the roof like the last time." He watched as Sasuke's face darkened at his words. "We should be back to missions by the day after tomorrow. We'll spend tomorrow getting to know each other." "Who's our new teammate?" "Haruno F Sasuke breathed in clear frustration, running a hand through his hair in agitation. Kakashi shook his head. Little boys shouldn't be using such language. This earned him a glare. I'm guessing you know her. She's useless, Sasuke snapped, and Naruto. Can't stand her. Ah, Kakashi ran a finger along the tabletop, peering at his dust-free finger. This is bad news for him then. The Uchiha scowled. I'm not telling him anything tonight, or I'll never get him out of here tomorrow. His eyes narrowed. And don't come back here. If there's something you need to tell us, knock on the door. I can't let anyone in here. Naruto doesn't like it. Kakashi gave a wry smile and nodded, and as he turned to leave, he gestured to the windows. Why is there newspaper on the windows? Sasuke looked at the windows and shrugged. Don't know, don't care. Kakashi gave a wry smile and exited the home, glanced around at the gloom, felt a chill run through him, and wondered if he had passed through a ghost. This place sure felt like one more and more. Sakura was nervous. It was 10 in the morning and she had been on the roof of the academy since 7, which had been the time she was given. Now, her mind was running through all the scenarios in which might be happening, the worst of them being that her reunion with Sasuke was too good to be true, and it was all an elaborate prank on her. Though she couldn't imagine Iruka-sensei pulling such a thing. Another was that she must be going crazy, and somehow dreamt this all up, and was now having problems differentiating reality from fiction. Her brain was making her work up a sweat, and she was now tugging at her hair in anxiety. Just when she was about to leap up and run home, the door to the stairway opened, and out strolled Sasuke, looking absolutely handsome in his blue shirt and white knee-length shorts. Strapped to his back was a short-bladed katana, something she had never seen at the academy. The very air about him possessed confidence and power, something he always had, and she resisted the urge to leap up and jump to his side. Just behind him was Uzumaki, in a black hoodie and gray pants, also with a katana strapped to him, and the moment her green eyes connected with his accusing blue ones, she felt dread as his pale face tightened, and he paused. Sasuke glanced back and murmured something to him, and the blonde turned those accusing eyes to him. Sasuke scowled and replied lowly, and then the two approached her. "Hi Sasuke-kun," she stuttered, blushing as he sat down near her. He frowned and nodded in her direction, then settled for staring at nothing. Next to him, Uzumaki had his head down, locks of blonde hair shielding his expression from view. Already she had decided how she would handle Naruto. She would be sweet and kind, and compliment him during training. She'd even share her lunch with him, boys like to eat, and soon he would have no excuse to not like her. And if he liked her, then Sasuke-kun would like her too. Sakura suppressed a smile. It was a simple plan, easy to follow, with maximum results. I didn't know we were supposed to meet here at 10, she commented, and watched as Sasuke shrugged in reply. She leaned forward so she could see around. Sasuke, how are you this morning, Naruto? The blonde didn't even look up. That was okay, eventually he would cave. 15 minutes later, a gray-haired Jounin popped up onto the rooftop, wandering over like he had all the time in the world. His one revealed eye ran over the three of them as he leaned against the wall. Okay, so I'm guessing we should introduce ourselves, again, being that we have a new member. I'll start. I'm your sensei, Hideki Kakashi. I enjoy many things as much as dislike them, by dreams and ambitions. Well, you'll just have to discover them for yourself. He seemed to cut himself off and point at her. Sakura smiled weakly and swallowed. I'm Haruno Sakura, and I like She glanced at Sasuke, then quickly stopped what she was about to say. My dream is to become a great kunoichi. My dislikes are. She paused, her mind running though Ino to Naruto, to many other things that bugged her that she was sure Sasuke cared not to hear. Well, it doesn't matter. She waved her hand weakly, blushing when she noticed Sasuke was staring at her, his face stoic and empty. Alright, go on Sasuke. Sakura turned to him and smiled. I'm Uchiha Sasuke. I like training, anything to do with jutsu, and I hate useless people who hold us back. Sakura swallowed when his dark eyes paused on her for a second. She would never hold him back. In fact, she would encourage him to be the best every day. My ambition is to kill a certain man and restore my clan. Sakura felt a chill run through her body. Kill a man? Kakashi-sensei nodded, apparently having heard this before, and looked at the third member. What about you, Naruto? Wanna say something this time? Wow. Naruto still ignored his senseis? She had been sure he would start to interact once he was out of the classroom, but apparently not. She sniffed in disdain. If she were his sensei, she would kick him off the team as a defective member. She leaned forward so she could see said blonde, and he was still staring down at the cement roof. She noticed a single finger tapping against his knee where his hands rested. There was silence as they seemed to wait to see if the hooded blonde would say anything. And then, quite suddenly, he spoke, and this was the first time she had heard him say anything. "I like Sasuke." She was surprised by the cool rasp of his voice, but more stunned by his words. Though it appeared by the shocked look on Sasuke's face, he was more stunned than she. Even Kakashi-sensei looked a bit surprised. "I dislike." And here he paused, rubbing his palms against his knees as if nervous, though he hadn't looked up once. "Everything. I have no dreams or ambitions." She watched Sasuke stare at his friend, his normally cold face still morphed in surprise. "That's..." Kakashi-sensei gave a slight frown. "Great, Naruto." Sasuke looked at the jounin, opened his mouth to say something, but instead turned back to stare at Uzumaki. Sakura was starting to think this was weird. Of course Uzumaki liked Sasuke. He practically clung to him every day. They were always together, so why was Sasuke so surprised? The way Sasuke was reacting, one would think Naruto had confessed his undying love or something. Her eyes narrowed. He hadn't, right? She peered at the blonde, taking in his pale, bony features. No, his expression didn't scream embarrassment, elation, or any of those emotions involved in a confession. In fact, Naruto looked downright miserable, which was his usual expression. No, it hadn't been a confession. It was more likely that Naruto really didn't like anything or anyone, but felt like he had to say he liked something. So he had said he liked Sasuke, and that's all it was. "Tomorrow we get a Miss Dash. Can't we get one today?" Sasuke interrupted, and the jounin sent him a thoughtful look. "I suppose if you really want one," he watched as she nodded her head in enthusiasm. Finally, she was a real ninja, about to do a real mission. Kakashi-sensei straightened from his leaning position and headed for the stairway door. "Come on then," he gestured, and both she and Sasuke got to their feet immediately. Naruto was slower to his, and he trudged after them sullenly. They made their way to the Hokage's tower, where missions were being handed out. To Sakura's surprise, the one handing the missions was Irika-sensei, who smiled when they approached his desk. "Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto, how are you all doing?" he asked with a pleasant yet concerned smile, his eyes running over Sasuke and Naruto. To her surprise, the corner of Sasuke's mouth turned up as he shrugged, hands buried in his pockets. Naruto glanced up from his inspection of the floor, but that was all the acknowledgement he gave. She greeted her old sensei and was pleased when they were handed a mission, though she felt it a bit ridiculous when they were told what it entailed. Catching the Fire Lord wife's cat. She could tell by the barely concealed frown on Sasuke's face that he too was annoyed. Naruto was still staring at the floor. When they headed into the forest, Kakashi-sensei split them, he with Sasuke, and to her horror, she with Naruto. They went in opposite directions, and she followed Naruto. He was as she remembered in the academy, quick, light, and silent as they moved through the foliage, searching for the feline. "Here, kitty, kitty," she called at intervals, making cat meows in a hopes of attracting the animal. At one point, Naruto paused and looked back at her, the accusing eyes she hated so much in full mode. "W," she stuttered, flushing and feeling the heat of it in her ears. "You got a better idea?" The hooded blonde continued to stare at her, and as she opened her mouth to snap at him, he turned from her and continued on. She scowled at his back. "Here, kitty, kitty, kitty." For an hour they searched, and by then she had stopped calling for the stupid animal, so it was a relief when Sasuke's voice crackled through the headset. "We found him. Head back to the designated meeting area." Naruto abruptly turned and walked around her, heading back through the foliage, then stiffened so suddenly that she stumbled against his back, the sheathed katana hurting her chest. "Ow," she muttered and glared at Naruto, whose head drifted up and he seemed to be staring up into the canopy. "What is it?" asked, eyes darting up to take in the leaves and branches. "Did you see something?" She moved to the side so she could get a better look at his face, and stared at his pale blue eyes. The pupils seemed to stand out so sharply against the color, and they seemed unusually large. An expression came over his face. At first it was a strange look, one she could not decipher, and then his face turned dangerous. His eyes narrowed, his head lowered so he was staring at the ground, and a foot worried at the dirt. Sakura swallowed. "Hey, Naruto?" She didn't know why she dared to ask this now, of all times, but Naruto's head was still staring at the dirt, foot digging into it. "How did your teammate die? Who was she? Yoshina Kaori?" Naruto's foot stopped moving, and his head drifted up, and the usual accusing eyes were upon her again. He smoothed his hood down, sending a nervous look up into the trees. "Beaten.to death," he rasped, and she nodded grimly, ready to move on, but was alarmed when Naruto's mouth opened again, and more words came forth. Broken and twisted, rotting and fading. She felt her face drain of blood as his eyes took on that weird look again and drifted up towards the canopy again. "The world is full of the dead," he mumbled. "Hey Naruto, where are you?" Sasuke's voice made both of them jump, and Naruto immediately moved off toward the meeting area. Sakura paused, sending nervous looks up into the trees before reluctantly following the hooded blonde. Why did Naruto have to be so creepy? They'd been racking up missions for a full month now, all D rank. They did 3 to 4 of them a day on his persistence, because he had heard Inuzuka bragging about how many missions Team 8 had done, and he wanted to top that. But what really got him pacing around the bedroom that evening was that Kiba had boasted about a C-rank mission they had finished, and the very idea that the others were experiencing actual ninja duties almost drove him up the walls. So Sasuke had decided that the first thing tomorrow, he would demand a higher mission from Kakashi-sensei, and they would not leave the tower until they had won. He was sick of cleaning people's houses, or milking cows, or any of the lousy shit that they were coerced into doing. He wanted a real fight, a real battle, real duties. He and Naruto both needed this. And he supposed Sakura too. She was actually sort of taking everything seriously, and she didn't bug Naruto as much as he originally had thought she would. She still talked too much though. He stomped down the stairs and spotted Naruto in the kitchen, creating a bunshin, and he watched as the physical clone popped into existence. That one jutsu had made a world of a difference in the mornings. Things got done faster and more efficiently. Naruto had more energy and did better in their daily spars. He was very grateful that Kakashi-sensei had shown it to him. Naruto getting a new jutsu had spurred him on to finding more of his own. He had searched the compound several times, digging through houses, jumping at creaks and strange noises all the while, avoiding bloodstains and marks where someone had tried to put up a fight. The more he searched, the more he was reminded of that horrible day. Shaking his head to rid himself of the dark thoughts, he peered at his blonde companion. "How many bunshin can you create, Naruto?" The blonde looked up at him as the bunshin began to wipe the tabletop rather nervously. Naruto had the look he got when he was having one of his head aches, pinched and barely lucid. "2," he rasped, and rubbed a hand against his forehead. Sasuke moved farther into the kitchen. "You've got decent chakra control, but you don't really try to pull on it, do you?" "Try," he suggested, and the blonde put his hands together to make the seals. "Pull all the chakra you have, and make as many as possible." Naruto's lips pursed. Sasuke felt the strong flow of his chakra, could even see it, a pale blue. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 7 bunshin popped into existence, all of them looking alarmed. Then 3 more, and 5 more, until Sasuke had to back up to the kitchen door as they crowded into the kitchen. "Okay," he called, alarmed at the constant flow of chakra coming from the blonde, and that more bunshin began to appear, so that some of them had to move into the living rooms. "You can stop now," he all but shouted, because now he could see that something was wrong. Naruto's eyes were wide with terror, and he was practically hyperventilating. And then the color and feel of his chakra changed, going from pale blue to an angry purple, then a bloody red. The stench of blood filled the room, and a wave of pure killing intent crashed through him. Many of the clones cried out in terror and immediately dissipated, and Sasuke was physically pushed back. Was this the Kyuubi? Was his demon side finally showing? "Too much!" Naruto cried, his voice breaking in terror and what sounded like pain. "Too much," he wailed, and Sasuke could barely see him through the raging torrent of demonic chakra. "Naruto!" he cried, and leaped forward, but the moment he touched the chakra he was tossed back through the doorway and onto the stairs, breaking the wooden railings. He tumbled down a few steps, his head cracking against the edges until he rested at the bottom, gasping for air. Most of his body felt numb, and there was a constant high-pitched keening ringing in his ears. Where was that coming from? Pain blossomed all over his body and he groaned, turning over onto his side just as the keening abruptly stopped. His wandering eyes managed to focus, and he could see the living room from where he was, and Naruto. Was that Naruto? Yes, it was him, and he was hovering by the couch, blue eyes wide, shaking and staring at something. Was there someone in the house? He knew Naruto hated people in the house. He opened his mouth to yell at Kakashi-sensei to leave, but warm liquid filled his mouth and he spit out blood. His mouth did hurt a lot. How had he gotten on the floor again? "Hey Naruto," he slurred in confusion. "What happened?" Naruto's frightened eyes turned to him from the living room, and then he popped away, disappearing. Sasuke frowned and slowly sat up, feeling his ribs cry out in pain, and his leg and his shoulder, and especially his head. He groaned and cradled his head, feeling faint, and then he noticed that he was at the bottom of the stairs, and that half of the railing was broken all over the staircase. He pushed a piece of wood off of him, and that was when he noticed that the table in the kitchen was smoking. And next to the table was Naruto, lying on his back, rasping for air. Memory returned, and he staggered to his feet, almost crying out from the pain in his legs and chest, and he felt like vomiting, but he staggered over to his roommate and almost gasped at the sight of him. It looked like someone had punched him in the face, but instead of swelling, his face simply bruised, ugly purples, reds, and black blotches that surrounded his mouth and cheeks, trailed down his throat and under his shirt. Sasuke's dropped down to his knees and turned Naruto onto his side, for it sounded like there was blood trapped in his throat. Sure enough, Naruto gave some very ugly coughs and blood sprinkled the linoleum. Some of the capillaries in his eyes had popped, and bloody tears streaked down his face. "Damn it," Sasuke hissed, and wrapping an arm under Naruto, slowly and painfully pulled the blonde to his feet, but it was clear that he was barely conscious. Taking a deep, pain-filled breath, Sasuke took the task of dragging his friend up the stairs and into his room, where he placed him on the bed and dropped onto the floor in a bout of extreme exhaustion. Before he knew it, he was out. "Sasuke." Someone was saying his name. "Sasuke." He felt a chill run through him, and felt his brain struggle to wake him. The voice frightened him, terrified him actually, and he knew he had to open his eyes, knew he had to look and see who was calling him, but he didn't want to. He really didn't. "Sasuke," and this time there was a warm whiff of blood that touched his face. Sasuke's eyes shot open and he gave a strangled cry deep in his throat. Naruto's face was inches from his, right side against the carpet. He was on his knees so that his butt was in the air, with his head pressed to the carpet, his arms laying at his sides limply. His blue eyes were wide, very wide, with blotches of broken capillaries within them, so most of the white was red and bleeding into his blue irises. His mouth was twisted up in the most maniacal grin Sasuke had ever seen, and was staring directly into his eyes. Sasuke wanted to jump away, but his body was too sluggish and unresponsive, and all he could do was stare back into those wide, unfamiliar eyes, as they stared into his. Blood trickled through the blonde's teeth as he continued to grin, continued to stare. "Wake now, Sasuke?" The voice didn't match the bruised face. The voice was too high, and at the same time, too deep. There was too much madness and cruelty in that voice. He could smell the evil coming from its mouth. All he could do was lie there and give a weak nod against the carpet, feeling his brain slosh in his cranium, and he felt a wave of nausea rush through him. Naruto's head turned, face pressed into the carpet, head turning away, and the prone body gave a rather vicious shudder. Then Naruto's head turned back, and the wide eyes were gone, the grin had disappeared, and all that was left was the familiar boy he knew, looking frightened and in pain. His legs straightened out until he was lying flat on the carpet, and his blue eyes glazed over, blood still trickling from his mouth. Sasuke took a deep breath and slowly sat up, back rubbing against the bed, nausea roaring over him and causing his eyes to water. He knew this feeling. He had a concussion, and he had lost consciousness, which he knew was a no-no when having a concussion. Had Naruto, or whatever that was, awakened him from a possible coma, or death? He blinked at the blonde, taking his appearance in, noticing the ugly bruising on his arms, where most of his sweater had been ripped away. What day was it? Was it still the same day? How long had he been unconscious, both times? Putting his arm on the bed for support, Sasuke slowly and painfully pulled himself to his feet. His whole body hurt. After standing up straight and taking a few deep breaths, hoping nothing was broken, he turned Naruto over and slowly pulled him back onto the bed that had blood smeared along the sheets. He pulled the kunai out from under his pillow and sliced away the rest of his gray sweater, and stared down at the deep bruising covering all of Naruto's chest, stomach, and arms. "What's this?" he croaked, and stared at the spiral tattoo marking that shone darkly on Naruto's bruised stomach. "Seal," Naruto gurgled, startling him, for he had thought the boy was unconscious. Naruto lifted a hand and flopped it down on his stomach. "Seal? Seal for what?" "The Kyuubi." Naruto shuddered at the name but gave a weak nod. Sasuke frowned. You mean it's inside of you?" Naruto nodded again. "You mean you're not Kyuubi, it's been sealed inside of you?" Instead of a nod, Naruto's hands flew to his ears. "What?" he cried, his voice in literal tatters. "Why won't she stop screaming?" Naruto began to writhe on the bed. Make her stop, Sasuke." "What are you talking about?" Sasuke was starting to feel frantic, spinning about the room but, seeing no one there, only making his headache and nausea worse. "Who are you talking about?" "No one is here." Naruto removed a hand from his ear and pointed to a picture on the wall before replacing his hand on his ear and giving a low, broken keen. Sasuke stared at the portrait. It was a family portrait, but he had cut Itachi out of it, leaving only his father and his mother with him. He stared at the picture, then looked down at the bloody blonde. He wanted to spit, wanted to punch him, scream at him that it wasn't funny, that how dare he insinuate. He stopped breathing. Naruto running from areas of the house, Naruto walking around empty spaces as if someone were there, Naruto staring at odd things. Naruto somehow knowing about Kaori's father when he knew the girl hadn't said anything about her home life. Knew this because Naruto had always been with him, and he would have heard her, if she had said such. Naruto could see the dead. Sasuke blinked several times, letting this knowledge run through him, then looked down at the blonde, who had become very quiet, and saw that he had stopped writhing, instead staring emptily at the ceiling, body sporting a fine tremble. Naruto could see the dead, which meant he must see his mother and father. "Naruto," he leaned over and shook the blonde by his shoulders. "Where is she? Is she here? Is she in this room?" Naruto's head flopped about with each shake, but he didn't reply, eyes remaining empty. Sasuke shook him once more, before releasing him and dashing out of the room and into the hallway. "Mom," he called and rushed through every room, calling her name and finding no evidence of her. Then he left the house and ran the streets of the Uchiha compound, calling out the names of aunts and cousins, uncles, nieces and nephews. But no one answered. Pain and exhaustion finally overcame his adrenaline rush, and he slumped down onto a porch and rested his aching head on his knees. This place was a tomb. He returned to find that Naruto was as he had left him, and he began to clean up his companion. Naruto didn't have any surface wounds, all of the bleeding was under the skin, and after he had cleaned him up, Naruto seemed to regain some life, just enough so that he could crawl into his corner and curl up into a ball, facing the wall. Then he turned to himself and touched the tender and swollen parts of his body. Nothing felt broken, but he had 3 large bumps on the back and sides of his head. He had a few splinters stuck under his skin as well, and he carefully removed those too, all the while his mind whirled about what Naruto had told him. It was almost too much to handle. Naruto wasn't Kyuubi, the fox was sealed inside of him, making them 2 separate entities. That mean person he thought Naruto was always talking to when he whispered to himself, must in fact be the 9-tailed fox demon. He felt a chill run through him. And then, there was Naruto seeing dead people. Had he seen Kaori? Did he really see his mother? No, it couldn't be true. Then his own thoughts gave him pause. Maybe it was true, and that the reason he could see them was because the fox could see the dead. That made sense. But why hadn't Naruto said anything about it all this time? Because you wouldn't have believed him, his mind whispered to him, and he flushed with shame. Naruto wasn't a liar. Why would he lie about something so sensitive? He hadn't lied about the villagers being after him, and it had taken a brick through the window to get Sasuke to believe him. So, Naruto could see the dead. His eyes fell on his katana, which was leaning against a dresser, and he could not help the grin that grew on his face. Naruto could see the dead, talk to the dead, learn from the dead. Oh, the possibilities! Sasuke choked on his laughter before giving in, roaring out loud in his delight, missing the flinch that ran through Naruto's body. He laughed until his ribs told him to shut up, and he went down to the kitchen to make a cup of coffee, needing the caffeine to keep him from falling asleep. He never stopped grinning. Sakura wasn't surprised to hear her name called upon as she passed the flower shop, and even turned with a smile as she spotted Ino in the doorway. "Hey, forehead girl," Ino greeted smugly as Sakura approached. "Haven't seen you in a while. How's that team of yours?" "Which one?" Sakura replied, enjoying the look of surprise and confusion that graced the blonde's face. "You have more than one?" she asked with a ped brow, moving to stand behind the register, leaning forward in interest. "Nah," she waved her hand dismissively. "I was with these two losers that were so bad, they got sent back to the academy. I had to wait a few days, but then I got on." And she paused here, watching Ino's wide eyes, then gushed, "Sasuke-kun's team." She expected Ino to look sad, jealous, and start to insult her about her looks, but Ino simply straightened from leaning on the counter and gave her an almost pitying look. "Wow, that must Asuka," the blonde said. "I mean, with what happened and all." The girl looked quite serious as she stared at her. Sakura shrugged. "Yeah, I heard that the other girl died from a beating, but we get along great," she assured hurriedly, watching Ino's face. The blonde actually looked worried. "What?" Ino sighed, and leaned against the counter, glancing at the one other customer browsing for chrysanthemums in the back. "You weren't there, when she went missing, but we all got called out to look for her. My team and Team 8. We searched everywhere, but it was Uzumaki and Shikamaru who found her. She was on the bank, dead for days." Ino shuddered at the memory, her voice lowering enough that Sakura had unconsciously leaned forward to hear her. The story was her father killed her. Sakura gasped, and Ino nodded in reply. But the creepiest thing was that Uzumaki didn't even seem to care that she was dead. He just stood by her body like it was a dead frog or something. Sakura paled considerably. Shikamaru was really weirded out, I mean, what kind of guy doesn't care if his teammate is dead? "You better watch out for him, Sakura. He's the kind of guy that won't go out of his way to help you in a fight. He's the kind who will watch you die and not care as long as you don't get in his way." Sakura straightened from leaning forward and stared at her ex-friend. Ino ran a strand of her blonde hair through her fingers, inspecting it before looking back at her. "And you watch out for Sasuke too. He wasn't exactly broken up either, and you know how weird he's gotten since Naruto showed up. You watch your back." Sakura's eyes roved over the store, taking in the beautiful flowers, the air teeming with floral life, her finger tapping against the counter. Then she looked back at the blonde. "Okay," she said, and calmly exited the shop. The residual laughter in his head had faded to an acceptable hum, along with the headache, enough that Naruto managed to lift his head from the floor and turn his body over, for he had spent the night staring at the wall in his corner. The room was empty. Sasuke had spent the evening downstairs, leaving him with them as his sole company, and oftentimes he wondered which was worse. He hated it when Sasuke laughed, hated it the way he hated everything else, because when the dark-haired boy showed such delight, it meant that he had things planned for him, things he knew he didn't want to be a part of but had no choice. He sat up, his whole body burning, like his very veins were on fire, and he groaned as he slowly got to his feet, pulling on a sweater. Despite his pain and misery, he knew that things had to be clean, couldn't leave the house until things were done the way they should be, and so he limped down the stairs and into the kitchen, which smelled strongly of coffee. Sasuke was sitting at the table, pale face staring at the newspapered window in silent contemplation, a mug sitting comfortably in his left hand. The right side of his face sported bruising from cheek to chin, and there were cuts along his hands, but beyond that he seemed fine. The table had been replaced by another, most likely a old spare judging by the chipped edges. Moving to the sink, he pulled his cleansers out of the cabinet and got to work, all the while feeling Sasuke's eyes on him. When he finished his cleaning, which took him even longer due to his aching body and lack of bunshin to help, he took a shower, sluggish mind rolling over what had happened yesterday. They had given him their chakra, or more like Kyuubi had, as he understood it. He'd never been given anything from them before, but he knew that Kyuubi had such chakra, and it was the first time it had rushed through his chakra coils. It had burned. Naruto put on a fresh sweater and pants, glancing at himself in the mirror before quickly averting his eyes. He didn't like mirrors. He returned to the kitchen and was dismayed to see a bowl of soup at his spot, like it usually was. He really didn't feel like eating something so heavy today, but he knew Sasuke would be adamant that he eat. Sitting down at the table, he slowly slurped the soup, and for the first time, he contemplated the state of his own mind. He had never put much thought into them, they had simply existed from day one. But now, after the incident from yesterday, he was left to wonder, was Kyuubi the only one in his head, or were there truly others residing within his cranium? It had always been we and us, but what if it was really just I and me? What if all the other voices were just a figment of his imagination, and only Kyuubi was real? What if Kyuubi was making him think there was more inside him than there really was? Naruto carefully placed the spoon on the table, his hands sporting a fine tremor as he slowly pushed the bowl away from him. He shouldn't be surprised really. It's not like he expected anyone to be nice to him or anything, and yet his eyes clouded with tears. What is it? Sasuke's voice startled him, and he looked up to see that his companion was looking about the kitchen from his spot at the table. Is it my mother? Is she here? Sasuke's dark eyes turned on him with such intensity that he flinched, wiping his eyes as he sent a nervous glance around the kitchen, shaking his head. Sasuke slowly put the coffee mug down on the table and leaned back into the chair, his eyes surveying the blonde. Okay, so tell me, are there dead people around here? Naruto swallowed nervously. He didn't want to talk of such things, didn't like to share his private piece of hell with Sasuke, but the other boy looked like he would start to threaten if he said nothing, so he nodded minutely, wishing that this would satisfy the Uchiha. But he was sorely mistaken. Instead, Sasuke looked more intrigued as he stood up. Okay, show me. He gestured for him to follow as he headed for the door, sporting a slight limp. Naruto sighed and followed the Uchiha outside, smoothing down his hood and squinting into the sunlight. Sasuke stood on the porch, arms crossed, eyes darting around the compound. Where are they? There were several of them out, the woman with the baby, one man hobbling on a porch, and several others, all were staring at them. Naruto pointed in their direction, and Sasuke's eyes zeroed in on them. But his face showed no horror. He turned his head and looked at him, and Naruto blinked back. What do they look like? Naruto sighed. Clearly Sasuke wasn't going to let this go, and he mourned his weakness in screaming about Sasuke's mother. The dot man on the porch is missing a leg and arm. He is there all the time. The woman is holding her baby. He pointed to the hedge where she sat. She is crying. Sasuke stared at the hedge, eyes empty of emotion, then looked back at him. My mother? She say anything to me? Naruto blanched and took a step away from him. She roars and weeps. Sasuke took a step forward, eyes burning. And my father? Naruto shook his head rapidly and averted his eyes, but Sasuke knew him too well. You've seen him? He grabbed Naruto's arm. Where is he? Which part of the Ho-dash? Sasuke's eyes darkened until they nearly looked black, and he marched into the house, dragging Naruto along with him, heading towards that room, the room he never entered. Terror grew in him. He did not want to see that man again, and he latched his arm onto a doorway, jerking Sasuke and his arm to a stop. Sasuke turned to him, eyes seeming on fire, and he bodily yanked Naruto from the doorway and pushed him toward the room. No, Sasuke, he cried, trying to dart away from the Uchiha, but Sasuke threw him back toward the door. When were you going to tell me that you see my family, huh? Sasuke looked downright murderous. He grabbed Naruto's arm with a bruising grip as his other hand began to slide open the door. "Sometimes, Naruto," he hissed, lips pulled back with a snarl. "Sometimes you remind me of him." The door slammed open, and the musty smell of an unused room assaulted their noses. Sasuke pulled him into the room, and they stood before the blood stains smeared across the floor, and Naruto stared in dread at the man sitting there, dark, cold eyes focused on Sasuke. "Is he in here, Naruto? Do you see him?" Sasuke's voice had a breathy quality to it, but it was nothing compared to Naruto, who was trying hard not to hyperventilate. "Tell me the truth, Naruto." Sasuke shook him by the arm. "Is he here?" Naruto nodded, eyes moving toward the man, and Sasuke followed his line of vision. "Father." The man blinked once, a slow blink, and his eyes seemed almost colder than before. "You were always a disappointment, boy." His tone was laced with disdain, purple and brown puffs escaping with his words, and Naruto felt a wave of nausea run through him. "Did he say something?" Sasuke demanded eagerly, and Naruto nodded. "What did he say?" "Ichi said he's counting on you to avenge the clan." Naruto looked directly at Sasuke, swallowing thickly. "He said you're the last member, and that you have a duty." He could see that Sasuke was eating up his words like a starving man, and his arm was going numb from his grip. "Can we go now, please? This is a bad place, let's just go, we have missions to do." Sasuke turned to the man, his eyes looking through him, and bowed respectively. "Of course, father. I will not rest until Itachi is dead." The man's lip curled in disgust, and his eyes turned on Naruto. "You're a filthy creature, demon. You weave your lies like a master, and no doubt you have this fool wrapped around your clawed fingers. Take him from my sight." He looked satisfied. Naruto breathed quickly, trying to pull himself from the room. Sasuke was still bowing. "Sasuke, let's go." Sasuke straightened from his bow and proceeded to leave, releasing him, and as Naruto jumped from the room, was horrified when he came face to chest with Sasuke's mother. Her dark eyes were wide and swollen with tears, and as her mouth opened, that black cavern, Naruto gave a shriek and dashed around her and out of the house, heart pounding in his ears, breath coming wild. He stood on the road, breathing hard as the Uchiha that milled about turned and stared at him. And for quite some time he hated Sasuke. Kakashi leaned against the railing of the bridge, book open as he surveyed the area. It had been a while since Sasuke and Naruto had been late, and he wondered what could be keeping them. He glanced at Sakura, who was combing her fingers through her hair, but staring down at the cobbled ground with a pensive look on her face. He shut the book and stuffed it in his back pocket just as he sighted the boys approaching. "What is it, Sakura? Something bothering you?" Sakura glanced up at him, her green eyes wary, but she shrugged. "It's nothing. I'm just tired of doing D." Her voice trailed off as her eyes fell on the approaching boys, and her face blanched, causing Kakashi to turn and look at them. He raised his brows in alarmed surprise. Sasuke was sporting a slightly swollen bruise on the right side of his face, his eyes were shadowed as if he hadn't slept, and he was walking with a clear limp. But it was Naruto that was most alarming. The boy's skin was almost ghostly white, which made the deep angry bruising coloring his mouth and cheeks to look extra ugly. The closer he got, the nastier it looked, until he was close enough that Kakashi realized that it wasn't just regular bruising, but there was actually bleeding beneath his skin, coloring his lips, part of his chin, and most of his cheeks red and purple. He too was limping, in a frail, almost weak way, and the expression on his face, he looked like he was about to be ill. Both boys stopped before them, and Naruto's hand lifted and smoothed down his hood, and he caught a glimpse of Naruto fingers, and they too sported the bruising. "What happened?" Sakura sounded aghast, her eyes darting between both boys like they had grown extra heads. Naruto only sniffed in reply, and Sasuke looked embarrassed. "Training went a little too far," he shrugged, and looked over into the river, purposely avoiding their gazes. Kakashi looked at Naruto, who was staring sickly at the ground. He looked back at Sasuke suspiciously. He didn't know what kind of training they were doing, but if this was the result, apparently they needed supervision. But he didn't believe that these were training wounds, this was something else, and it was clear that whatever had gone on between the two of them, Naruto had come out the worst of it. You guys are going to have to be more careful or you won't be in any condition to do missions, he admonished, but he knew he would be keeping a closer eye on the two from now on. They headed to the tower, and both boys garnered alarmed looks from people passing by, and he noticed that Sakura walked closer to him than the boys, shooting them wary, contemplative looks. Ninja stared as they headed to receive a mission from the Hokage, and both he and Yumino-san looked rather stunned by the boy's appearance. For a moment there was an awkward silence, and then Yumino-san sputtered, "Naruto, what happened to your face?" Naruto, who had been staring at the floor, darted his eyes up at the man, then down at the floor. "Training," he muttered, and his voice was barely a rasp, broken and barely completing the word, and Kakashi knew voices that sounded like that. Victims of torture, people who had screamed until their vocal cords gave out and their throats bled. His eyes narrowed, along with Yumino-san's and the Hokage's. Their eyes darted to Sasuke, who scowled. "He screwed up with the Kagebunshin is all," he snapped, and at this Naruto nodded. Sandaime raised his brows in surprise. "Who taught him that?" He looked at Kakashi as he waved his hand lazily, then scratched his ear. "It's really been useful to him," he said, but frowned at the boys, "though I don't know what he could have done to harm himself that bad." His frown let Sasuke know that he didn't entirely believe his words. From his side, Sakura watched them all with wide green eyes, taking everyone's reaction in. "I see," and the Hokage seemed to understand his meaning. He sifted through the stacks of paper, pulling out a mission. "We're tired of doing D missions," Sasuke blurted out suddenly, his eyes moving to Sakura, who nodded quickly and turned beseeching eyes on the Hokage. "Can't we get a higher mission?" Sandaime puffed on his pipe, eyes surveying the team, then glancing at Kakashi, who shrugged. "All right, I suppose I may have one for you." He sorted through the papers and pulled one out. "An escort mission to Wave Country." He handed the scroll to Kakashi, who opened it and looked it over. "You're to escort a bridge builder back home and keep him safe from possible threats such as bandits." He leaned over and requested that Yumino-san bring the man. Moments later, an elderly man about 60-ish entered, reeking of alcohol and dirt. He scratched his scraggly goatee and stared at his team. "Are you serious?" his voice grumbled. "They're going to protect me?" He looked at the Hokage incredulously as the man nodded. "These are babies. And one of them looks like he needs to be hospitalized. They can't protect me." Both Sasuke and Sakura glared at him. Naruto was playing deaf and continued to stare at the floor. "They're a very good team," Kakashi assured the man, "and I'll also be protecting you. You have nothing to fear." The man looked at him suspiciously before sighing. "All right, but I'm leaving in 2 hours." He stalked toward the door. "Meet me at the west gate." Kakashi nodded and turned to his team as the man exited. "Go home and pack up, it's going to take us some time to get to Wave, especially at that man's pace. Bring what you will." Both nodded, and quickly exited the room, Naruto following after at a sluggish, clearly reluctant pace. They watched as he disappeared out of the room before turning to each other. "Do you believe him?" the Hokage asked, eyes stern. Kakashi sighed and scratched his scalp. "Yes and no." He looked at Yumino-san, whose eyes were trained on the doorway. "What do you think, Yumino-san?" The man looked at him and sighed. "Sasuke really looked out for Naruto back in the academy, and I've seen Naruto inflict harm upon himself, twice. But I'm going to have to agree with you, I believe Sasuke, but only to a certain extent. I don't think it's safe for them to be alone together." "You said there was a regression in Sasuke after he had taken up with Naruto," Kakashi prompted, and the Chunin nodded. "I was worried from the get-go about Sasuke once he returned to the academy after the massacre, but being with Naruto," Yumino frowned and shook his head. "It's strange, and I can't quite explain it, but it seemed as if everyone stopped existing for the boy. Like I wrote in my assessment, they both seemed to exist in their own world." His eyes had a distant cast to them, as if he were remembering their time at the academy. "I swear, sometimes when he looked at me when I spoke to him, it was like I wasn't really there to him, that there was always a delay before he would respond," he sighed. "And Naruto never spoke or looked at me at all." He shrugged and looked at the Hokage, who had leaned back in his chair, smoking his pipe and looking very thoughtful. Yumino looked back at him. How was their interaction with Yoshina? Kakashi sighed. They tolerated her. They weren't rude and they didn't exclude her, but then, you stuck 3 very antisocial kids together. Not much happened. And Sakura? Sakura's very social, and it's clear she's getting on their nerves some, but it's working out better than I thought. This mission may do some good, or it may not. The Hokage sighed. Have I made a mistake? Or perhaps this is the lesser of 2 bad outcomes? They returned to the compound, Sasuke looking eager and excited as he entered the house and headed for the room, pulling out their packs and stuffing a change of clothing, a first aid kit, and then headed down into the kitchen for food. Naruto slowly filled his pack, putting in clothing and wipes, because he knew he wouldn't be taking a shower anytime soon. The mere thought of walking around for days and being dirty made him nauseous. When he went downstairs, Sasuke had the kunai and shuriken laid out across the table, and he gestured for Naruto to take some. They geared up, and he was relieved to see that Sasuke had packed his candy bars for him. The idea of eating anything else was making him break into a sweat. As they were strapping the katana to their backs, Sasuke's head suddenly snapped up, and his eyes took on that intense look again. Who taught you how to use the katana? Naruto rubbed his eyes as a headache bloomed. Naibshin. Sasuke's eyes deepened as he seemed to try to remember who Naibshin was, but apparently failing to, judging by the look of frustration on his face. Show me where he is. They finished up, locked the house, and Sasuke followed him as he went to the building Naibshin tended to wander about. The ghost was not there, however, and he simply stood there, staring emptily at the building. Sasuke frowned. Is he here? Naruto shook his head. Sasuke stared at the building for a moment, then spoke. This used to be the infirmary, for when we got sick, or injured, and didn't want to go to the village hospital. A look of wariness passed over his face. I never liked this place. Naruto made no reply, settling for staring at the building and wondering when they would be leaving. Of course, that was when the gravity of what they were about to embark on hit him. They were leaving the village. His face paled. He had never imagined leaving these walls, never dreamt of a place outside of his apartment, and never cared to for that matter, so the very thought, the idea, that they would be going out into a world without walls, suddenly terrified him. I'm sorry, Sasuke's hushed voice jolted him from his fears, and he looked at the dark-haired boy, who was staring at the building, his hands stuffed in his pockets. The Uchiha darted a glance at him from the corner of his eyes, then quickly looked away. I'm sorry about shoving you and stuff. His face flushed slightly in embarrassment. I was just mad. He looked at him then, and Naruto stared back at him, his face empty of his thoughts. Sasuke shrugged and moved away from the building. Come on, let's go. Naruto followed him through the village, breaking out into a sweat, eyes moving to all the people that passed them by, the walls looming closer and closer. He really didn't want to leave, and yet, they began to stir. He could feel their excitement, like acid running through his veins. They were eager to leave, to be free of Konoha. They arrived at the gates, where a trickle of people wandered in and out, showing passes and goods before entering or exiting. Sakura was standing next to the old man, a slight grimace on her face, a pack on her back and several kunai strapped to her legs. She smiled at them when they approached, but the smile didn't have that vapid infatuation he was used to seeing when it was directed Sasuke's way. It was more reserved now, definitely more wary. The man, Tazuna, scowled at him. What happened to your face? None of your business, Sasuke snapped, and the man turned a glare on him. I wasn't talking to you, he growled. Sasuke's lip curled up in disdain, much like his father's, Naruto thought. When you have something to say to him, you speak to me. Don't talk to him. Both Sakura and the man looked incredulous at the Uchiha's words. Tazuna turned to him. That the way you like things, little boy? Naruto smoothed his hood down and stared at the looming walls. Actually, that was the way he liked things. He much preferred not to speak to people at all, and if Sasuke was willing to do all the talking for him, then for once, things were actually going his way. The man glared at Sasuke for a while before growling, Where's that jounin of yours? Sakura looked up at him. He's usually late, though I didn't think he would be late for this. They lapsed into silence for 30 more minutes before Kakashi-sensei showed up, moving at a sedate pace and reading that orange book. His eye surveyed them and he gave a cheerful smile. "We're all here?" "Yes." He handed the mission scroll to the Chunin guarding the gate, who looked it over, made a copy, then handed it back with a few words of good luck. "Okay then, let's go." One by one they followed the Jounin out of the gates, and out of the village, Kakashi-sensei at the fore, Sakura and Tazuna in the middle, and Sasuke and Naruto at the back. They were less than half a mile from the walls when they stirred, unfurled within his mind like a beast. At last, they breathed and a wave of pure joy rushed through him, all his aches and pains vanished, the air suddenly burst with flavors and scents, and his knees went weak. He felt someone grab his arm, and he realized he was bent over, staring at the ground. "Not now, not now," someone was whispering in his left ear, and his swimming eyes looked up to see Sasuke at his side, gripping his arm and holding him from collapsing to the ground. Ahead, he could see that the others were still walking, not noticing what was happening behind them. Naruto straightened his legs, and took a few steps forward, the sensation fading. "Why are you smiling?" Sasuke's question startled him completely, and he realized that his face was split into a smile. How strange, and as he noticed this, his muscles released, and the smile was gone. Sasuke still had him by the arm as they quickened their pace to catch up to the others, and his face was twisted in a concerned frown. Only moments later did he release his grip on him, instead dropping his hand down to rest on his katana, which rested at their hips instead of on their backs because of the traveling packs. "If an enemy comes, aim to kill," he murmured, looking Naruto in the eye. "Don't even think about incapacitation because I doubt they'll show you the same courtesy." He sent him a knowing look, and Naruto's eyes widened. "We won't give them a chance." "Right." Naruto's eyes fluttered as they murmured their agreement, and he smoothed down his hood while nodding. "Right."